special edition of Harry and Highfry. Today I'm going to be playing some Minecraft. And also, Highfry's not here! Highfry's been missing for the past few days and nobody knows where he's at. I don't mean to cause an alarm, because nobody really cares. Hey, what's up, C? I was just talking about how Highfry has been missing for who knows how long it's been. And on that note, hey, be sure to check out the links in the description below. You can find links to all of our channels if you just look hard enough. Shout out to everyone who keeps this stream possible. Shout out to C, Rita Poo, Mr. Popsily, Super Duper Gaming. Kind of an impromptu stream tonight because Highfry's not here. If you would like to support this stream, you can check out the links up below or just simply hold up your phone to the screen right now. All donations go back into the stream. Highfry needs a new guy. We're gonna get started in just a second. I kind of want to roll commercial. Even though Highfry's not here, this would normally be a stream.
Hey man, am I driving okay? I think we're parked, man.
It's so much fun. It's Harry and Highfry, screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace. Highfry on the case. It's Harry and Highfry. Harry and Highfry. It's Harry and Highfry.
Yo, this intro fucking rules. But I need to make chat bigger in this window, I believe. It's all crammed down there.
Harry got them on the run.
Just a little bit.
With custom anime guns. It's so much fun. It's Harry and Highfry.
This song rocks. Video dropping soon.
It's Harry and Highfry. Harry and Highfry. It's Harry and Highfry.
Yeah, what an intro. Jesus Christ, how many of these things do we have to sit through? I'm buying time, folks. The stream starts precisely when it needs to. I gotta do like 10,000 things. This is the life. Highfry's gone missing. And there he is, falling out of the sky. Typical Highfry fashion.
Party time! Excellent!
Look, the stream starts at 4:20. Hey folks, welcome to the stream of thieves. Wait, no. Hey, look at my world. Isn't that amazing? What you're hearing behind me are my pirate cannons. They're kind of janky, but they work. They do its intended purpose. Look at that. What's supposed to happen is it's supposed to be red when the door opens, but I'm happy that I got it just like that. That's pretty cool, right? Come on. That's pretty cool, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, what's funny is that after you read this, right? You start to hear the rhythm in your head. Alright, and in case you don't remember the lyrics. Ho! Hit him with the doge.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe.
Yo,
You
C.
monster.
C, I'm happy to hear that. You made it. Thanks for spending some time here. I'm showing you my world to hopefully you can step away from your world and look at what paradise could look like. So I have been doing stuff in this place. Wait, I should probably not stand on the track because look at this. Yeah. Yeah. Go! Go! Yo, I'm gonna be honest. That guy makes this whole place less dead. Like, it's a theme park. There's supposed to be people in it. Don't you think? So, having this guy go around, he's my personal security. He keeps the park safe. And I don't think he's ever gonna despawn. I kind of got really lucky with this. I don't know if this is common. I'm sure, you know, there's kids out there that can fucking do this, no problem. But I have a portal over here on my beach, and he just happened to make it all the way to one of my carts. And so I decided to keep him. And that's that story. Look at this. How many vanilla worlds? Look, vanilla. Look at that, vanilla. How many vanilla worlds do you know that has that? I don't use mods. Oh my gosh, what was I doing before? I wanted to show you guys what I've been working on. I'm glad there's at least one of these here. These carts get left all over the place. Like, Jesus Christ. I have no one else I can blame. There's no one I can blame. I'm the only one who's in this world. The only one who's ever touched this world. I think I tried letting my friend in once, and she got a creeper and blew up my house, and I was like, nope. 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 Never again. I don't mind sending copies out so that you could have your own copy and do whatever the fuck you want. You want to blow this shit up? That's your prerogative. I hope you would at least walk around and enjoy it first before you blew it up. But by all means, blow it up. Make a video. Send it to me so I can laugh. But I do plan on making this world public for download. Just not yet. It's not ready yet. But it's cool because, you know, I can make content out of creating it, out of making it, so you guys can see it. Hopefully want to play in it. But it's built in sections, right? So this section I'm starting to fill in. This has been a long time coming. I haven't pushed back here yet, but I want to. So what I envision in this place is a village where I could start spawning these freaking fools. What are they called? Ender boys? What? How convenient that there's food there. Good God, thank you. Okay, so my newest addition is this piece right here. It is a piece. It is a thing of wonder. It is purposeful. It's an attraction. So you make your way over here. Sheep challenge. Go top of sheep, jump here, don't miss. And I think instinctually people are like, okay, nope, but then you see the ladder underneath. And it goes up as, you know, sheep challenge. Go up into the sheep. That side's broken. Obviously, you go this way. Now, like, you could choose your own path. You could keep going up and around, but there's a little hidden place here. A little cozy area so you can rest. So I just threw this one up. It's cool, man. This is what Minecraft's all about. I can't wait to play this in VR. I do have some news, and I might as well say it since I got you. But VR is coming back, and I'm going to be loading this world in VR. So I get to see what my theme park actually looks like from my point of view. Woo. That's a pretty good jump. You can't miss. Like, you're gonna die if you fuck up your run. If you don't run and you jump, you're not gonna make it. You're gonna clip this. So, come test your luck. Come test your luck. It's only cost you your life. It'll only cost you your life. Just don't fuck up. It's that simple. So yeah, this is gonna, like, what I want to build it out of is this. The red mushroom block. I want this to be the roofs. So like this and dark oak. It's a good contrast. I don't want to lay any down, but this is what I want the houses. This is the palette. And maybe some of this. But I could probably find better than birch. But still, that's something like that. These two for sure, though. So just imagine a village with villagers. But that's the theme of this village. And it's going to surround this area. This little mushroom over here that I grew. This is the welcome. There's going to be a path that goes through here, over to this thing, which I have to finish this month. Like, I kind of saved it for Halloween. It's totally not done. It's a farce. I should just keep it as a, like, cathedral. Just keep it open. Build some seats along here. That'd be kind of cool. Keep it open. I gotta chop away all of that. Yeah, I can't wait to see this in VR. I'm gonna love it. So I haven't been in this world in VR since I built this pyramid back here. So I cannot wait to see that in VR. Like, that's gonna look amazing. It's a masterpiece. And look, Peach is in on it too. She's like, oh, I'm a princess. But it's a sheep. It doesn't know any better. To be fair, he went behind the tallest thing he could find. He's a big sheep, you know? He's got a piece somewhere. What's cool about this is that this lights up. I torched the heck out of it down below, so it all glows at night. And then you can access it through a couple ways, but now that is what you pay for right there. This is what you watch this stream for.
You know that I'm the cream of the crop. Oh.
Dang, I feel like it's naked without some music. I'm gonna see what I can play in the meantime. It sucks. I don't have any music on this computer. Fuck, I don't want to play any of this. I was thinking of playing some podcasts, which I think I might do. If I get copyright stricken,
Gotcha, bitch!
then so be it. This stream is kind of just like a whatever stream anyways. I'm going to play a podcast. It's from, the channel is Kurt Jaimungal. He is he has a pretty good channel. So check him out for sure.
Here's where we go off into the deep end, but I'm just going to say this.
Knowledge is being kept from a huge chunk of the human race.
I don't think this is a new phenomenon to mankind. I think we've been faced with this phenomenon for quite some time.
Has there been the possibility of an infiltration by some of them into our world?
If this species truly exists, this phenomenon is actually something, is that one of its attributes is its ability to manifest or ability to manipulate its own life force energy.
It is way past time. So many humans who are having experiences, and we now need to fill in the gaps and tell the truth.
This is classic. I need a boost.
I'm talking to people inside the legacy program who tell me frustratedly, with great emotion, how much as scientists they care about the fact that this knowledge is being kept from a huge chunk of the human race, that only a select cadre of people inside the intelligence and military establishment are privy to this information. And they tell me it's unwarranted, it's unjustifiable. They acknowledge that we should not let our potential adversaries, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, gain access to such dangerous technologies. But they see no reason why the human race can't be told they tell me is the truth, which is there are NHIs, non-human intelligences, that have been engaging with this planet for many, many thousands of years.
Thousands, not tens of thousands?
Oh, well, I can't specify tens of thousands. I've just, it would be more than tens of thousands. I mean, they've been with us for time immemorial, I'm told. Now,
millions.
That's your words, my friend. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But the simple fact is, I'm bored with this debate at the moment. I don't care anymore. I just think, people, there's a fundamental failure here of oversight. I know a lot of people are going to get excited with what this new legislation says. Mm-hmm. And I want to deal with that because I think it's important that we talk about it. But I have a gut feeling that Congress's heart is not in this, and that the lobby, the powerful military lobby that wants this suppressed, is winning. And sure enough, they've got their shills out there in social media. They've got their friends in the media. Every national security correspondent is being told on the QT, stay away from this one.
On the QT?
On the quiet.
Can you explain how this works?
Yeah, sure. I've reported on national security issues. The thing I find hilarious is, let's use an analogy. Let's talk about what happened at the time of the last Gulf War, shortly after the Al-Qaeda attacks, 2002, 2003. For some reason that has never been, even now, fully, properly explained, Al-Qaeda became Iraq and Afghanistan, and we ended up launching totally disastrous wars into both of those countries based on intelligence from sources. Okay? Now ask yourself, credulous national security reporters who have since been hung out to dry for their failure to do their job properly accepted assurances from the CIA, from Cole Powell and his testimony to the UN. This was an important moment where the world was essentially tricked into going to war against Saddam Hussein on the false claim that he had weapons of mass destruction in the Iraqi desert. That was all sourced back, largely in part, to one guy called Curveball. That was his code name. curveball. A guy based, I think, somewhere in Germany, who was a refugee, and it turned out he was a put-up by the Iraqi National Congress, who were essentially a group that were largely aligned with Iran. And because of credulous national security reporters not doing their job, a source led the world to war in the Middle East. Trillions of dollars have been expended in an unnecessary war. Hundreds of thousands of lives of good people have been lost in an unnecessary war. Now, the problem with that was you had largely American journalists, but also British and Australian journalists, and I count myself in this as well. I was involved in doing some of these stories. You know, we credulously accepted the assurances that the Americans were giving that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Iraqi desert, and that there had to be an engagement with Saddam Hussein to bring this to a resolution, to stop this evil man from doing these terrible things. The reality was that it soon emerged within a few weeks of the invasion that there weren't these WMDs. The whole pretext for the war was wrong. The intelligence was wrong. So you have a double standard here. You have the media back in 2003, what's that, 18 years ago, credulously accepting assurances from the national security establishment that, oh yeah, we should believe our sources. Yeah, we should go to war in the Middle East. Absolutely. Now we've got a situation where a highly reputable, credible intelligence source, somebody who personally hand-delivered the presidential daily briefings from the National Geospatial Agency directly to the West Wing of the White House, entrusted with 2,000 special access programs, goes public and makes very dramatic and, yeah, I'm sure quite ontologically shocking claims about an NHI presence, an alien presence on this planet. And how many stories have you seen in the news sections of the New York Times, the Washington Post, or any of the TV networks, ABC, CBS, NBC? Not one. The only stories that have run in the New York Times or the Washington Post are doubting op-ed pieces run by opinion writers that are very easily marginalized.
What do you believe to be the best hypothesis for why crop circles exist? What are they trying to convey? What is their purpose?
On my very first year and first trip to England, it was 1992. And I was out in one of the big patterns that left everybody awestruck because the size and the perfection, no footprints. They were astonishing in 1992 at the sort of the beginning of people paying attention. And a man walked over to where I was and he was making comments about, it's remarkable, isn't it? There's even 3 or 4 layers. There's braiding. And so we're now talking about the astonishing details in a formation. And then he said, well, you know, I know somebody who works for the Central Intelligence Agency. He was probably talking about himself. I've had that experience. There will be people who are working in Intel and they'll say, somebody I know who works in Intel, but it's usually their firsthand information. He said, he told me that they're very interested in these crop formations and that they've got a satellite now that is trying to get satellite images of every crop formation that is happening on the world, because they are convinced that what we are dealing with is mathematical language from another intelligence that is using the crop formations to judge the accuracy of their travel in time.
Can you explain that?
Well, he was basically saying that our government in the CIA had come to the conclusion that the astonishing crop formations would be somebody, not Earth, somebody else's test of a time travel technology that was leaving this mathematical language on the surface of the Earth. And I bring that up because that was one of the first discussions that I ever had with anybody on my very first trip to England. And it set a tone that when you were in those crop formations in 92, this is before all of the Team Satan hoaxers that came into the fields in 95 and 96 and were apparently deliberately trying to destroy or whatever they were doing. 92 was a year where crop formations it was very pure. There were no hoaxers, there were nothing about what would come 3 or 4 years later. And that man talking to me about the idea that we could be looking at a mathematical language that was being used to test time travel, for me, it was like a sudden, wow. I never, ever would have thought that way about crop formations. And so he gave me a gift. It was first trip, one of the first formations I was in. I have that discussion, and it so stretched my mind to looking at crop formations differently, for which I'm very grateful, because eventually I was in England studying crop formations, doing soil collections, seed collections for the biophysicist in Michigan, W.C. Levengood. I was very, very involved every summer from 92 until probably up through 1999. I went every summer, and I was involved in the studies and the scientific analysis and how we found there was coatings of iron on seed heads that no one knew how, all of it. And eventually, I would say that I personally had in my hands, walked with my feet through.
We don't want anybody getting killed.
Where it would be just like a perfect, if you were weaving, but 300 feet in diameter or 500 feet in diameter. The patterns could be huge with perfect weaving, but it would be not just the surface.
Oh my
weaving.
God.
You would get down and lift up the surface that would be woven just like a braid. And then there would be a whole other layer that was coming at 90-degree angles, and you would lift that up. Some of these were 12 inches down before you could get
You're like, hey,
soil.
that's a nice pumpkin.
Yeah. Every layer.
He should probably finish
maybe
it.
2 or 3 inches times 4 or 5. It would be a different angle, different pattern, and it would be 4 or 5 deep. How in the world would anybody do that and not leave tracks? And I think that it really shifted into a whole other gear for me that year in 92 when I went with a group to it was Milk Hill, a place where there were crop formations every year, it turned out later. And it was our very first pattern. We had met people from the United States and England. And you parked up here on top of the hill, and you came in to the top of the hill where the White Horse was.
What up, dog?
And then you're looking down on this. It was 430 feet long, bigger than a football field. And this was spirals of circles and paths. It was huge. This is the very first crop formation. And I started down one of the tram lines because we were all...
Dude, Anubis, it's so funny, dude. I swear, like, every time I'm in a game, like, you gotta download it or update it or something. Like, you never ever get to play. You're always downloading or something, a game, I swear to God. I hopped out of Discord because I went to go eat. I will hop back in, but just give me a minute. I'll let this next segment play through, and then I'll hop in Discord. So just give me, like, I don't know how long this segment is, but it's gonna be over relatively soon. But yeah, I will definitely hop in. Just give me a second, please. What was I saying before you fucking rudely interrupted?
Trying to make sure the farmers knew that we were not going to tread on any crop. And I started down one of the tram lines, and the group behind me, they started going down different tram lines. So each one of us was coming down to this huge formation in different tram lines. And when I got down to where I wanted to try to walk in based on what I'd seen from above, I had my 35 millimeter Nikon hanging around my neck. And I had learned in other work that I had done in the United States, I would always come in anything I was doing, animal mutilations or whatever. I would bring the camera up and I would start taking photos as I approached. And I found those photographs to be so valuable to me in research. And that's what I did. So I'm walking to the edge now of this big crop formation, and I'm lifting up and taking photos. And my intent was to go through the edge now onto this formation and take close-ups. And as I started to try to move through the edge, it was like a warm jello. It's what it felt like, that I walked into something that had substance right along the edge of this crop formation. And I stopped and backed up and reached out, and I could touch it again. It felt like warm jello. And I was so puzzled. And everybody else was at the far end this way because I was going to that way. So I wasn't talking with anybody. And I came up with my camera and I went like higher than I would have. And I started taking photos. And as I did, I moved forward and I felt a release, like something let go of whatever this warm jello was. And when I walked into now the circle,
Fuck.
I suddenly felt like that I was almost violating. And I bent down, and this was the one crop formation right at the beginning that I felt 7 layers. There were 7 layers crossed with different 90-degree angles all the way down. And I went down to where I could get dirt. I could feel dirt with my fingers. And it was up to here on my elbow. So it was that deep. People think they're flat. No, many, many, many complex layers.
See, now, Linda, I think similarly to you in that person who came up with the idea that this is some, rather than an intent to communicate, it's an artifact of a calibration technique that the crop circles are. So what led him to think that?
The man who approached me and said that he knew somebody in the CIA, who knows? I mean, in all of my professional career, it seems to me that when you begin intensely studying something, investigating, however you explain it, there will be people who end up giving you information that becomes a key. I have experienced that over and over and over. Almost sometimes as if
I'm sorry.
There is a sense of being directed to look at things that you would not normally. And why does that happen? I don't know. But in crop formations in that day, I think back of how many people would end up walking into a crop formation and saying X, Y, or Z, and then you are learning something new and you just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And all that work that I did with W.C. Levengood, doing and collecting soil and seeds and plants and all of the things that we did for at least a decade. He was a very, very detailed, intense scientist. He became convinced that there were energy systems that were coming through the ionosphere and that they were spinning. And he gave all of the hard physics reasons for why he came to those conclusions. And he was doing his own independent paper.
Yeah, you
and
should
then we
listen to this
learned
shit.
that another physicist in Holland is also have been collecting soil, plants, and samples like himself, like I was doing for Dr. Levengood. And both of these biophysicists end up producing papers with the same conclusion, that there were spinning vortices of charged particles that were coming down, and that the charged particles were then affecting the plants in whether they were going to stand or go down, and that the complexity of the patterns was signaled by what they thought was happening in the swirling patterns coming from the ionosphere. So two completely different scientists did these papers. I got to meet and work with both of them. And my point is, there was no precedent. This was all dependent upon people who had physics backgrounds, biology backgrounds, who became so interested in the phenomena of weaving 90-degree angles, all of the geometry and math that seemed to be inherent in these crop formations, that attracted men who were professional in biophysics and then ended up producing papers that led to a question: what would cause a spinning complex of energy coming down through the ionosphere that would go all the way down to crops in fields all over the planet? This was not happening just in England. And no one had even confronted such information before.
Let's talk about some of the visual aspects of what happened when you were abducted in 1975. So you mentioned that visually they look like humans. And I believe on Joe Rogan you described them as...
Wait a minute. Humanoid. A humanoid does not mean looking like people that pass on the street in my town. Humanoid means 2 arms, 2 legs, a head on top, eyes in front, rather than looking like a large crab or a cockroach or something of that nature. So a lot of people have a misconception. The Greys are humanoid, and then there were other beings that, if they were living beings, that were brought in order to interrupt my combativeness. I was fighting them, and I think the effort was to complete healing or repairs that needed to be made, and I was so terrified I wasn't allowing that.
So those people who were brought in is who I'm referring to. You said that they look like people that would pass as regular people, just in a cityscape you wouldn't be able to point them out as being different.
Right. Yeah, and that of course would fulfill the purpose of getting me to calm down and cooperate.
So that's you thinking perhaps that's the reason, but you're not 100% sure that if they were there to be introduced to calm you as an anxiolytic.
Well, it's possible that there was some sort of ongoing thing, but it definitely changed the direction of my efforts because I was terrified of these creatures. This was something I viewed as very threatening and frightening, and I wasn't about to cooperate. Now, many stories of encounters with these beings describe them as being telepathic or being able to use mind control. But I didn't sense anything of that sort. But I'm explaining that in my own personal theory. I can't say for sure, of course, is that being hit by that blast of energy impaired that connection potentially.
What do you see as the connection between consciousness and Bigfoot?
That's a big question. The Bigfoot phenomenon is a rabbit hole. It's this rabbit hole covered in ice with grease poured over top of it. It's really slippery. And once you go down that rabbit hole, it leads off to 100 other rabbit holes.
Mm-hmm.
So the question you ask is interesting because the journey of someone who's interested in that phenomenon starts off looking for a big hairy ape that's really smart. If you dig deep enough, you leave that school pretty quickly. It's no longer Gigantopithecus, the big hairy ape that's really smart. And instead, you start going, wait a minute. And then you keep having a whole bunch of wait a minutes with attributes, various attributes, including potential telepathy and cloaking and all sorts of, various versions of manipulating energy as well. So I think consciousness in Bigfoot, where it lands is, first of all, nobody has a freaking clue what these are. But the phenomenon is big enough. Hundreds of years to thousands of years, hundreds of cultures, all saying the same thing, by the way, and tens of thousands of anecdotal references, including sightings. Something's there. My question is, never mind just Bigfoot. If that species is out there, and I can come back to them, what else is out there? I mean, you can't just go, okay, so there's Bigfoot, I'm going home now. Say, well, if there's Bigfoot, what else? And a lot of possibilities open up. For example, I think that the potentiality is there for this species, nicknamed Bigfoot, but for example, Sasquatch and whatever names it have, to be a culmination of all of these attributes people talk about, which would include psychic abilities, the ability of telepathy, which would include cloaking abilities, which now one gentleman had a theory that I still think holds some weight. Is what if it was simply a species of intensely savant autistic individuals, and their savant autism gave them such extraordinary ability of hide and seek, and on top of that, a savant ability of telepathy and a savant ability, and they understood how to manipulate their own energy, their own life force energy. To me, all of that's possible if we're talking about the potentiality of the human mind. But the minute you throw Bigfoot into it, oh, that's just nonsense.
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you know it's not a species that's way ahead of us? Okay, they don't compose symphonies. They don't build airplanes and cars. I get that. That doesn't mean they can't do all these other things. So I didn't really answer your question because I don't know the answer to the comparison of consciousness and Bigfoot. What I'm suggesting is if they exist, they are in a realm of existence that we are far from grasping or understanding. And they're farther ahead than we are on certain levels, just way behind us in other levels.
Why I'm asking is, Les, you don't disparage the Bigfoot topic. I don't disparage the UFO topic, even though plenty of the scientific community would. And I'm pretty sure I was inspired by you. But either way. Sorry for stealing that from you. Stealing your own.
That's okay.
Opinions. Okay, either way, when I was listening to, I believe it was some of your podcasts or your commentary on some of the Bigfoot episodes before, which I have my bone to pick with you, man, which I'm going to put as an aside right now. I'm going to tell you that as I fall asleep, I used to listen to your shows. And then, and I have insomnia. And right when I'm about to fall asleep, you play the harmonica, and I'm just cursing you. And I'm just wishing, man, I wish someone would timestamp when those harmonicas are so that I could start it from right after. Either way, bracket that. I was listening to you, and I believe you said something like, okay, I went out to the woods, was filming for Bigfoot. I think this was way after the series. You were filming for Bigfoot. Didn't occur, so you thought, there are stories that they can hear what's going on with the cameras or sense it in some manner. So why don't I turn the cameras off, perhaps even do some meditation exercise, which is why I brought up consciousness, a meditative exercise. And then you saw orbs. And then I think when I was listening to you, you said, I can't talk about it yet because you had just gone through that experience and you were processing it. Now, am I correct? And if I am correct, can you just reiterate to the audience correctly what I just perhaps incorrectly stated?
No, that was all correct. That was from the Portland episode. It was the last thing I ever filmed. It was outside of the full series, but it's on YouTube now. Yeah.
What occurred? Can you talk about it now?
Well, yeah, I don't mind really. It's not that difficult, to be honest with you. But the full story, it's the story of the potentiality of mental telepathy and this particular species. You see, when I was in Tennessee, in the episode in Tennessee, and you want to go back and watch that episode, for example. And I told this story, I told it just recently on Sasquatch Odyssey, a podcast. Bottom line was that I was walking on the trail on the way out, and never ever before in my life have I ever experienced any kind of psychic or telepathic phenomenon of any sort whatsoever. And I wasn't high, and I wasn't drunk, and I wasn't tired, and I'm walking out, and I just had this powerful voice speak to me inside my head. And so much so that after the fact, I actually went in to see a counselor to make sure I wasn't schizophrenic, because it hit me that hard. I thought, I got to know what's going on here, and the counselor reassured me that no, you're far from schizophrenic. Don't worry about that. What you received was a gift, and you should just celebrate that fact and be really aware of that. And then it happened another 2 times. And then for the Portland one that you're referencing, what happened there was, I don't think I said this in the show, but first of all, I put my thought energy out there telepathically to the Sasquatch in that area that I was told were there by a woman who has a telepathic communication with them, she says. So I said, I'm coming to meet you. And I did this for about a week ahead of time. And I started to, at one point, feel like I was getting an answer, if you will, in my brain. Okay, fine. So now I go up there, and I go out in the bush, and the orb thing had happened, and later on, I'm just sleeping on the ground, and I'm starting to doze off and that, and with crackling fire going. And all of a sudden, I felt a very warm, and actually it felt a bit soft and furry, so it could have been anything. But it basically went over my ankle and flipped my ankle enough that it woke me up, and I jumped up immediately. And it felt like a nice big warm hand flipping my ankle over, and I jumped up immediately. Didn't see anything. Fast forward to the next morning, we're walking out, we run into the lady again, we were planning on it. Anyway, we see her. I did not tell her this. And she says, she called him Guardian, so she's given it. I was speaking with Guardian. He told me that during the night he came over and touched you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you do with that? That was the next morning she said that to me, after it actually happened, and I hadn't told her.
Mm-hmm.
And those things have happened to me about 4 times in my life without forcing it. Lots of times nothing happens. It's the thing to remember too. Sometimes you tell these stories and people think, oh, shit's going on all the time, but most of the time nothing's ever happening. See, these are occurrences that have happened over a number of years. I've had 4 telepathic experiences. Anyway, so that's what happened though of that particular show, and I don't think I at the time was ready to talk about that on camera, and I didn't mention it. Because if I mention it, people go, he's losing it, right? And I just said, screw you guys.
Ridicule. Yeah.
Not so much fearing ridicule. No, it's not the ridicule I fear. It's their inability to handle the full story. And yes, I'm belittling them when I say that. Yes, I sound a little condescending when I say that, but screw them. If I just say, hey, yeah, Bigfoot, talk to me. And all the chuckles start. It's like, okay, you know what? But I could say that to a lot of people that go, really? Tell me what happened. That's the person I like to share with.
Okay, so let's say a week prior to you going out and experiencing that orb, you were doing some exercises where you were trying to contact Bigfoot via intention and meditating, something like that?
More via psychic outreach, like specifically speaking. So I've done it several times, and nothing's ever happened, but a couple of times I have gotten an answer. One time it was actually rather quite funny. I would go on a hike. So if people are wondering how to do this, I would go on a hike, and I would just, if I want an interaction, I will just put it out there. I'll just say, I'm coming out. I'm going to be hiking in an area, don't know if anybody's even there, but if someone is there, I would be welcoming, in love, to have some kind of interaction. And then often it's like, and nothing. Okay, and I just go hiking. One time, though, bam, in the middle of my head, all I got was, no thanks, we're sleeping. It's just the craziest thing. And again, remember, the first time this happened, I went in to see a counselor. And I've only had this happen 4 times in my whole life.
Okay.
But I tell you, it is the strangest thing ever when it happens. It's so strong. Anyone who has this as a skill in their life will just go, yeah, of course that. They would accept this conversation with zero judgment.
Now, these 4 times that occurred to you, were they each single sentences, just like "No, we're sleeping," or were they paragraphs?
I'll give you the script.
Sure.
The first time was, we're right over here. If you want to meet us, stay the night. To which I replied, this is in Tennessee, to which I replied, because it's the first time anything like this ever happened in my life, and I was scared, and the hair was up on the back of my neck. I had never felt that. And I said, I'm not ready. And they said, that's fine. And they walked away. And okay. That was in my mind. So
That's cool. When they said, we're here, did they give you a location, or they said here and it was implied they were near you?
both. The location was basically the hill right over there that I could see from about 150 feet away. That's pitch black. I'm in the dark. And they're right. And the image in my brain that was seared in my brain was of a large hulking male figure and a small child. Both in classic Bigfoot look, if you will. And that really freaked me out. And then I think a couple of, a few months went by after that one. The next one was a little more menacing. It was during a meditative process on the Texas Bigfoot episode. And that one I never told anybody on camera, but there I did get, during the meditation stage, I got get ready. Get ready for this was kind of sort of the message. And it felt menacing and dark and I didn't like it. And I just kind of nope, not going here. The third time was in Oregon, and it was the answer in my brain was simply, no thanks, we're sleeping. And the fourth time was the Portland episode where basically this particular being said, yeah, we're here, we're ready for you, and that was a wonderful experience. So, am I crazy? Are they hallucinations? Is it lucid dreaming? Is it? I know that in all instances I was wide awake, very sober, very straight, and not trying to make this happen in my brain. And I've tried many, many other times and nothing happens. But these times it sears in the middle of your brain. You can't not hear it. Yeah.
When the first time you had a back and forth, or at least you said one statement, which is, I don't think I'm ready. Did you say that in your mind? Did you say it out loud? How did you say it?
Yeah, I say it in my mind. And so someone's going, oh yeah, sure, they speak English.
Sure.
No, what they do is it's a process of your mind deciphers for you what you're supposed to understand. And to me, that if I was Chinese, it would be in Mandarin, or something. It's both.
So you gave your intention, like, hey, I'm not ready currently. Okay, now when they spoke to you all of these times, were they instantly understood, or were they understood linearly? Like when you read, you understand the first word, the next one, then the next one, and the next one? Or was it all at once they said that sentence to you?
Interesting question. The sentences were short enough that the distinction would be too hard to make. I'm not sure that I could decipher it linearly or in a linear fashion, or if it was all at once. It was just too short.
Okay. As an aside, the reason is that some people, when they speak to other beings, or let's say even they have an encounter with God, it's as if all of that is said to them like that. And it's not like, it's like when you read one word, you don't read each letter, you read the word instantly.
If I was forced to make the distinction, that is what I would say. I would say it feels like it's all at once. It's just that the sentences were short, so same thing sort of thing.
Is it all right if I ask you a couple of details of the orbs, of what the heck happened there? Okay, so firstly, how large were the orbs?
Well, I mean, we were, Devin and I, because Devin was with me on that one, we were sitting, and I just hear Devin go, hey, Les, come here, we've got to look at this. And I something like that. And I get up and I walk over to Devin. He was 10 feet away, 15 feet away. And about 15 feet away from him were two hovering orbs. One the size of a golf ball, one the size of a pie plate. The pie plate one was much more fuzzy and less distinctive. The golf ball was more focused in, if you will. They stayed hovering there, and you could see like gentle hover in their movement, but in the same position for, I want to say, a good 15, 20 minutes. Enough for us to look and go, is there car lights flashing off something? Is there a local? I mean, we're in the middle of the forest, right? Our eyes are, we're all clear. Again, straight, no, we weren't smoking anything or drinking anything, sober. And I think what's going on there if this species truly exists, this phenomenon is actually something, is that one of its attributes is its ability to manifest or ability to manipulate its own life force energy. And in doing so, it has a physical manifestation, which is the big hairy creature we see that smells and shits and eats and screams and throws rocks. And the other manifestation, which potentially could be as light energy, which we would then translate as being an orb. And also the other message that we got the next morning from the woman who is an empath and a psychic with these beings, is she said that she was told that some of the others, not the one guy that's supposed to flip me over at night, but some of the others came to look at us in the earlier part of the night. And that's when the orbs were there.
Okay, what color were the orbs? Both the same color too?
Like your shirt, whitish.
Have you heard of any connections between UFOs and Bigfoot?
Of course, I've heard people say that often. My first craziest experience was on the mountain in Radium Springs, and there was a scenario that happened there that I do not believe I mentioned on the show because I didn't want to confuse the viewers. It's the other thing, right? Sometimes you're forced, before you feed somebody filet mignon, you've got to give them a taste of meat first.
All right.
You know, and so that night, I looked over in the skies and I saw these 4 big lights. They were massive, huge, and they were all lined up, and they could not have been airplanes, but they were up in the sky, and they were just there for 20 minutes. And then I went back, and I'm not sure where I went to go. Maybe I went to get my camera. Came back, they were gone. They disappeared, and I'd never seen anything like that in my entire life. And I just like, oh my God, like I'm thinking this is, but at the time I'm just like, well, this is cool. What the hell is, at the time I'm like, what the hell is that?
And that was the night you were with Devin, or that was a different night?
No, this is the night I'm alone. This is on the mountain, top of a mountain in Radium Springs, but it was one of my Surviving Bigfoot episodes. That was the night after those lights where I felt I'd had something come in and sit on top of me while I was trying to sleep. And everybody's going to say that's old lady syndrome, that's sleep paralysis. I get that. I'm familiar with that. That is not what I felt that night. It felt like somebody was sitting on me with very large buttocks. And then that next morning, these apples I'd put on a tree, they all disappeared, and the camera was filming, didn't catch anything. They just disappeared on camera. You know, the whole night was freaked out. But my point is that it started with those big 4 lights in the sky. And you said, you know, connection of UFOs to Bigfoot. I don't know. I really don't know. The thing about it's the world of the phenomenon of Sasquatch is over on one side here, it's a big hairy ape that's smart. And on this side, it's aliens and everything in between, you know, able to travel dimensions.
That's what you meant by the slippery rabbit hole with mud and so on.
Yes, although more so what I mean by the rabbit hole is my line of, well, if there is Sasquatch, what else is there?
Have you heard of Skinwalker Ranch?
Of course, yes.
Yeah, okay. So see, when I was researching a bit about UFOs, then I read about Skinwalker Ranch and the fact that there have been observed portals. Whether or not this is true, there's been observed portals, perceived portals, and then Sasquatch coming out, and then this is a place where there's plenty of UFO activity and poltergeist activity as well. It's a strange confluence of all these unexplained phenomenon. And, you know, when, as a scientist, when you hear about, let's say, well, what's consciousness have to do with so-and-so phenomenon, the scientist would always say, there's this tendency in us to say, unexplained phenomenon here, unexplained phenomena, well, they're related somehow because they're both unexplained. And that's a foolish mistake. But when it comes to Bigfoot and UFOs, well, let's just say Bigfoot and UFOs, it seems as if it's more than just the connection being drawn because there's question marks over each. In other words, okay, well, you want to riff on that.
Yeah, I just think that I just think existence is so much bigger than our little human brains can comprehend. And the thing is, it doesn't scare me. The rabbit hole doesn't scare me. It's just like, yeah, of course. I mean, we've had so much about UFOs that if a UFO landed in New York tomorrow, everybody would go, oh, yeah, I figured they were there. We get a lot of that, you know, like, oh, it becomes the de facto.
That's what I say.
Of course, yeah, aliens exist. I knew they.
People are going to be saying that.
No, I knew.
People have been.
But we don't really know. I just think my mind has always been, is this possible? And the answer to every single question that's asked on in my mind is, could be, yep. I'm wide open to it. And here's the thing, that doesn't scare me. And the problem is that it scares a lot of people. And certainly a lot of religious people, it really scares them because they're going to bring Satan into it, right? So to me, none of it, I just don't feel a fear. And I'm not being machismo. I just think the possibilities are endless. And isn't that awesome?
Have you felt the fear and then you managed to overcome it, or just temperamentally you don't feel the fear when it comes to that?
Temperamentally, I don't feel the fear. And also, I'm well aware of the fact that if I was face to face with an alien tomorrow, he's got or she or it has a huge advantage over me.
Of course, yeah.
Right? So what am I going to do about it? You know, what can I actually do? Go grab my AK-47?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I wouldn't say of course. Sorry, I would step back. And the reason I say that is that there's some view that certain aliens have, let's say, evil intent or negative intent, and that they cannot read our minds. Although you can communicate with them by intending, like you did with the Bigfoot, but they can't read your mind. And the human capacity for love is what extinguishes, well, it extinguishes hate. And so in some sense, let's say there are multiple types of aliens and one is evil, then you do have a power over the evil ones with your love. So that's why I say, well, I don't say of course that you don't have the power.
I think that's wonderful, fanciful thinking. But if that were true, then nobody'd ever be hurt, would it? Because there's a lot of loving, caring people that have been murdered. Why didn't their capacity for love just stop the human being from murdering them? I think, you know, I hear about the Greys, for example. I hear about the Greys, and look, when I had my first experience, what did I say to you? The hair was up on the back of my neck, and I felt very, very nervous, and I was too afraid to stay. I said, I'm not ready for this. Do I kick myself? Yeah, a little, but I wasn't ready. So there was fear there. I'm saying as a general rule, I don't walk around guiding my life based on fear of the unknown. I love the unknown and embrace the unknown. It's just that there will be aspects of the unknown that could be very detrimental to me and could harm me. And I don't think my capacity to love is going to stop me if I'm by myself in the middle of the forest and there actually are Greys and a Grey comes over to accost me. You know, I've heard that Sasquatch are there and often protect humans from the Greys. I've heard that's a storyline people say. I mean, so, you know, I'm just kind of like, you know, when it's my time, it's my time. I don't want to feel pain. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to be abducted. I don't want to anal probe. But, hey, I'll just go and, you know, that's not going to stop me from experiencing any of these things.
I know what my sources are telling me. And my sources are telling me that private aerospace companies have been involved in private retrievals. And under the Senate Intelligence Committee proposed legislation, I don't think there would be an obligation on those private aerospace companies to reveal what they have. Another loophole in this legislation that's a worry to me is that if a private aerospace company is in possession of technology that was recovered with government assistance or with, you know, passed on to them by government, say 50, 60, 70 years ago, if they divest themselves of that technology, then they're not required, under my reading of this bill, to report it to the Congress or to the Arrow.
What do you mean if they divest themselves of the technology?
Okay, well, I understand at the moment, I'll tell you, my understanding, this is how much I know. I am told that right at this very moment, there is a major private aerospace company that is trying to divest itself of a craft. It has approached another company expressing interest in selling that technology to them. And the reason why? I suspect it's because they've known this legislation is coming. That's what's going on here. You know, you have private aerospace companies that are actively involved in trying to subvert the intention of Congress. Now, roll your eyes, I don't care. The simple fact is there are people who are telling me this from within the legacy program who are very concerned that there is an active attempt underway to hide technology from the Congress. And there's another issue here. Another issue is if a private aerospace company has been involved in a retrieval, as I understand they have been, by law, it's their property. Sure, they may have to reveal it to the Congress, but by law, there's a very, very good argument that they are under no obligation to reveal, to hand over that technology or to give the knowledge to the government. And that's because there's actually a law called the Law of Ownership and Control of Meteorites. And essentially, there are provisions in international law that mean that it's not just meteorites. Essentially, if you come into possession of something and you've spent the money on recovering it yourself, it's an incentive for people to develop the technology that might arise from that recovery, that they enjoy the private ownership of that material. So one of the issues that we have behind all of this is, let's assume, hypothetically, that there are private aerospace companies that have been sitting on technology for 50, 60, 70 years. In the first category, let's say Roswell happened in 1947, and let's say around about 1950 or so, or perhaps in the 1970s, the Roswell craft was passed on to a private aerospace company. What happens then if they've had possession of that object for 50, 60 years? Does the US government really have a claim on that technology? In law, there's a question mark. And what if, as I noticed somebody was recently asserting just in the last 24 hours on Twitter, what if, say, technology from recoveries in the US has been moved extraterritorially into Canada? Oh, gee, that's interesting. What if Canada was secretly in possession of retrieved technology that is owned by a US aerospace company and being worked on by, say, Canadian government scientists in collaboration with US scientists? What's the law on that? Does the US Congress have extraterritorial control over that technology? Interesting question. And then separately from that, another a loophole that you could drive a truck through here is, what if those private aerospace companies have recovered that technology using private military contractors, as I understand it has very much been the case in the last few years? What if it's been entirely recovered by those private aerospace companies, perhaps in collaboration with the US government, but they've spent all the money and all the resources on doing that? Shouldn't they ought properly to have the rights to that technology? I mean, imagine hypothetically if it is true. Just imagine if it is true that, say, Lockheed Martin, let's say Lockheed Martin has a spacecraft. Let's say they've got a perfectly operating flying saucer from, say, Kingman, Texas, sitting on blocks somewhere in a cave, sitting in a private facility somewhere. Why do they have to give that technology knowledge to the Congress? And why should they? They're a private aerospace company. They've got every reason to want to develop an advantage over their corporate rivals.
Even if that company was dealing with the government?
Well, that's the issue. The issue is, I've spoken to people at a very high level in Silicon Valley who have resources and money, who are very angry that they believe technology was vested into private aerospace companies 50, 60 years ago when they didn't exist. And they're now aware of this. And what they're not angry about is that the public don't know about it. What they're angry about is that they've not been cut into it. That's what's going on here. And it may all sound like a wacky conspiracy theory, but let's see it investigated. Grush has made these claims. He has risked his career. He's risked his security classification to come forward and give evidence. And he's done it by the book.
He still has those security classifications?
He does.
Okay. Can I summarize the Grush story and see if I have it correct?
Sure.
So Grush is a senior official. He was a senior official, has or had plenty of access to different secret parts of the government, secret activities. I'm trying to make this simple for myself and the audience as well. He's like, okay, I'm seeing something here that has to do with non-human intelligence. I'm hearing it through the grapevine. I perhaps have seen
No, it's more than through the grapevine. He's spoken directly with people in the legacy program, or people who at least purport to have had direct knowledge and contact with non-human technology.
Okay, then he's like, people, namely the public, should know about this. Okay, how do I go about doing this? Because I don't want to go to jail, so I'm going to go to a part of the government. There's a part of the government called DOPSR, so
Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review. It's when somebody's got a security clearance, they need to get authorization to speak publicly about whatever it is they want to speak about. They write down in a proposal what they want to say, and then DOPSR approves it. And that's exactly what he's done here. He's gone to DOPSR, the Defense Office Pre-Publication Security Review Office, and they have approved him revealing what he's revealed.
Okay, so then he tells them, here's what I want to tell the public. And then they say yes or no, but the parts they say yes to.
Sure, and just to be clear, Kurt, the fact that DOPSR gives that approval is not an endorsement that what he is saying is necessarily true. All it is merely an endorsement that what he is saying is not breaching national security, because that's their role. Their role is to make sure that the statements that he makes don't breach his security classification.
Okay, so they're not saying that it's true. They're just saying that what you're saying is not classified. Okay, so then he goes on with you, and this huge news story breaks, and he says that there are non-human intelligences or non-human crafts and bodies. So what I was thinking is there's this no-win scenario here, because if he says extraordinary claims, then we can just say, yeah, but the government said that that's not classified. If that was going on, that would be classified. They would say, please don't talk about that. Well, that's what's going through my head and plenty of others. So how do you think about that?
Okay, I mean, I think he had to get DOPSR approval in order to do the interview that he did with myself and that he did with Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal. And he did that. And as I've emphasized, that approval in and of itself doesn't mean it's a warranty by the Defense Department that what he's saying is true. But if the Defense Department had not wanted him to do the interview, then they would have had to have cited the laws that he was breaching by revealing what he knows. And then, as he's explained it to me, to be forced to, he would have taken them on in court and challenged them on that. And he was ready to do that. Because if, as he asserts, there is illegal and possibly criminal withholding of evidence from the Congress, that legal challenge would have given him the right to present evidence that would then have validated his claims publicly in a way that would have been incontrovertible for the Defense Department. So the only choice that they had when presented with the DOPSR allegation, the DOPSR application, was to give him the approval, because they couldn't risk, if he's telling the truth, they couldn't risk the damage that would be caused, if they're trying to cover this up, of this being forced out into the open in an open hearing in a court. Because there are lawyers who are prepared to take this to the highest courts in the land. There are people in companies in America who are angry that they have been cut out of the vesting of technology that allegedly occurred 50, 60 years ago. And there is bitterness that a small cadre of private aerospace companies in the military intelligence community, with a long association with the US government, have been given alleged access to this technology in a way that other companies haven't. Not least because those companies feel they have a better job, a better capacity of developing the technologies than the private aerospace companies that have been trying to do it for 50 or 60 years. That's what's behind all of this. It's not really a public campaign. What's driving the moves in Congress is that privately there are companies that are bitterly angry that they have been cut out of the loop. It's part of American capitalism, free enterprise, good old free enterprise, that companies should be able to compete for contracts with, to help the American government do what it does well. If it's true that there are companies that have been given access to non-human alien technology and that they've had that technology now for 60, 70, 80 years, if that's true, and that's what Mr. Grush is alleging, if that's true, then there are other companies in America that have every right to feel resentful and bitter that they've been cut out of the deal. It might explain the reason for some of the dominant companies in defence aerospace today. This is what's at stake here. And so what's going on behind the scenes is, yes, there is a formidable military and intelligence lobby trying to shut this whole Grush stuff down, trying to stop the Senate Intelligence Committee from holding public hearings. And it's the Senate Intelligence Committee, by the way, that has the security clearances that would allow it to hear the evidence that Mr. Grush has got. But what's going on behind the scenes is, quietly and behind the scenes, there are other people who are not part of that defence aerospace loop, who are bitterly angry, and they are lobbying their congressmen as well. And they're saying, if this is true, and I think it is, because I've had conversations with some of these people, if this is true, this is outrageous. This is an abrogation of the good qualities of American capitalism and free enterprise. Why should these private aerospace companies be given a free run? Hence, this groundbreaking legislation, which for once and for all is going to force the truth to come to the open. If it's true that there is non-human technology of non-Earth origin held by private aerospace companies somewhere in the world, under this law that's proposed, they will now be forced to reveal it. That's why this matters. But as a separate issue, I don't know necessarily that the public is going to get told this. I think that there is quite a strong opinion inside the Congress, even amongst some of the people pushing for disclosure, that if we can get away with revealing this to the Congress privately in oversight committees inside secure compartmented information or secret, compartmented information facilities or whatever the word is for a skiff, it might be the better way to do it. I don't think there is a push or a strong feeling in the Congress politically that it's a good idea for America to know, if it's true, that there are non-human intelligences engaging with this planet. I don't think that there is a strong political impetus for the politicians to feel that it's time for the existence of the retention of non-human technology to be brought to public attention. But I do feel, and this is what people need to understand, there is an imperative inside the Congress now for the truth to be brought to the attention of those oversight committees. And it's what those oversight committees decide to do with that information that will be absolutely fundamental. I mean, no disrespect to, I think, Mark Warner, who's the chairman of the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, but he's, I think, based in Virginia. I mean, who are his constituency in Virginia? The military and intelligence community. What does the military and intelligence community likely want done about some revelations of retained, highly advanced technology? Well, if I was them, if I was the CIA, the NSA, the DIA, I'd want it kept confidential so that we can develop it for our own advantage and try and develop a superiority over the Russians or the Chinese. That's not hard. I wouldn't want it made public, and I'd be lobbying the chairman of the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence to keep it confidential. But I think that what's slowly happening is people misunderstand, and I think there's a large amount of the social media commentary at the moment on UAPs who think that what we're heading towards is some mass disclosure event. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I think that what is probably going to be happening is that a very controlled disclosure behind the scenes in secure facilities inside the Congress, where for the first time congressional committees are actually brought up to speed with what's really going on. And I think they will learn that, yes, there is retrieved non-human technology and that there is a secret reverse engineering program going on in which your country, Canada, is involved intimately. And if people dug into that, they'd find a whole lot more if they only bothered to ask. Don't you find it, by the way, extraordinary, Kurt, absolutely extraordinary, that this Larry Maguire letter can leak? Jeremy Corbell and Nat leak this letter. I've known about this letter for some time. And in fact, it was posted back in May by another source on Twitter, and it was completely ignored by people. Daniel Otis, a very respectable journalist from Canada, has noted that this document was actually up online as early as May. But it actually says, Larry Maguire alleges to the Minister of National Defence in Canada, quote, "You may not be aware, Defence Research and Development Canada, DRDC, that's Canada's equivalent, if you like, of DARPA, the Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency, has participated in efforts to analyse UAP, which is publicly traceable to circa 1950. This recovered foreign material is studied through the Five Eyes Foreign Material Program, the FMP, which in Canada is sponsored by the Canadian Forces Intelligence Command, aligned with several intelligence sharing arrangements and treaties." Now, Maguire, who's not a senior member of Parliament, but he's obviously spoken, and I know he has. He's spoken to people inside that program. I know he's spoken to scientists and people with a direct knowledge of that retrieval program. But what's now happening is the spin is starting. People are now coming back and saying, oh, the only thing he knows is stuff that Grant Cameron's told him from public sources. That's not true. And Mr. Maguire needs to be pushed. And a good journalist in Canada needs to get on the phone to Mr. Maguire or stick a TV camera in front of him and say to him, "Sir, what are you alleging? When you told your defence minister that DRDC has been working in efforts to analyse UAP, what is your knowledge based on? Is it just based on what you've read in somebody else's book? Or is it based on direct conversations with sources?" And I think he will tell you the latter.
Larry Maguire, if you're watching, I would love to have you on if you're willing to answer questions like this.
Now, what worries me is that we're not seeing the follow-up from media. I'm trained as an investigative journalist to ask questions like that because I've learned to read between the lines in what Arrow says. So when Susan Goff, the Pentagon PR woman, stands up and says that Arrow has found no credible evidence of ET, that sounds like a Pentagon denial. But it's not, because she's speaking for Arrow, which is not a body in the Pentagon that has the clearances to even ask the questions that need to be asked. And so we've got this ridiculous containment going on of information where a glib, accepting, credulous media in the mainstream media is allowing a continued peddling of falsehood. And people like myself who are engaging directly with people in the program, who are watching to see what happens and weighing whether to come forward, I'm getting increasingly pessimistic because whilst legislation like this bill is important, you could drive a truck through the loopholes in it. And as I've pointed out, a clever lawyer for a big defence aerospace company could go, look, all we need to do is develop a front company, divest it into that front company, and we no longer have physical possession of that information. So let's just do that. I mean, there is any number of ways they can evade accountability to the Congress. What is needed, and what I suspect is not going to happen, is the kind of proactive investigation that David Grush did. Because this is the issue. In the comments that were made by Susan Goff, the Pentagon PR woman, she said there is no restriction to Arrow, the Pentagon's UFO investigation office, receiving, that's the important point, receiving any past or present UAP-related information, regardless of the affiliation of the original classification authority within DoD or the intelligence community. And receiving is the pertinent word because Arrow is set up to receive information that witnesses decide to come forward with to Arrow under the incentive provisions laid out in the National Defence Authorisation Act. And I can tell you, because I'm talking to some of them, those witnesses are sitting there looking at Arrow and they do not think that Arrow is an objective player. They think that there is spin coming from the Pentagon, that it's being disingenuous with what it's saying, and they do not trust Arrow or its heads. People like Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, however well motivated he may be, the perception is that Arrow is not a fair player. Which is why David Grush went directly to Congress, by the way. Because before the National Defence Authorisation Act legislation was brought in late December last year, he'd already given his evidence to the oversight committees in the Congress. I suspect he would now be required to go to Arrow first under the new legislation, and he probably wouldn't do that because he doesn't trust them, because he's seen how they operate. And the point is that when I drew your attention then to the fact that Susan Goff's comment was restricted to Arrow receiving any past or present UAP-related information, her whole response is predicated on the assumption that people are going to come forward. What David Grush did was proactively go out and do his job as a UAP task force investigator, and he investigated. And that's what wrong-footed the Pentagon. Because there are, I'm sorry, it's a terrible thing to have to say, but there are people in your military and intelligence community in America who are actively involved in a cover-up, and I include Canada in that as well. There are people in both governments that do not want the story of crash retrievals and reverse engineering programs to come out. And I think a large part of that is because they're worried about the consequences for them and their careers if it's revealed that they've been actively subverting accountability to Congress. And so what David Grush did was, rather than wait for witnesses to come forward to Arrow, as came through in the NDAA legislation, at the time he was working on the UAP task force, he was tasked to go out and proactively investigate. And that's what he did. He went out and he proactively investigated. He talked to some of his friends who had similar security clearances to his. And as he told me in the interview, to his shock and amazement, he discovered that some of them knew about the program, the legacy program. And contemporaneously with Mr. Grush, the reason he and I crossed paths is because, even though neither of us have confirmed this to the other because we don't want to betray sources, we suspect that at different times we were talking to some of the same people inside the program.
Interesting.
And so I was told about the existence of this guy, David Grush, who was doing this great work, doing this proactive investigation, and how he was the victim of reprisals.
Reprisals?
I can't go into a lot of detail, but they formed the basis of his complaint to the Inspector General, both of the Defence Department and the intelligence community. But I think it's for Mr. Grush to give evidence under oath in the Congress and in the public hearing that might be happening, where he can describe what's been happening. I'm waiting for him to have the right to explain to the public what's been going on. But frankly, I know from other witnesses what's been going on is quite despicable. I've spoken to other witnesses who tell me that they've been threatened, that they've been told their or their families could be killed if they spoke publicly or came forward with the evidence that they have. There is a very active attempt to try to subvert the Congress's intentions in forcing this to be made knowledge to the public, or at least to the Congress's attention. I mean, what people need to understand, Kurt, is the Congress already knows. There are members, particularly of the Gang of Eight.
Not all of the Congress, some members of the Congress?
Some members of the Congress. No. Some members of the Congress. Only a very few select members of the Congress have the clearances that are sufficient to allow them to even hear this information. Sometimes when David Grush was giving evidence, I've heard from people who were in the room, certain people had to leave the room because they didn't have a sufficiently high clearance to hear what he was revealing.
That's in this oversight committee that you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you happen to know if that split politically is even of those who have access or those who are in the know? Or is it more Democrats than conservatives or vice versa?
It's interesting, actually. I'd say there's a bipartisan view at the moment that this is something that ought properly to be brought to the attention of the Congress. I wouldn't say that there's a bipartisan view at the moment that this ought to be made public. And I think people are missing this point. The motivation of good men like Christopher Mellon, Lou Elizondo, and the people who've done the right thing in trying to bring this attention to the Congress is a large part of their motivation is to make sure that proper accountability controls are put in place, and that if there have been breaches of the law or crimes committed.
This stream is made possible by viewers like you. yeah, we got more water. It's about to get weird, folks. Strap in. Also, fuck Highfry. Hey folks, that was a nice little water break. I'm going to continue on this podcast.
That those crimes and breaches of the law are investigated and that any people responsible are properly dealt with according to law. But whether it's decided in the interests of national security that this be brought to public attention is another question entirely. Now, we know, I think it's a reasonable assumption that back in 2016, at the time of the Clinton-Trump election campaign, it's very, very clear now that there was an effort inside the Pentagon to address the fact that Hillary Clinton was going to be clearly a disclosure president. She and her husband, Bill, know something, clearly. And they were clearly, according to the leaked WikiLeaks emails of the John Podesta emails, Podesta, as the, I think he was campaign chairman for Hillary Clinton, was deeply involved in negotiations with two senior former Pentagon generals in discussing disclosure, UAP disclosure. And clearly this was being driven, I suspect, out of a realization that with a president that was determined to push for disclosure, there was going to have to be some candor from the defense and intelligence establishment. What's happened since is in the intervening how many years is it? 5 years? In the intervening 5 years, there's been, I think, a strong pushback from the intelligence and defense community. They're really angry and nervous about the fact that this might be revealed. Because there is. I mean, I'm very confident there is a crash retrieval program underway where there is attempted reverse engineering on craft. My source, Nat Kutlitz, the former Director of Science, Technology and Development for the US Navy, told me that, and I put that in my book. And he went on to introduce me to people in the Legacy program who confirmed the veracity of what he said. Now, the simple fact is that I don't think there's the political will at the moment for this to be made public. I don't think you're going to see what a lot of people in ufology dream of, which is the president standing up at a lectern and saying, ladies and gentlemen, we are not alone. I don't think the world is ready for that at the moment, or at least that's the view of the Pentagon and the intelligence community. And I think it frankly suits strategic objectives of the United States to maintain national security dominance, that it keeps the fact of recovered technology confidential. And I do think there's a strong likelihood, if not probability, that this will all be put back in a box, that there will be quietly changes made at a very high level in Congress to ensure that the Gang of Eight, at least, is briefed properly about this. The Gang of Eight is a group of, I think it's 9 very senior members of Congress who are selected because of their seniority to be briefed into the most sensitive secrets in the US government. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if a decision was made that, yes, we admit the existence of this program to that committee and we keep it all off the books for now, because this is extraordinarily sensitive.
That Gang of Eight is known, like it's known who they are?
Yeah. I beg your pardon, sorry.
The Gang of Eight is known, like their names are
No, it's known. It's referred to, sorry, it's Gang of Eight, not Gang of Nine. It's well known as the primary oversight body on intelligence issues inside the Congress, and it's cleared to supposedly hear the most intimate secrets of all inside the US military and intelligence establishment. And what's been happening, allegedly, is that they have not been briefed into what you and I are discussing. Individuals on the Gang of Eight, I suspect, know now some of what we're talking about. But I think that what's happened is there was a divesting of this technology as early as the 1950s and more latterly in the 1970s under Nixon. And because it's been held for 50 or 60 years in private aerospace, it's been very ambiguous whether there is even an obligation to disclose the Congress knowledge of this. And I think it's suited everybody to keep it quiet, to keep it in private aerospace. But as people like Dr. Eric Davis have said publicly, I think he said this to Alejandro Rojas on a podcast a few years ago, he said that in 1989, the reverse engineering program was actually shut down for a while, basically because it wasn't getting anywhere, that it was suffering from lack of funding. And that's tragic. And this is one of the reasons why there is a frustration from inside that legacy program, that it's time the Congress knew, and frankly, they think the public should know. Because, you know, if these technologies are real, just for a moment, abandon all disbelief and go, if these technologies are real, if it is true that there are craft that can do what Elizondo has referred to as the 5 observables, you know, positive lift, propulsion systems, you know, instantaneous velocity, incredible, you know, speeds, even superluminal speeds, transmedium travel and stealth mode. If those technologies exist, it means that someone, somewhere, has developed technologies that are far beyond known human technology. And the interesting thing is, we are, I suspect, at that point at the moment where even the head of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, has admitted that there are anomalous metallic spheres witnessed by military and other observers around the planet for some time now that are doing anomalous things, and witnesses describe them as apparently moving under intelligent control. Something is allowing these objects that do not have any visible propulsion system to do things that we cannot explain. It suggests that there is technology there, energy systems there, technological secrets that are awe-inspiring. And for example, I mean, one of the great crises that our planet faces at the moment is the risk of global warming, the climate change. Imagine if overnight that energy system behind this technology could be used and derived to assist humanity to a clean source of energy. If that exists, and it does appear that it does exist. Otherwise, what's propelling these objects that even the Arrow admits are real? This is the thing that I find there's a logical dissonance. There's a dissonance between what we now know publicly, which is, yes, UAPs are real. Yes, we are seeing anomalous objects that we cannot explain, that appear to be displaying the 5 observables. Yes, this is real. By implication, they are using a technology we do not understand. They must have enormous capacities for extracting energy in a way that we do not understand. And they obviously have propulsion systems that are not emitting heat or displaying a propeller or a propulsion system that we're familiar with. By any definition, the fact that we've admitted that such a phenomenon is real is mind-boggling, because it means someone out there is capable of doing this. And what I find perplexing is the utter lack of curiosity. You know, at what stage does, because I'm hearing even from within NASA and even inside the US government, I'm hearing from people who work for organizations that take an avowedly skeptical view, organizations like NASA, for example, that take an avowedly skeptical view on all of this phenomenon. And privately, they're admitting to me, yeah, this is real. You know, it's baffling to us as well. And they are as intrigued as I am by the fact that there is this dissonance between what we know. I mean, look at the facts, make your own judgment. We are looking at objects that are displaying the capabilities of the so-called 5 observables,
right,
including capacities to draw extraordinary amounts of energy and propulsion systems without any visible means of propulsion. No heat. I mean, how on earth does an object like a metallic ball stay aloft without rocket propulsion or propellers? How is it doing that? Perhaps one explanation is that it's developed some form of anti-gravitic propulsion. Now, if such a technology exists, and frankly, prima facie, it appears to, on the US government's own admission, these objects are anomalous, they can't explain them. If these objects exist as they appear to, someone is sitting on that technology. At what point does the world develop sufficient curiosity to compel those who know about it to come forward and admit what they know? And that's all Mr. Grush is asking. He's never expected that people would believe him just on what he said to me in the interview or in his interview with Leslie Kane and Ralph Blumenthal. What he's pleaded for as a loyal, patriotic American citizen who's played it completely by the book. He's done the DOPSA, he's sought permission to speak, he's obtained it. He's kept within his security oath and made sure he doesn't transgress that security oath in revealing what he reveals to me or to Leslie and to Ralph. But what he's said is, I am a credible former senior intelligence officer. Call my bluff. If I'm lying, I go to jail. I accept that because I will have perjured myself, not only before the Congress, but also before the Inspectors General of Defense and Intelligence Community. Think about that. Why would a man of such high credibility and repute come forward publicly and put himself at such risk if he's lying? All he wants is for his claims to be tested and investigated. What are people frightened of? If it's not true, let's deal with it really quickly. And if it's not true, then, frankly, articles like this nonsense article that appeared in the Australian newspaper just yesterday can be got rid of. It's the default media ridicule mode, where what they do is they essentially go, oh, it can't possibly be true, therefore it isn't. That's been the default mode for decades. And what people don't realise is that it's part of Grush's allegations that they've been deliberately disinformed by the Pentagon and by the intelligence community.
No!
That there's been an active disinformation, that frankly our media and our movies, our TV shows have been manipulated. Literally, you've had people from the intelligence and military coming in and actually controlling and dictating by regulating access to military resources how movies are told.
Explain about that, please.
Oh, sure. For example, my co-host of my podcast, Need to Know, Bryce Zabel. Bryce is an illustrious Hollywood screenwriter and producer, and he made a TV series that was very much the precursor to X-Files called Dark Skies. And in Dark Skies, it tells the story of alien beings secretly operating at the time of JFK, infiltrating the US government. And it's essentially a science fiction story.
Yeah.
And he postulates that JFK was murdered because of his attempts to bring this out into the open, the fact of a secret alien presence on planet Earth. Now, that's fiction.
Anubis.
And in one of the sequences, the aliens possess humans by quite frighteningly emitting a ganglion from their mouth and literally putting it inside a human being and taking them over. And it's quite frightening and terrifying. And it's one of the graphic video images that you see on Dark Skies. Bryce had a lot of fun telling it. But the way he tells it, he and his co-producer colleague were approached by the Department of Navy Intelligence. And in secret, they were approached and offered the opportunity to tell the story accurately about how aliens really do possess people. Now, they can't verify the truth of what these guys were telling them, but what both he and Brett, his colleague, attested to is that they were actually approached by a military agency and offered the opportunity to collaborate on getting the information in their fictional series as accurate as possible. And apparently that's been happening in Hollywood for years. There have been collaborations between the Pentagon, the Defense Department, the intelligence community, and movie makers.
Sorry, do you put accurate as possible in quotations because you feel like they're going to feed them disinformation at this point?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know the truth of it. I mean, I don't know if aliens do have such capacities, if aliens exist. But isn't it intriguing? Why would a military intelligence agency be wanting to actively involve itself in controlling the output of a fictional TV show to influence the public about a non-human intelligence, aliens? That's been happening in Hollywood for years. And since Bryce and I spoke about that on our Need to Know podcast, which people, by the way, can access at www.needtoknow.today.
The link will be on screen right now as well as in the description.
Sure. But, since we spoke about that, I've heard from other people who've told me about how there's been active attempts by US military and intelligence to essentially influence how movies are told when it comes to talking about non-human intelligence for decades. Why are they doing that? What's the role of the military or the intelligence community in influencing fictional stories in Hollywood? Why would they feel the necessity to do that? I'm just asking that question. But again, it's the lack of curiosity by media, because a lot of this has been dismissed as tinfoil hat nonsense and conspiracy theories. It's not. It really isn't. I mean, I know for a fact, I've spoken directly with producers and filmmakers who've had these approaches, and there are whole books written about the way out. I think it's one called, I think it's called Silver Saucers. I recommend it. It's a great read. It talks about how Hollywood has routinely been meddled with by the military and intelligence community on the issue of UAPs.
Is there a correlation between any of the characteristics of these UAPs, UFOs, and some other characteristic? For example, let's say that the tic-tac-shaped ones are more violent, or the pyramidal-shaped ones are faster. Is there a classification of them, and do they have some other characteristic associated with them?
So the characterizations that we have seen to date really is a result of size, believe it or not. So, and this is by no means comprehensive, but what we tend to see are the smaller vehicles tend to be think of a sports car, or your saucer-shaped vehicles. Whereas the larger vehicles, let's say a school bus size, is that of a cylindrical object, or roughly that of a tic-tac, or even sometimes described as a telephone pole. And then in shape, so cylindrical. And then the tend to be the large ones, really large ones, tend to be not always, but almost exclusively either triangular shape or boomerang shape. Now there are some anecdotal, if you will, reports of large saucers as well, and some shapes looking like a dumbbell. But the three primary categories tend to be that we saw in HeadshotH4rry: disc shape, and then you have the longer cylindrical shape, and then finally a large triangular shape vehicle. The triangle vehicles are often described as flying very close to the ground and very quiet, silent, and seem to kind of lumber, if you will, from place to place, very slow, almost like you would imagine a large dirigible, perhaps, just kind of floating there silently. The apex of those triangles are often described with lights of some sort, or emitting some sort of radiation in the visible light spectrum, which to a lot of the if you will, people who reported this information, to include first responders, will often see the lights changing color, and maybe a result of some sort of Doppler shift that's occurring, red-blue Doppler shift. But that's in essence the three primary shapes that we have had reported.
And are these shapes associated with any other characteristics? For example, violence or non-violence or the shutting down of nuclear missiles?
Yeah, Kurt, that's a great question. So there's a difference between when we say something's a potential threat and hostile intent. And I think people have confused the term potential threat. When we say potential threat, as a physicist, there's a lot of things in nature that are potential threats but don't mean to harm you, right?
What up,
for example, I've often said
What up, lunatic?
I go to an airport and I get on a 737, there's no real threat there. But if I were to jump off and run along the runway, the tarmac, and I happen to get too close to one of these jet engines as it's going down the runway, chances are there's going to be some sort of biological consequence. There's an environment.
You sound like an AI trying to talk like a Gen Z or what's something like that. You sound like a bot.
Environmental threat. I'm probably going to lose some hearing. I'm probably going to get burned by the jet exhaust. It's not necessarily an intended consequence of the jet engine to harm me. And so anytime you're dealing with physics, and I think this topic of UAP certainly nests well within the realm of physics, there's always potential threat. And that's just the way it works. If you ever go to the CERN, the Large Hadron Collider,
Who is this? Is this Cause?
You're talking about a massive machine, the world's largest machine ever built, and it's hurtling some of the smallest particles around nearly the speed of light. And if you look at the shielding that is around the accelerator, it's massive. You would think for something so tiny and infinitesimally small, why do you need such a big machine? Well, it turns out that there's potential consequences when you're taking a particle of matter and you're accelerating it to the speed of light, almost the speed of light. Correction. I think we need to be careful when we go down that rabbit hole and say something is threat versus hostile intent. You said, is there any signs that these things are displaying some sort of overt hostility towards us or violence? I think you said. We in ATIP didn't see any overt signs of, as you say, violence. But there are individuals who have reported that they've had contact, and whatever that contact is, it's not always been pleasant, according to some of the eyewitnesses. Now, the question is, have those eyewitnesses really had a close and personal interaction with this, or is it some sort of psychological manifestation that is occurring? We simply don't know. For that reason, we were very careful not to stipulate any type of intent behind these things, and the only two things we really focused on in ATIP was what is it and how does it work. We were nowhere near getting to the point where we understood its intentions or who was behind the wheel or the origins of these things. It was simply just, as you can appreciate, a scientific approach. What is it and how does it work? And if we could answer those questions, maybe we'd have a better chance of answering some of the other ones.
So here's what I'm saying, to give you my basic theory of what I think is happening. I do think that there is reason to speculate, to think that there's been a long-standing observation of us. I think that there's enough of the ancient sightings, when I read them, they pass the smell test. I guess I'll just say that. I can't know for sure. I wasn't around back then, and there was no MUFON to interview the witnesses and to get all the details of the case. But some of them smell right. They look good to me, and it makes sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me. Here's the thing: any observing intelligence is going to know that once Homo sapiens developed complex language, let's say 50, 60,000 years ago, 70,000 years ago, roughly is when anthropologists believe that we had the beginnings of complex grammar where we could have complicated conversations about things. Gave us a tremendous advantage. It allowed us to share information in a sophisticated way with other people. It gave us power as a community.
You doing all right over there, lunatic? You doing all right?
You're not just one person with a good idea. You can share it with your whole group of 25 people. And now you can act together in concert. That's powerful. So I firmly believe that any observing intelligence, if there was one, I think there probably was, once they saw 50,000 years, that's how many generations was that? That's 2,000 generations. Not that long. If you're looking at a longitudinal study, like 2,000 generations of mice is not that long, right? So 2,000 generations of human beings, that's 50,000 years, basically. I now believe that a very intelligent, perceptive civilization could easily predict that those people, now that they've got the key is creating a system of abstract thought, the ability to share that information in a sophisticated way, to share information. That is something that takes its own logic. It has its own logic. You could be a primate, you could be an insect, you could be a dinosaur, you could be a bird. Once you learn the secret of complex grammar and logical communication like that, that is literally the key to the kingdom. And from there, it's only a matter of time before you discover complex science and mathematics and things like that. That leads directly from language. This is my opinion. I can't I publish any papers on this, but I feel very strongly that this is correct. So that it's all predictable. It could have been predictable maybe from when we discovered the use of controlled fire. Who knows? But certainly with language, language is a major milestone. So it's all been predictable. But the fact is, an intelligent civilization would know that, ancient, archaic humans were in no position to even begin to understand where these other beings were coming from. Obviously, there'd be nothing that they could really give us except let us develop the way we have developed. This is what I think. And so we've been subject to a kind of a low-level monitoring process probably for a long time, until the last couple of centuries when it's clearly bumped up. And I can say this because I've studied the history of UFO sightings probably about as well as anyone that I know. So I've studied all the ancient sightings, and I have read thousands and thousands and thousands of UFO sightings through the 19th and 20th and 21st centuries. So now part of it is that we have a much better ability to record them, and that has absolutely helped to amplify the quantity of reports. But the fact is, I am convinced that if we'd had anywhere near the density of sightings that we're having today, 200, 300 years ago, we would have known. I think people would have noticed. And yet no one was really talking about it. Those are smart people. 300 years ago, they were highly intelligent. There was no mystery of people talking about what are these objects in the sky.
So there is, in fact, something different about the last 200 years?
Yes, absolutely. Something very dramatically different in terms of the quantity and quality of sightings. There is no question. The quality, the specificity, and the detail. Like, I don't know of a single archaic ancient sighting that clearly and unequivocally describes a metallic mechanical craft that I would say confidently is technological. It's possible, but you don't really get those descriptions. There's a few that could potentially go that way, so I don't rule it out. But in terms of quantity, you start getting a lot of them starting in the 19th century, and then, of course, really picking up in the 20th century, and especially with the Second World War. It just goes through the roof with the Second World War. And that makes perfect sense logically. You put yourself in the position of these other beings. They're watching us. It's only a matter of a few generations where we were, for thousands of years, we'd been a society of horses pulling wooden carts. And then suddenly we get electricity, we get airplanes, we get radios, we get televisions, we get guided missiles. We then develop computers. We're now splitting the atom by the 1940s. Like, that's fast. That's super fast. Because the people who were involved in splitting the atom in the 1940s, their grandparents were living in covered wagons. Okay, so it's really fast.
So it's it's the development of nuclear bombs?
Well,
Or like
part
what
of
is it specifically?
That's part of it. It's also the development of radar. It's the development of computing technology. You know, Alan Turing's just as much a part of this as Robert Oppenheimer. It's computers. I think people in the 50s were too overwhelmed with the nuclear reality to realize there's other technological reasons also that these ETs would be watching us, not just.
What specifically about these technologies is it? So in the nuclear case, it could be said that it would destroy the world. So is it always about self-destruction?
No. Yes and no. The nuclear part of it is important because we do have the ability to destroy every single bit of life on this planet with a nuclear holocaust. That's a terrifying reality, and that has to be of interest. But no, just more generally, the technological transformation that we have gone through during the 20th century, and that continues, all was totally predictable, in my opinion. They knew this. They knew this long before we knew this, that this was going to happen, that we were going to transform into a highly technological.
What up, Saul? Better call Saul Lopez.
Society.
What up,
once
Doc?
we discovered a few principles. And that's what happened in the 20th century. Now, we may have gotten a boost.
We getting weird, baby.
Maybe, as some have argued, the transistor, which was patented in 1947, came as a result of prior acquired tech. Is it possible? I don't rule it out. I'm not talking about Roswell, but maybe Cape Girardeau from 1941. Maybe, but be that as it may, our trajectory was totally predictable. And so what that means is that they knew we were about to jump into their world anytime. Once we developed a certain, because this is not a normal incremental progression. This is a leap. This is a new paradigm. We're not just incrementally progressing here. You know, take a few steps back and compare our world to that of, you know, the Wild West of the 1880s. It's not even remotely similar. It's only a few generations. So we're in a fundamentally different reality in which we're now looking at transhumanism, genetic manipulation, you know, CRISPR tech, nanotech, strong AI, quantum computing. I mean, the sophistication of our data management, digital data management, is, we take this for granted, but it's off the charts. So all of that has made qualitative changes in human society that I believe were totally predictable by an intelligent extraterrestrial civilization that's gone through the process. So what I'm saying is we are under intense observation right now for this reason. And now let's get into what else is going on. Would any visiting intelligence, and I believe that there are probably multiple ones, by the way, as part of what I believe, would they be interested in monitoring or guiding, as they might look at it, or we might look at it, managing or controlling our transition process? Because this is what it is. It's a transition. We're basically going from natural human to artificial human. And that, by the way, terrifies me personally. But who cares what I think? Doesn't matter what I think. It's happening. We've already been creating an artificial environment for many, many, many generations. You know, we live in artificial homes and houses. We don't live under the skies. We like to control our environment. So we've had some practice at this, but we're now going to a point where we're going into virtual reality, augmented reality. Like, what is even going to be real? A society of total digital surveillance and monitoring and control, essentially a totalitarian system in which there's not going to be any privacy forever. How is that going to change human psychology? Probably quite dramatically. We're going through just a fundamental transformation that, again, I would also say was probably predictable. Probably. I hate to say that because it makes it sound inevitable, but you know, that's what I think. So they know this. And do they have an interest in managing that process? I'm sure some of them would.
And this is a classic story. It's a story that, you know, if we could interview J. Allen Hynek or Edward Ruppelt, you know, back in the day, they'd tell the same story. he came in thinking, I'm going to debunk this thing, and it's going to be space trash and airplanes and BS. I'm going to figure this out in 2 months. And not only were there cases in the sky that sort of baffled him, where he like, okay, some of this stuff is not prosaic, what I know of as terrestrial technology.
Yes.
But then he started to bump into reverse engineering programs where people who he had even intersected with, because he had a 14-year career in Intel, were taking him behind closed doors and being like, look, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have some interesting programs where we have material. We've been working on reverse engineering this stuff. The material has isotope ratios not naturally forming on Earth. They're heavy elements, so it's hard to recreate them in a centrifuge. A lot of sort of strange stuff. And initially, I think Grush was like, maybe this is bullshit, but he got a lot of other high-ranking senior Intel people to like back channel with those people and like see if they would lie to them, and they didn't get lied to. I think, some of the people he spoke to had a counter Intel background, but he found people who were more kind of the just pure hapless engineering type. And he's a pretty strong first principles thinker, and he basically came to the conclusion, wow, I think this is real, and that's when he sort of started to make moves inside the government that wasn't super effective, and that's when he was like, I'm going to leave and try to make noise from the outside, and did the News Nation thing and the debrief thing and all that.
Sorry, you have to make noise inside the government? What does that mean?
Basically, I don't know how much I can say, but I think he basically tried to tell like his superiors, like at his agency, the NJIA, look, this is what's going on. Look, you tasked me with this. This is my job, right? I'm supposed to, I'm supposed to find out whether UFOs are possibly classifiable or real, or what's going on here. And I found all these programs. Like, what's up? Like, you should have oversight over this. And nothing really happened. And this is, I don't know if you believe or have heard of the Wilson memo, but there's a guy named Thomas Wilson who was, head of J2, Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is supposed to have kind of supervision. Like, in his purview is all military technology, as exotic as it gets. That should fall under his jurisdiction. And he has a meeting with Eric Davis that I think gets actually kind of discovered at the Edgar Mitchell estate after Edgar Mitchell dies. And it's the same story, right? Where Thomas Wilson meets with this, private aerospace contractor. They say that they have material. They say that progress has been very slow, that it's super compartmentalized. It's outside of the jurisdiction of the government. And he's furious, and he tries to, affect change within government, presumably. And I don't know exactly what he tries to do, but he's very angry in the meeting with Davis. And so you hear this time and time again, people like trying to do things in the government and just getting sort of muzzled. And I think Dave's kind of one of the, maybe the first case to just say, I'm gonna just go leave, and I'm gonna push disclosure from the outside, which I think is pretty cool.
So you have a friend, what kind of friend?
What
kind of friend?
He was in Space Force, and before that he was in the Air Force, and now he's in the private sector.
So force friend.
Yeah, force friend. Yes, double force.
And this person knows David Grush. 2 years ago, you were speaking to this guy. You were telling him what you think, and he said you should speak to Grush. This guy, you're like, who's Grush? Then you're like, oh, I'll speak to him. Yeah, why not? So you speak to him. You accost Grush with your numerous speculations, and you said that some of them may have jived with Grush. That made him think, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about, or he's on the right track. So, speak to
that's my own speculation. Yeah,
speculate
and
about
this gets into some of the stuff we covered in the documentary, but there's just so much out there that's actually open source that weaves together in bizarre ways where if your null hypothesis is that this is a psyop, it is so much better than the second best psyop, whatever the hell that is. It is the best psyop of all time. It's the most, it's intergenerational. It cuts across all these government agencies that don't get along together. So like,
if someone says this is just a psyop and then they leave, they comment that and then they leave, like on Reddit or whatever. Why are you leaving? Like, that itself is mind.
Right.
This is a psyop,
exactly.
and you're totally comfortable with this being a psyop.
Exactly.
Like, oh, this is just the government lying to us on a massive scale and with extreme coordination.
No, exactly.
Even if it is, why is that something that you can just say as a dismissal of it, rather than, oh my gosh, let's continue to investigate? Oh my gosh, there's something here.
We should have a church commission on that immediately. Like, it's insane. If this is a psyop, throw out MK Ultra, throw out, Tuskegee.
It's like someone finds out about MK Ultra. This is just a psyop. Yeah, right. It is.
It is, right, sure.
Okay, so that's it.
So that
like, you're not gonna
investigate. Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. I'm totally with you. And to the point that it's not even a psyop, which if it were a psyop, it would be a fascinating story in and of itself. But to the point that it's not even a psyop it's like, you have like this guy, Townsend Brown, who's dealing with Curtis LeMay, Robert Sarbacher, Edward Teller, top brass when it comes to American atomic programs, by all accounts, by conventional history accounts. You have Jacques Vallée.
Saul.
Doesn't.
This is my world, man. Check it out. It's pretty wild. What am I building? I am constructing behind this mountain that you see here. It's a big empty space, and it's not empty no mo. That's what we're working on. Yeah, this place is pretty awesome. There's a lot more that you don't see, but this is just the 360 view. That's my security guard. Yeah.
No Grush, like, they're not like close. Vallée's been studying this thing forever and used generally from the outside, although he assisted J. Allen Hynek. But like, these guys are not like compadres. And Jacques Vallée is saying that, he's questioning, would Oppenheimer have known? Would Enrico Fermi have known? Because all of the crashes seem to take place around atomic sites, which we can get into because there's a ton of evidence around that. And what was there somehow a connection between American atomic programs and these reverse engineering efforts? And then Townsend Brown, who I think if there were reverse engineering programs, he was clearly at the helm of all of this, given a lot of other sort of interesting things about his work. And so you weave all these things together, and you're like, if this is a psyop, it's got to be this insanely well coordinated thing. And then you have Robert Hastings, right, who writes this book. It's aptly named. It's called UFOs and Nukes. He's the son of a nuclear missile man radar operator, and he's at Malmstrom Nuclear Base, and he's actually a janitor there because his dad is the radar operator. He's a janitor there, and another radar operator calls him in. He says, "We caught some unknowns again. We caught some UFOs again," and he starts questioning him, and then his superior, like the radar operator's superior, comes down and is like, never ask about this again, whatever. And then he starts compiling. He interviews 150 nuclear missile man radar operators. These guys are literally tasked with hitting the button that send nukes. They are on what's called the PRP, the Personal Reliability Program. They have to report if they're on ibuprofen. So they have to be, by definition, the picture of mental health. When you think of a guy that gets into that line of work, and they are not histrionic, they're not attention-seeking, they don't want their names known, they're not interested in that. And so Hastings has this 150, person account thing. You have Townsend Brown, who's doing a lot of weird, he's working on gravitators that look a whole lot like flying saucers, and forming NICAP, which is the first civilian, UFO organization, and doing a lot in that area, and meeting with the top atomic brass. And then you have Jacques Vallée telling me, a lot of these secrets are going into the DOE possibly, and maybe Oppenheimer was involved. And then Grush is corroborating that Oppenheimer probably was involved because he created atomic secrecy in 53, 54 with the Atomic Energy Commission, of which the McMahon Act in 46 was a precursor. And it's basically saying everything that emits alpha, beta, gamma radiation, any nuclear material would basically fall under this the secrecy that atomic stuff would fall under. And so you're basically, it's this cloak and dagger way of saying if you have UFO craft, which emits these, radiation, you can keep it secret. And so you have all these disparate touch points. George Knapp is doing, his own research on this stuff. You have all these disparate touch points pointing towards a pretty coherent story. Like, it's not this everything is story. And so that's why I want to eschew the kind of the Gaia types, that are like, it's the pineal, it's this and that or whatever. And just no, actually, no, like there's a real narrative here. And we should be just trying to corroborate or falsify the narrative.
So was Grush saying, or are you saying that Oppenheimer is involved with UFOs above and beyond creating the secrecy that was then used for, or the claim is that was then used for as a guise for UFOs? So in other words, Oppenheimer comes about and creates this framework of secrecy. This then gets used as a shield for UFO research. This is the claim. Or is the claim that Oppenheimer also took part in this UFO research? And also, yes, sorry, please, that's his own question. Let's take it one at a time.
That is an amazing question. I'm so happy that you asked that question. So I don't know is the honest answer, but there is a lot of interesting stuff around Oppenheimer. So there's a book by a guy named William Steinman called UFO Crash that claims that Robert Oppenheimer was on a cleanup crew, a UFO crash cleanup crew in Aztec, New Mexico, March of 1948, a year after Roswell, with Townsend Brown, among a few others. And so again, I don't know whether that's true. I'm working my way through the book right now. I think it's worthy of either corroboration or falsification. There's another book called The Fall of Robert J. Oppenheimer, or UFO Secrecy and the Fall of Robert J. Oppenheimer. It's by an Air Force guy, a guy named Donald Burleson. And he makes the very interesting claim that maybe the stripping of the Q clearance in Oppenheimer's case had more to do with his UFO knowledge than actually, his schmoozing with, Soviet spies in the 30s or whatever.
Christopher Nolan is wrong. Yeah, it's disinformation from Nolan.
Maybe. I have a very prominent journalist friend who I won't out in saying this, but he has a funny quote. He's like, you don't spend $130 million to tell the truth or something like that. He's very skeptical. And look, I don't know. I think Nolan's amazing, and I think the movie was incredible. But there are a lot of weird things around that case that, again, let's demarcate this, Kurt, as speculation. I'm not saying that Oppenheimer definitely was part of the research.
Yes.
But Gordon Gray, who was rumored to be part of the Majestic 12, was overseeing that kangaroo court that stripped him of his Q clearance. And so the Majestic 12, again, is this sort of this group of top brass in the military, high up scientists and strategists under Truman and then later under Eisenhower that basically would advise on kind of the UFO issue. And so Gordon Gray, he does form the Psychological Strategy Board. That's a historical fact under Eisenhower, is overseeing this sort of kangaroo court with Oppenheimer where his Q clearance gets stripped. And there are a lot of weird quotes from the transcripts. And one of the quotes is Oppenheimer says, a lot happened between 45 and 49. He keeps saying that. It's like a trope. And it's like, okay, what happened between 45 and 49? Well, the atom bomb was created between 41 and 45. And if anything, he got increasingly marginalized as the H-bomb was created, which was really Teller's thing. And so post 45, what are you talking about? What happened? And if you believe any of the lore, all of the UFO stuff happened between 45 and 49. So that's kind of interesting. John von Neumann has a very, I'm sure, intimately familiar with John von Neumann. Genius Hungarian physicist, created the mathematical foundations for quantum mechanics. And he's defending his friend Oppenheimer in this kangaroo court. And he says it took Robert Oppenheimer a while to get adjusted to the Buck Rogers universe that we're living in. What is he talking about? Buck Rogers was a comic strip at the time, all about space travel and aliens and interplanetary colonization and time travel. And it's weird. And it begs this question, right? Like, you're super familiar with CERN. Like, what is CERN doing? It's higher and higher energy output to get to better ontological truth. And do we get unprecedented ontological truth with the unprecedented energy output that we had with the first atom bomb? I don't know. And I'm not claiming that that's for sure a thing. I do think it's a possibility. And then here's the very weird thing, Kurt. Edward Condon is also stripped of his Q clearance at the same time. Condon, who's known now publicly as this famous UFO detractor, he creates the Condon Commission later in 1966, is also stripped of his Q clearance in 53, 54 alongside his friend Robert Oppenheimer. They were very close. They studied under Max Born at Göttingen in Germany in the, must have been in the 20s. And he wrote the Los Alamos Primer. He helped set up Los Alamos. He's from Alamogordo. And he writes the Los Alamos Primer, which is basically a document that all employees at Los Alamos had to read. And then the nominal story is that Condon actually leaves Los Alamos because he clashes with General Leslie Groves, you know, Matt Damon's character in Oppenheimer, because he thinks that Matt Damon is, you know, there's too much secrecy. So that's the nominal story. And he goes on to actually work on civilian outreach nuclear programs. And he actually drafts the McMahon Act of 46, which is, again, becomes the Atomic Energy Commission, the Atomic Energy Act of 53, 54. So he's super instrumental in, I think, what becomes UFO secrecy. But then, so he's stripped of his clearance, doesn't have his clearance alongside Oppenheimer. And then in 66, a guy named Lou Branscombe, who studies who's under Don Menzel at, who's like an early NSA guy, also rumored to be on the Majestic 12. And this is all in an interview that Condon is giving to the American Institute of Physics. So this is not crackpot stuff. Lou Branscombe goes to Condon and says, "Hey, I think you should get your clearance back." No reason why. And Lou Branscombe is on the Jason Advisory Board, as deep as it gets when it comes to American defense strategy. And Condon gets his clearance back, and all of a sudden he's running this independent commission, which we know now isn't independent because there are letters that have been revealed between him and Air Force Colonel Robert Hippler, where Robert Hippler is saying, you know, I think you should show all past UFO research as a waste of money or whatever. And so he's doing this independent commission where he's not supposed to be coordinating with the Air Force, but he is coordinating with the Air Force. And it deals a death blow to UFO research, and it kind of kills Blue Book. And Blue Book ends at that point. And so I find it fascinating that maybe, you know, there is a narrative that maybe Oppenheimer was stripped of his Q clearance because of the UFO thing. Condon,
Carlos Edmonds, what's going on,
his
man?
buddy, is stripped of his Q clearance alongside Oppenheimer. He's then given his, and also around, they had stuff on Condon around Soviet, you know, maybe he was from Berkeley, and in his 20s and 30s he was kind of a pro-labor journalist, and they said he and his wife had Soviet sympathies or whatever. But I find it fascinating. They're both stripped of their clearance at the same time. Then he's randomly given his clearance back. He's put on this UFO commission, which is, I think, a total fake hit job, as history has proven, on the UFO subject. And in the background, here's the kicker, Kurt.
Dude, where are you guys coming from? You guys are fucking random tonight.
There's the most read document on the FBI's website is something called the Hoddle Memo, which is about a UFO crash, and an Air Force officer finds the UFO with the crew intact, and it's insane. It's on the UFO. It's on the FBI website for everyone to see. And so this document could be fake, but it's on the website, and it's you know, been FOIA'd or declassified, and it's there. Guy Hoddle is the guy. He's the guy who's being written to, and that's why it's called the Hoddle Memo. Guy Hoddle is creating a dossier of field reports on Edward Condon throughout his own kangaroo court, where they're stripping him of his clearance. So you have an FBI agent who's the head of the Washington field office for the FBI, and Guy.
What am I building? Like a little cafe, I think. I don't know. It's subject to change, to be honest. I'm kind of just improvising. I'll probably blow it up later. Who knows? It's Minecraft. Any ideas?
Huddle, who definitely knows about UFOs, unless this document is a total forgery, but it's on the FBI website, who is creating compromise, who's literally...
I'm mostly just listening to this podcast. It's a long one. So I'm just Minecraft is taking back seat to the podcast, to be honest. A coffee business? Kinda. This place needs some attractions. You know, people are gonna be hungry. You can't just... You gotta feed the people. I don't know what I'm doing, dog. I gotta be honest. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, it'd be good. How do you make those trash can things? This'll work. A barrel will work. Give me 2. These will be trash cans. Ah! Like that. Put one here. It's kind of stupid. I don't know what I'm doing, dog. Do I look like a man with a plan? Is that a real place? I hope not. How do you make a piston? Jesus. Of course. Redstone dust. I know I have some. Let's see if I can go. Fuck, it's so far away though. Fuck. I'm just gonna crash. I gotta go grab some pistons for tables.
Really creating this big, has this all these documents on Condon, and then Condon is given his security clearance back mysteriously in the 60s to basically do a hit job on UFOs. And so my question is, was he in the know all along because he's an atomic insider and he was clearly very close with Oppenheimer, and then his security clearance and its stripping, and then retrieval was used. It was used as bait essentially to get him to do the Air Force and the FBI's bidding, and kind of dismiss UFOs. And I think all of these are super open questions, worthy of investigation or falsification, if anybody can do that. But it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. When Oppenheimer said that, quote unquote, there was a lot that happened between 1945 and 1949, what was the context of that? Because it could also be that he's referring to himself. Like for myself, there's plenty that happened between 2010 and 2015. Sure. Grand Theft Auto was released. So that counts as a life event.
Great game.
GTA 5.
Great game. It's a really good question, and I'd love to read the original transcripts. The book is not the best written book. It's like 100 pages, and I'm picking out 4 of what I think are the most intriguing facts around the transcripts. It is interesting. I think Gordon Gray has the full transcripts of the Kangaroo Court in his archives, and he donated his archives to the Eisenhower Library. The one thing he asked to be kept out of the archives were the Oppenheimer Court transcripts. So I find that very interesting. So I think a follow-up from this conversation that you're now motivating me to do is like we should go through all the original transcripts, read all this stuff in its proper context. Yeah. So I don't have a great answer to that.
When you're reading transcripts, books, or whatever it may be, how do you retain all that information? What is your process?
Yeah, I don't know. I you know, I'm really stupid on something. Like when I hear you talk about physics, I'm like, I'm a chimp. I'm like not the same species as you. You know, like I think when it comes to memorizing like names and dates and stuff, I'm good with that. I don't know why, especially when they're very meaningful to me, like in terms of like fitting together a narrative of what's happening. You know, I think.
Hey,
yeah.
Here's something you might want to know.
Yeah.
You know who also had a history degree, or at least started in history?
I know who you're gonna. I think I know who you're gonna say is Ed Witten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How crazy? See, that's crazy, right? Yeah, it's so interesting. And then
You know when he was asked why, you know what he said?
What did he say?
He said, "Young people do stupid things." He said he doesn't know why. So I have no good answer for that. It was just young people do stupid things.
That's hilarious. I think,
and then, because he was also great in math when he was in high school, so it's not like he discovered he was great in physics and math when he was in his master's or late undergrad.
Totally. I think was it Steven Weinberg read a recommendation for him, and he was like, "He's way smarter than me. Like you should take him or something."
Yeah. Do you know this story about von Neumann? I don't know if I told you this in person.
No.
About the fly between the cars?
No, please tell me. No.
Okay, so this is how much of a genius von Neumann is. So mathematicians say that the most brilliant mathematician maybe that ever was von Neumann. So it goes Newton and then von Neumann. He was asked the question, okay, let's imagine you have two cars coming at one another at 10 miles per hour. So they're just driving slowly, coming at one another. The space between them is initially 100 miles. Okay? There's also a fly that starts at one, say the one on the left, and it's a fast fly. So it can go like 50 miles per hour. So it speeds, it goes from this car, it reaches the next one, but the next one has moved a bit because they're both moving at 10 miles per hour.
That's hard, problem.
Hits it. Yes, exactly. Hits it, turns around, comes back, hits it, and then so this fly is moving, and then it stops, and then because it gets killed between these two cars. The question is then, how far did the fly travel?
I'm not going to attempt to answer that.
Yes, exactly. So there's a way of doing it with an infinite sum.
Okay.
Okay, so you just add up the series, but you have to write down the formula. But the trick is that, okay, if these cars are coming at one another 10 miles per hour each, then it's as if one is stationary, the other's coming at it at 20 miles per hour. Okay, if there's 100 miles of a distance, then it takes it 5 hours to get from here to here. Okay, this fly moves at 50 kilometers per hour, 5 times 50 is 250 miles. Okay, so that's the easy way of doing it, the quote-unquote easy, is to realize there's a trick. Just reframe the problem. You don't have to worry about the fly's perspective. You just worry about how long does it take for them to crash, and then you multiply that by the fly's speed.
Right.
Okay? So this question was given to von Neumann. And then von Neumann just gives the answer almost instantaneously. It says 250 miles. And then they're like, oh, you know the trick. And then he's like, what trick? I just summed the infinite series.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
Speaking of genius, a common rebuttal about UFOs is if there is such an advanced species, why do they crash? So explain, why do you think they crash, and why does it occur after 1945 more?
Yeah, totally. I think this is, again, demarcate this as speculation. I have no idea why they crash. But the possible interesting things people have said, so I guess the theories are, if you have nuclear blast, you have gamma radiation fallout, you have kind of an EMP effect. And so maybe that pops into whatever interdimensional space they're in and either messes with their flight path or sends a signal that they should sort of enter ours. I don't know if that's true. Another just interesting thing would be like they're sort of trying to protect their resources and monitoring nuclear stuff. And every time we detonate a nuke, or we're about to detonate a nuke, or things become aggressive, it's more like they're sending us a gift. That would be the Jacques Vallée theory. So maybe they'll send us like, and Grush sort of touched on this as well. Like they'll send us like a little like civil propulsion like where it's like, you guys didn't need to create nukes. You could have gone the civil propulsion route or whatever.
Yeah.
Like here's like a 0-point energy machine. Like figure it out. So I think it is a very valid question. Like why would these things travel from thousands of light years away and just crash? Like if they have that capability, they probably wouldn't crash. But I think a common trope of all alien encounters of the first or third kind, whether you're seeing crafts or we can believe it or not, interacting with any sort of being, there's some sort of bizarre absurdity element. And that's where I do sort of like the Jacques Vallée idea that intermittent reinforcement, like behavioral reinforcement techniques, are sort of used as a way to sort of nip at the herd. And like, so it's like, why are they abducting Betty and Barney Hill of all people, or Travis Walton? Like these people aren't like, it's not like the president of the US or like, it's not like the most important, but maybe there's some sort of ripple under effect, like a la like cellular automata or something. There's some sort of like ripple effect whereby like you're like a node and you transfer the information. You get it.
How long have I had this world? I think this world was started like back in 2011. I didn't play it for over 10 years. There's a big long story behind it, but I hadn't touched the world. So like, I started the world, I played it for like, I think a year or two, and then I didn't touch it for 10 years, and then I started it back up again. So most of this stuff I did back then. This Peach is new. But a lot of what I'm doing right now is building upon just the old stuff. Just expanding the park and filling in places that I've always intended to. Like I could find evidence of 2011. I'll show you real quick. Here, I'll take a boat. I don't usually go down this way, but YOLO. I didn't make this stupid bridge for nothing. To not use it. See, this is evidence of 2011. I try to date all my pieces. .2011 dog, and then I didn't play for, I would say, over 10 years. I would have to like really look to see how many years it had been since I played. Did I have a dog in this world? At some point there was a dog. Because I do have dogs around. It probably is very sad. Not these dogs. These dogs are spoiled. Look at this dog. He has his own fucking house. I made this because of Snoopy. That's Snoopy up there. Look at that. Look at that. The dog's its own attraction, see? Come take a picture. Come say hi.
So I don't know why they crash, but I think it's we're so limited. If we were speaking from the perspective of like an ant colony, like wondering why humans do certain things. we're just so epistemologically limited. Would be my sort of main counterpoint.
Do you want to hear my
What do you think?
Unsubstantiated conjecture?
Please.
Yeah. Okay, again, and this is just if I was to speculate completely. It could be the case that it's just the nature of these devices. So that they're so temperamental that it's a miracle. Like 49 out of 50 are supposed to crash. And it's a miracle that they only have 1 out of 100.
Yep.
Okay, so it could be that. And it also could be that they just don't care about them in the same way we fly drones into volcanoes.
Yep.
And so we're like, all right, well, whatever. They're so inexpensive. So it could be like that. It could also be that, well, something else that I don't agree with is when people say, if they have anti-gravity, then they're so much more advanced. I don't see that as being the case. So, for instance, it may be that it's an independent technology. So, for instance, it's conceivable one country could have developed the steam locomotive, whereas another developed superconductors.
Yep.
And then each would look at the other one and say, whoa, you're way more advanced than me. Advanced compared to what? It's not like it's a singular scale.
Totally. It's not linear. Yeah, it's like the LK99 stuff's probably BS. It's probably wrong. But like, say that had, say you figured out the Meissner
and look
effect
how
and it came
close
out
it
of,
was.
look at how close it is. And say that came out of Korea. Like that would be some sort of super asymptotal. That would be like a stepwise leap. And yeah, it's not like you have to like build on some necessary bedrock.
Exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, or let's imagine another culture has fiber optics and another one has sustainable agriculture.
Yep.
Like each one would look at the other and be like, "Oh, you're leagues ahead," and envious of the other.
Totally.
Or weapons of war for one versus medicine.
Totally.
Okay, so it could be that they're not more advanced than us. They look at us, they're like, "How the heck are you doing what you're doing?" And we look at them like, "What? How are you doing what you're doing?" So that's another. If there is even a.
All right, man.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for saying hi. I usually am playing with my buddy Highfry, but he hasn't been on the past few days, so I had to stream. I wanted to stream, so I'm just this is just kind of a chill stream right now. But yeah, thanks for saying what's up.
Okay, and then something else that was mentioned by you, and I'd like to pick your brain on it. You said that what we do at CERN is we use high energy to investigate more and more ontological reality. Okay, so we use our technology to investigate reality. I wonder if that's part of the problem. That is to say that we shouldn't be using technology to find reality, but rather the reality is right here. And like that you, Jesse, you're so powerful, like so effing powerful.
You are too.
Like Gohan from Dragon Ball Z. If you ever watched that, it just needs to be unlocked.
Yeah.
It's like that, or maybe it is unlocked.
Super Saiyan.
Like, right, and your Super Saiyan is your capacity to love other people, and like maybe that is like way more powerful than any technology, and that's the most real.
Yeah, I'm with
and
you.
it's like satanic or upside down to think what we should use is technology to investigate reality. It's a complete reversal, and it's a distraction. So anyway, I want to know what you think.
I think that. I mean, that's a typical. What is the Faustian bargain is for forbidden knowledge, right? And it's you sell your soul to the devil because you want to know the truth, but maybe the truth is less important in some abstract factual sense, and ontological reality is less important than, like you said, kind of leading from the heart, leading a true, honest life in accordance with virtues that, for all we know, say there is some higher trans-temporal alien realm, it maybe that's the currency. And maybe our sort of, capitalist construct, or, where we barter for things, we have currency that's fungible, and then, and we have limited real estate, and, and we have possessions. Maybe the currency up there is actually love and, the 4 virtues or something.
Yeah. Isn't there a sighting where some other beings came to some people and said, "You're so powerful because you have a because what was it? Was it the aerial school or no?
A lot of the aerial school testaments.
What up, Velnix, too? How's it going, man? I feel like I'm being rated. Are you guys, is somebody rating this channel right now? Because it's kind of funny. I don't mind. So, let's see. I need some redstone, dog. I need some fucking redstone. I don't think I have any over here. But I'm right above some. I know if I can go down and get some. There's a hole down here. That'll take me to all the treasures. I'm going to press play again. Valnix, if you haven't, check out my playlist. My playlist is on my channel. It'll just go through all my shorts, all my edited videos. Go check that out, okay? Because I guarantee you you'll like it. You will like it. You'll love it. Oh yeah, I need to go down here.
They are told by the alien, like, you don't realize how special and powerful you are. And that's a common trope among other alien abductions as well, which I find fascinating. Yeah, no, tell me. Yeah, what do you think yeah.
I think the process of science is the exact opposite of that. It's saying, how not special are we? Let's keep removing ourselves from being special over and over and over and over. And then we look for where are we special? But we've saturated ourselves with the doctrine of unspeciality. And so...
No, I love that. Even think about the word high tech, right? It's like the tech is on high. Like you are outsourcing your power to the high priest, but now it's the high tech or whatever.
Interesting.
And so I think there is something about science where you do feel... It's like Bertrand Russell wrote about, like, he looked up at the stars and he just felt so small. And there's something about science where post-Copernican revolution, especially...
What did I tell you?
Humans are becoming a smaller and smaller part of the picture in some ways, right? It's like, well, maybe the Earth's not the center of the universe. And, you know, maybe carbon-based life is like one form of life, but maybe there's silicon-based life and we should experiment with that in labs. And maybe Michael Levin's work, maybe the EM field can like create interesting biological von Neumann replicators that are like non-human, but they're like from human, you know, like we can like rinse a primordial cell, create a xenobot that like, you know, like, and it's like increasingly like humans are kind of out of the picture, and it's like, how do we create some like optimal functioning life form? And I do think there's an interesting possible, I don't want to say Luddite because that's too extreme, but like backlash to that, where it's like reining that in, where it's like, well, you're alive and you're really, there's something really special about your life, and the things that are presented to you are not maybe by chance or by coincidence. And maybe instead of being obsessed with AI, which I view of as, it's sort of if this is a larger algorithm, if you think that, maybe you have an IT view of the universe like Wolfram, the AI we're creating is definitely a bit compressed version of that. So it's like, if we're going to explore things, I think there's something really interesting about human consciousness, which is why I love your show, human biology, and humans themselves. Like, what are we? That goes unexplored by a lot of conventional science, at least.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, you prompted it.
Continue. Yeah. Yeah, well, something that I love that you said is that you said the word human, and then you said, what are we? And so something that I don't like what that people do is when they just use the word human, and then they don't follow it up with we. And the reason they do that is because they want to distance themselves and show how rational they are. So for instance, they'll say, humans are so petty. You're a human. Why don't you say we are so petty? And who do you think you're speaking to? Are other people. So just say we.
Right. Right.
When people say human,
Right.
humans are such strange creatures.
Right.
Well, they break up with someone, breaks up with them. Humans are such strange creatures. Who are you talking about?
Right.
Why are you acting as if you're distinguished from them?
Right. It's like you're some sort of alien, or you're too noble to like it's you're not a part of
Yeah.
it. Like you're not. Yeah, exactly.
They're clinical and operating as if they're a scientist viewing something else from a lab, distanced from themselves.
Totally.
And so that's why I don't like when people use the word human most of the time. I think they should be using the word we.
Yeah, and there's this.
But you did follow it up with we.
There's this weird, almost paradox that like, I feel like once you realize your depravity, actually, Peter Thiel, who I worked for, has a favorite philosopher named Rene Girard.
Speaking of depravity. I'm just
No, he's
kidding.
the best. So
Yeah, but we'll get to yeah, of course.
I'll defend him to the
No.
death. So
No, I don't know. I'm just kidding around. I'm kidding around. Don't
Okay,
worry.
all good.
Yeah.
But one of his favorite philosophers is Rene Girard, and Peter's a very deep
Fuck.
thinker. And Rene Girard is this French philosopher, and he talks about sort of people having these conversion
gonna build
experiences or hierophanies. And he has his own conversion experience actually. And
Peter.
No, Girard does. And
Sorry.
and it's this really interesting thing where it's almost like once he realizes his own depravity. He grew up like in Avignon in France, and he would, drive sports cars, and he was into models, and he was as mimetic as the next person, and that becomes his theory that humans are very mimetic.
Yeah.
But he has this sort of conversion experience of sort of realizing his own depravity, and then that creates like newfound enlightenment. And so it's this bizarre paradox
That's so
of like
interesting.
once you realize
So
your own
interesting, man.
depravity, then you reach upwards. You're instead of your tether being horizontal to like and mimetically pinging off other people's desires, your tether becomes transcendent and moves upwards, and you realize that you have all these animal instincts and urges that are sort of very finite and depraved, and then that allows space for what he would call the kingdom of heaven, or I don't know what the word, some sort of transcendent tether.
So would it be the case then that our culture, with its emphasis on removing shame and removing sin, is doing the opposite of what we should be doing? What we do is we look at ourselves and we're like, okay, well, what's something that I'm made to feel horrible for, or that I just indeed feel guilty about? The difference between shame and guilt. And how do I remove those? Well, I say that there's nothing that's objectively moral. So we do that, and we call that enlightenment.
Right.
There's another route, which is, let me think not only about how am I sinful now, but how am I more sinful? Like, in what other ways am I malicious? What other activities or frames of mind I hold that are malignant and wicked and embittered? And if I'm honest with myself, I should stop.
Totally. If people did real audits on their motivations for things, it would usually tether to the 7 deadly sins, or often. Very few people act out of pure magnanimity, benevolence, selflessness. Yes. And often it's this sort of transactional symbiotic that, it's not always like, zero sum, but it often tethers down to some base, primitive survival instinct. And that's okay, but it's also very important to admit. And I think the people I'm actually more okay with people who are a little more overtly, not evil, but like they sort of admit that they're like, they lean into like, okay, I'm a little controversial and I've got bad instincts and I'm flawed.
You prefer the wanton self-awareness to the noble ignorance.
Exactly. Like I'm not a fan of Trump. I don't like Trump. Caveat this with it. But in some ways, Trump is an overt gangster, where Clinton is an overt one, a covert one, where it's like you're sort of this like crazy kleptocrat where the Gini coefficient, the main measure of wealth inequality, grows more under your administration than anybody. You have Larry Summers in there kind of, doing a bunch of magic tricks or whatever. And you're sort of, you have NAFTA, and you're sort of just completely outsourcing the American middle class and manufacturing base. And you're flying with Epstein, every 26 times or whatever. And then, but then you have all these like virtues. You're a virtue signaler, and you act like you're so amazing or whatever. And it's like, I don't like Trump, but give me Trump over that guy, you know? Like, it's like that moment, I think, when Trump shifted a lot of the American voting base was when he was debating Hillary Clinton, and she goes, you've systematically avoided taxes, and you haven't paid any of your taxes. And Trump goes, yeah, I have, and so have you and all of your donors. You know, and there's something super refreshing.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and Chappelle does an amazing, and Chappelle's also not a fan of Trump, but he does this amazing bit, and he goes, in that moment, a star was born. And it's true. He's just like telling it like it is.
That's
He's
so
like, look,
funny.
we live in this corrupt kleptocracy, you know, government bureaucrats are stealing all sorts of things. The rich is not treated like, you know, the middle class and the poor. And yet, you know, you have one side that's sort of owning up to it or whatever, and then this other side. It's sort of this bait and switch, like I'm going to try to buy off the votes of, you know, the poor and coastal elites by like saying the right things, but like you're not doing anything to like steer the ship in a different direction, in my opinion.
I think the answer is yes. Has to be considered as possible. You'd be a fool to pretend that it's impossible. And so then what you look for is, what evidence could be used to support this? And the only evidence that I could use to support it is the research of various UFO researchers who have developed and collected their own stories of interaction with human-looking non-humans. There's a lot of those. I've encountered a few of them myself from people. They're quite compelling. I do think that there's an element.
Just a moment. You've encountered a few.
I've spoken
human-looking aliens.
Not me personally. I've interviewed a number of people who were quite credible to me. One was a retired U.S. Air Force colonel with a PhD who had a hell of an experience. I've talked about it from time. I can mention it here. I spoke to a woman who actually I liked her story even more. Housewife from Western Pennsylvania. I met her 15 years ago at a conference. She came up to my table. I was selling some books, with her husband. And she said, I just want to tell you this crazy story that happened to me in 1965 when I was 15 years old. So I said, all right, go. So she was in church with her mother in this tiny little town in Western Pennsylvania, where she said everyone knew everyone, especially in church, she said. And so she's with her mom, and she said this couple walked in to sat in front of her. She said they were like supermodels. They were absolute male, female. She said they were just like gorgeous Hollywood, blonde. She said they had this most perfect blue clothing that she'd ever seen. And she, I think, even implied, like, as a 15-year-old girl, I was kind of obsessed with fashion, all of that. But she's studying the fabric of what they were wearing. She said it was the most amazing, like they were the most amazing spectacle in this church. And she said, I was shocked that no one was looking at them. She said, I was mesmerized by them. I couldn't take my eyes off them. And they seemed like they didn't quite fit in. And then she said to me, and that's when I could hear them in my mind. I said, well, what do you mean? She said, well, I could hear them thinking to each other. They weren't talking. I could hear them thinking. I said, well, what were they thinking? She said, well, it was kind of like one was saying to the other, well, we appear to be fitting in pretty well here. And then the other one said, yes, except for the girl behind us who can hear us. This is what she said to me. And I'll pause and I'll just say, this woman was eminently believable to me. It's absolutely credible. So to continue, she hears this telepathically, I guess. And she was kind of shocked. Who wouldn't be? And she said, at that point, though, I didn't hear anything else from them. So it was as if they knew this security breach and they shut it down. So they go through the rest of church. This is a Catholic mass, by the way. And she was almost amused by the fact that they didn't seem to know how to act within a Catholic mass. I grew up going to Catholic mass, so sit, kneel, do the sign of the cross, get up, you do all these different things, all these motions. They were looking around to try to do it right. So anyway, mass ends finally, and she's fascinated by them, of course. And they get up and they're out of the church immediately. They jump out of the crowd and they're gone. And she gets into her mind that she is going to follow them. So her mother was sitting next to her, oblivious to the whole scenario. The young woman who's telling me the story gets up and she works her way through the crowd. Her mother is yelling, "Get back here, young lady. Where do you think you're going? What are you doing? What's going on?" And the girl just goes. So she gets to the front of the church and she sees the couple. And they've walked across this big parking lot and they're going over this little crest of a hill. And she scoots across the parking lot. She gets to the top of the hill. She sees them. They're walking down this field toward a wooded area. And she starts down after them. And then she stops dead in her tracks because she sees a third person. This is crazy, but I swear to you, this is what she said to me. So there's a man standing at the edge of the woods. She said, "Do you remember the character Lurch from the Addams Family TV show? Tall, black suit." She said he looked kind of like that. He looked very tall, and it intimidated her, it frightened her.
So where did this person appear from?
From the edge of the woods. He was waiting for this couple that was walking to him. The couple that was in church. They're walking across the field toward this guy, according to the woman. They walk into the woods with the guy. He turns, he walks into the woods with them. And that's the end of her story. That was the whole thing. So it's a crazy thing. It's like, who are these people? Who is Lurch over there? What was this? It's very bizarre. It seems like you've got this group of blonde, blue-eyed, Pleiadian looking, I'm not saying they were from the Pleiades, but these individuals that were very unusual, that appear to have a telepathic capability, and they're going into the church for some unknown reason. They didn't drive there in a car. They're coming through these woods. What's that all about? I got a similar story from a retired colonel, and I'll make this very brief, but basically the same type of story. He told this to me with his wife, who was present. They were at a Las Vegas casino hotel when this happened. They were with a third friend, and they see this woman that they are convinced was telepathic and an alien. And the reason was the friend that they were with, apparently, according to this colonel, was a psychic, a friend of theirs. Who knows what that means? But the psychic stopped and she said to the colonel, "That woman there is not, she's not like us." And the woman was this absolutely drop-dead, beautiful blonde woman in a blue outfit. Of course, it's Las Vegas, and you're going to get that in Las Vegas. But nonetheless, that's what this psychic said. So the psychic and the wife went down an escalator to get away. They were nervous. The colonel stood behind and he's observing the woman. And he said to me, she was maybe 50 feet away. He said, like she turned slightly toward him and he heard her in his mind, he said to me. Just like what this other woman said. He heard this woman in his mind, and the woman almost sounded like a police officer on the beat, essentially, "Nothing to see here, go about your business. This is not anything for you." Like that's what he heard, and it startled him. He's thinking, what's this all about? And then at that moment, this equally beautiful man, blonde hair, blue, maybe they were in Cirque du Soleil, who knows really, but he is conferring with her. He can't hear them. They then walk toward the escalator where he's standing. And he's thinking, good, I'm going to confront them. I'm going to say something. And they walk right by him. He says nothing. And then he follows them down the escalator. This is actually hilarious because as they're going down the escalator, the wife interrupted his story to me. And she says, "Oh my God, my friend and I were hiding behind a slot machine, peeking behind a slot machine, watching these two." That is a comical element to this. So it was good, though, that she was there to kind of corroborate this story, you know. Anyway, the couple gets down to the bottom of the escalator and they just walk off unmolested. They go about their business. That's the end of them. But what's weird is that the three of them are talking about this afterward. And the psychic friend apparently also did some kind of hypnotherapy, regression, who knows. Like there's a lot of people who will do that. And And she says to the colonel, I could regress you, and maybe you can remember better what some of the things that you may have heard. I think that's what they were getting into. And he goes to do this with her. And when he does the regression, this is a couple of days later, every time she's trying to regress him, he hears, they hear construction noise outside the house, jackhammers and noises. They go actually to check, and there's nothing there. So they give up. He says, look, I'll be back in town next month. Maybe we can do it then. So he calls a month later and says, hey, I'm going to be around. I wonder if, let's try that regression again. The friend says, what regression? He says, the regression that we did last month. Don't you remember? According to what he said, and the wife, she had no memory of that. So she had no memory of the event. So somehow in the subsequent month, her memory had been tampered with by some unknown group. I think that's a pretty crazy story, but I had no problem believing this colonel who told me this, and his wife, who was there to corroborate critical parts of it. So what are these people? Who are they? Are they just regular human beings who've just got gnarly powers and they can get inside your head? Well, maybe. Or maybe there's something else going on. Maybe there's a faction of beings that are just very quietly hanging out here for whatever purpose. I tend to think that that is true. I don't think they all look human. I think that there are definitely beings that do not look human. And I think that as far as what's the general scenario, I've been taking a long time to get to that, and I apologize. But I think that we are, and our planet, are subject of great, great interest right now. I do think there's probably a lot of life in the universe, but I still maintain I think planets like our own are quite special and unique, and not a dime a dozen. And when we don't just have life here, we have complex, incredible life that's everywhere. We are exploding with all kinds of genetic diversity. So that's got to be of interest. And then where we are as a species are of interest. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from another planet or another dimension? Are they physical or are they spiritual? Well, I'm going to say I think that they are physical. They may have an ability to manipulate what we would consider dimensions. And I think that's where the interdimensional aspect probably comes in. I don't know that I would call them the ones who are landing in craft, the ones who are entering oceans or coming out of oceans or coming in from an altitude of 200,000 feet down to land on the ground, tracked on radar. I don't think that they're spiritual entities. I think they're physical. And they come from somewhere. I assume they come from another world. That they're quite advanced. And figuring out the agenda is really very, very important. And I don't know that I've got all the answers to what the agendas are. Are they benign or are they malevolent? I think it's a real fallacy to say that a species that is inherently much more technologically advanced is inherently more ethical than ours. I mean, a lot of the New Age community, I think, seems to believe this, that these ETs are all ethical. And
why do you think that is? Why do you think they believe that?
They're naive. They're just very naive. They're idealists. They don't know any better. I mean, that's really what I believe. I think it's really pretty simple. There's a lot of naivete in our society about this. Now, I'm not saying that these other aliens haven't figured out a way to manage their society in a way that they can prevent themselves from destroying themselves. They probably do that through some form of totalitarian control, though. Hive mind. That seems to me the most logical way that they would do it. You have to control. But, I mean, look, if they come from another planet, you have to assume a few things. That they, like us, became the apex predators of their world. They would have forward-facing, binocular predatory vision. They are used to manipulating the environment. They were, to get to the point of being the top species on their planet, that meant that they had to subjugate other species to do their work for them, which is what we do. We subjugate plants, we subjugate animals, we make them work for us. We take it all for granted, but we wouldn't be able to do what we do without controlling all the other species of the planet. And so they must have done the same thing. And they must have gone through a period of extreme violence to do so, which is what we've done. We've only succeeded because we're violent. That's what they must have done. Now, maybe they're not as outwardly violent anymore, but that doesn't mean they're not used to getting their own way. I'm sure they're used to getting their own way because they're quite good at it. And so they're here now. So what does that mean? Well, they're used to getting their own way. Now, they may support our development. They may have problems with our development. They may understand many, many things that we have not even begun to understand. I'm sure that's true. But does that mean inherently that they have what we would say are our best interests at heart? I don't know that for an instant. I don't know that for an instant. I have to assume they have, as long as they have physical bodies, as long as they need to eat food and have a shelter and reproduce, then I have to assume that they have their own interests. And those interests might coincide with ours to a certain extent, or they may diverge from ours to a certain extent. Just like any intelligent species would have divergent interests.
A thought that most likely occurred to you is that if these are intelligent beings, not us, and in this 15-year-old story case, the 15-year-old girl at the church, so presumably they want to be surreptitious. So why would they be so conspicuous? They're so much more advanced than us. It should be relatively straightforward to understand what would stand out and what wouldn't.
In other words, for them not to look so beautiful or not to be to wear such amazing clothing. And
like, look, I know I have the problem that it's hard for me to not look beautiful. So I understand.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. That was an old TV commercial.
But what do you think? What do you make of that? Like, look, there was obviously the on the opposite end, that lurch-looking guy.
Right.
So they can make two ends of the spectrum. It seems improbable that they wouldn't be able to make some middle part of the spectrum.
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer to that. I don't know. I would love to be able to ask them, why are you guys so good looking? That's kind of scary. Like, why do you have to look better than us and give us an inferiority complex? If I ever get the opportunity to ask, I will make sure that I ask on your behalf. But in all seriousness, I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe they just have better genetics. Maybe that's it. Here's a theory, just tossing it out there. Let's say you're an alien species that's been here for a certain period of time. Long time. You might want your own humans to work for you, to be your avatars. You may not be able just to walk around on the surface of the planet. It's not safe for you. Too much solar radiation, or too little, or too much gravity, or too many microbes that are harmful. There's a whole bunch of reasons why an alien extraterrestrial species would strongly hesitate before they come walking around on Earth. Maybe they can't breathe the atmosphere very well, probably. So what you would want to do is take some of these humans who are, they're pretty clever. They could work for you. They could work their way up to middle management, perhaps. And you have them, and you genetically enhance them. You've got your own version of CRISPR technology, of course. You can make them live many hundreds of years, perhaps. And why not make them beautiful? Sure. Why not?
So, in summary, many people ask, hey, Richard, you've been in this for 40 years. You're one of the most seasoned people.
Not quite 40.
Like you've mentioned. Right. Okay. 30. For several decades. And I know you just turned 32 a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So what is your perspective? You also bring a unique perspective because you can integrate history, like you mentioned before with the Jacques Vallée story of 1661, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So is a correct summary that language is a nurse crop which leads inexorably to the development of the devices for our artificiality.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. And that's
it's
something significant.
It's my current theory, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to test it. And I don't really know if other people involved in human origins have speculated along these lines. I try to understand what they're saying. This is just my own line of thought. But I think it's true. I think language is the key. Artificial structure of information like that. The ability to share the information. You're kind of duplicating brains, as it were. So I think that's the foundation of our real power as a society, as a species.
Partly when I hear stories about some physical body or even the Greys, and people will say, well, they're so much more advanced. I'm always thinking, why do you think that's more advanced? So our science fiction stories, and even, okay, so our stories are that we develop artificial intelligence, we manipulate at the atomic scale, and then there could be something like gray goo. I'm sure you've heard about gray goo. And it's not clear to me that the gray goo is less intelligent than some human form, or some probe that can go out, some sphere that can have all of the intelligence of
the gray goo
of a
could
person.
be intelligent.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or,
that's a good point.
Or a Dyson sphere that an actually sufficiently intelligent alien looks like a Dyson sphere.
It could be.
Or just a marble or maybe a cube or whatever it may be. But when people say, like, look, we're going to develop slits as eyes or slits for noses or much larger eyes, I'm like, how do you know this? To me, it seems like if the singularity is going to happen and we can mind upload, then the future human wouldn't have any of this. It would be firstly digital, if anything, and secondly, maybe, I don't know, it would look like this Bliss Tech.
You sound like, Ray Kurzweil said the same thing many, many years ago. He said, look, why would you have aliens in big ships when you could have intelligence the size of a grain of rice that could just zip around, and you wouldn't need big clunky spaceships.
So what's funny is that there's this guy named Scott Aronson. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a professor of computer science and studies quantum computing.
Right.
I was at this conference and he was on stage. He said like the most hilarious line at this conference. He's been hired by OpenAI to do something called watermarking. So how is it that you can tell when ChatGPT produces something? Well, sometimes it says as an artificial language model, as an AI model, so and so. So that's a clear giveaway. Are there other ways that you can, as OpenAI, engineer it so that if someone gives you text, you can say, okay, with 90% probability this came from an AI. So he works on that problem. It's called watermarking.
Okay.
So one solution is actually that you get it to say certain words with a bit more frequency so that you can tell when it puts the in front of box more often than not, then it's an AI or something like that.
I mean, you're talking about like sophisticated linguistic analysis, it sounds like, and absolutely, like, it's currently very easy, in my opinion, to detect ChatGPT output from normal human writing. It absolutely has a certain feel to it and a look to it.
So anyway, that's the problem that he works on because it'll get more sophisticated eventually. And okay, so he said at this conference, he's like, look, I was watching South Park, and in South Park, what happened was the kids started using AI for their homework. The teachers started using AI to grade the homework. Everyone's using AI to text one another. And then what they had to do is bring in this wizard who has a falcon on his shoulder, and the falcon will just caw when it sees AI because that's the only way you could tell.
I have to see that episode.
It's him telling it was hilarious. And then he's like, what's funny to me is I've now become that wizard. I was like, man, geez. He then said, Scott Aronson said that, so remember how we all made fun of Ray Kurzweil, like the academic community? He's like, actually, Ray Kurzweil has been the only one that's been right out of all of us.
Well, yes and no. So Kurzweil's objection, we could talk about Kurzweil. I'm very interested in him. But his objection to UFOs was because it didn't make sense in terms of his idea of how advanced intelligence should operate. Which I'm like, okay, fine, I take that. But what am I supposed to do about thousands and thousands of these UFO reports? Do I just pretend that I never read them? Like, that's the problem, is it's anti-empirical, ultimately. Like, you can say the UFO subject makes no sense to me because it shouldn't make sense. And that's true. According to everything that we think we know, it does not make sense. It should not be here. But it is here. It's here. There are sightings of craft. Though I don't know why they're not the size of a grain of rice. Haven't figured that part out. But there are definitely sightings of craft of various sizes including humongous. So what am I supposed to do with that? I can pretend I never read the reports, but that's not really very satisfying either. So the difficulty of this subject is getting into the weeds and looking at the actual data. And this is what Kurzweil won't do, of course, because he's above all of that. He thinks, I've got this figured out. And he doesn't. He doesn't have it figured out. He's too busy, consumed with becoming a god. That's all these people want to do. They're dangerous people, by the way. But they are convinced that, they want to become like gods and shed these human bodies and these physical contraptions that we're in and become digital. And, good luck with that. Let me know how that goes.
So do you believe that there's some imminent future event? I'm sure you've heard this from people like Leslie Keane and others, that within the next 5 years or so, sometimes the year 2027 is echoed, but within the next decade, 5 years to decade, there's some cataclysmic event that we need to prepare for.
Well,
have you heard this?
All the time. We hear about these. There's always something in the rumor mill. I mean, I've been hearing this my entire adult
for 30
life.
years, every 2 years from now. Yeah,
it's a constant refrain. And the fact is, we do have cataclysms that do happen periodically that transform the world. I lived through 9/11. You did too. Lived through the COVID revolution, which still infuriates me every time I think about it. I lived through the propaganda psyops of all kinds of operations going on in the world today, every day. It's filled with more and more lies that surround us all the time.
Do you think that some of the human-looking alien, not humanoid, we need to give it a name so that when I'm referring to it, you know what I'm referring to, the human ones that came in that were there supposedly to calm you, at least. So those ones, do you think they were the Greys dressed up? Do you think they were a projection? Did you get the impression that they were robots?
Well, it would have taken quite a bit of telepathic manipulation to make these smaller creatures appear to be the human-looking ones. So I'm thinking they were really were just Earth people that were cooperating with this species, or were a creation that they came up with in order to get me to cooperate.
When they were doing what they did to you, whatever it was, did you get the sense that it was routine, like they've done this many times before, and so they were cold and distant?
No. The lack of communication in hindsight, I think, was because telepathic communication was not possible in the injured state of my entire body, including my brain. And wasn't because they didn't want to. It's just I was not in a position to, receive or communicate. I was basically screaming like a crazy man. So that's nothing that encourages conversation.
Paul Wash asks, Travis, given that you've suffered for 45 years of obviously difficult trauma, what would you say to your captors if you were given the opportunity to read from a victim impact statement? Lifelong fan, by the way. So that's Paul Wash. Basically, what would you say if you could communicate to the aliens?
Well, I would say the number one thing at the top of the list would be why. To have an explanation. So much of what I'm telling you is my own speculation, the kind of conclusions I come to terms with this. But this is, after 40 some years of thinking about it.
What's the most recent paranormal-esque event you've experienced? I'm including UFO sightings as the paranormal. Whether or not you want to use that term, you understand what I mean.
Well, I try to stick to the things I can document. Some pretty impressive things in my personal life, but, without any documentation, it's just a claim. I even tend to shy away from telling people about extremely unusual things I discover in the world, scientific facts, little unknown animals, surprising sorts of things, because they think it's attention seeking and they think it's just an exaggeration. If they're the kind of person who doesn't want to believe what I have to say. Don't. Everything's conventional. Everything's normal. That's what people who say there is no other life outside of planet Earth. That is what they crave so deeply, is certainty that we don't have to consider the fact that there are literally trillions of planets in our own solar system. Certainly billions of them are likely to be Earth-like. And I don't know, it's terrifying for some people, or maybe they like feeling special. And I actually, ask people before. So when you go outside at night and you look up at the sky and you see all of these millions of stars, you think that the Creator just put them there to decorate our night sky, just to twinkle at us? And they either say, imply that they actually think that, or they just duck the question.
I think the claim would be, not that I believe this, but I think the claim would be that there exists life on other planets, but that's a different matter. That's a different matter than if they've come here to inspect us or for some other reason.
Well, certainly, and there's even physics claims that you can't travel. I mean, you look at the nearest star, and it's so many light years away that conventional travel would mean that even at the speed of light, they would have to take that many years to get here. But give me a break. Humans are just toddlers on the scene. You go back just a few hundred years, and the most technological thing we have is fire. And to presume, these people can't see that now we have cell phones, that probably things a lot more unexpected and not fitting with conventional thought on the subject might be in our future. We're talking about human history of a few thousand years of anything very complex. And to presume that in 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, what about 500,000? So the age of these star systems, the age of these stars and solar systems that exist out there, it is so great that the degree to which they're advanced over us in terms of physics and understanding of science, to make flat pronouncements. I mean, it happened, Lord Kelvin, he was the inventor of the Kelvin temperature scale. He was quite an intellectual, respected scientist, and he proclaimed that humans would never travel faster than, I forget, 30 miles an hour, or all the air would be sucked out of the conveyance and all the people would die. So, he predicted nobody would go any faster than that. But there's, as a matter of fact, Stan Friedman, prominent scientist, nuclear physicist, wrote a whole book called Science Was Wrong, recording the various pronouncements that the experts of the day said, this is the limit. And I'm up against that myself. So who am I? I'm not a nuclear physicist.
Daniel Rayson here says, as a witness myself, I'm glad this man is brave enough to take the ridicule for the rest of us. Now, Tim Yusubov says, Travis, you described ship controls in some interview. How did you get to that room, and how long did you stay there?
I just ran there because I presume my combativeness, my threats towards these creatures, they left, and I just went seeking a way out. So when I entered that area that I only presumed to be controls, I have no confirmation that anything I was doing was actually moving the ship. I didn't feel it move. What was the question again?
Sure. They want to know, how did you get there and how long did you stay there for in this larger room?
Oh, well, there was just moments and perhaps this button pushing, attempting to open a door when I didn't know where the ship was. It was at an airless place. I didn't even know, but I was in hysterical panic and doing things that were probably unwise. And I was encountered this human-looking being who led me out of there. So it was only just minutes.
You also mentioned you went down a ramp to get from the initial room to the second larger room. Can you describe the ramp? Was it smooth? Was it gray? Were there steps on the ramp?
I was mainly concerned with where they were taking me, so I was paying attention to that and my other surroundings. But the ramp itself was not slippery, fortunately, because it was steeper than you would normally consider comfortable to be descending. Nothing special, just a ramp.
Did it open or was it already open?
It was already open.
And I like details, so please entertain me for this. As it's coming down, or it was already down, were there hinges that allowed it to come down that you saw, or was it just an open
No,
space?
I didn't see it in motion, but I did not see it moving from closed to open. The door that opened probably would have triggered that if it wasn't already down. It could have been a section of the craft that merely slid down and took a different position. I doubt it was something that just came out of the floor in the hangar area.
MP wants to know, what does Travis think about the contact event in South Africa and about the visitors' messages about the harm and dangers of technology? Have you heard of this?
Well, I've heard various claims, and they told me to tell you this. Like I say, I don't evaluate anyone else's case, but it's just pure simple wisdom, that humans had better wise up. We cannot go on at this rate. When I was a kid, the population of Earth was half what it is today. And do we need to go another 40 years and double again and just keep doubling and doubling and doubling? These are limits. There are limits to growth. You can't go on forever multiplying greater and greater and greater. There's something more conscious and more aware needs to be done. So much of what's being extracted from the earth is finite. Fossil fuels are fossil. I mean, are we going to go back into a big swamp age and create a whole bunch more petroleum under the ground? No. When they get it all pumped out of the ground, they're going to have to think, well, now what are we going to lubricate our skateboards with or whatever, there was a musician when I was a kid. The name of the album was After the Gold Rush. And that's what humanity's expansion across this planet had been, a gold rush. Charging headlong, exploiting everything right and left. And it's decimated so much of what was abundant and natural, and we're going to miss it.
John Doe wants to know, do you recall anything particular about the eyes of the beings? So both either the humanoid ones or the more human-like ones, their eye color.
Oh, yeah, there was something odd about the human-looking ones in terms of their eyes. And I never quite put my finger on that because, like I say, I wasn't studying things out. It was something unusual. And one thing that stands out to me concerning the Greys was the stare. It seemed to be penetrating in a very uncomfortable way. And but there were blinks at times. And a lot of people report no blinking, but no eyelids, but there was definitely blinking in this case.
Blinking with their own eyelids or with a film that came up and then disappeared like a lizard?
It was like their own eyelids. And, on eyes that size, it was quite a pronounced sort of thing.
Their eyes, is it primarily black, or were you able to see a direction that they were looking because there's some white?
I didn't see things like a pupil or anything like that. I presume, of course, that they were looking at me because their faces pointed towards me.
Fox Indabush wants to know, now that you've been through this experience, do you have advice in case someone else is in a similar situation? Let's take that two ways. So one is that they're taken aboard. Okay. And then also the post-abduction media frenzy. So what advice would you give yourself? Let's just take it to be you. What would you do differently in both cases, on the ship and then afterward?
Well, those are two completely different questions, but the decision to approach and therefore, sort of trigger what happened was something I regret and wish it hadn't happened. It's too much to handle. As far as how to respond to what happened afterwards, it was mostly negative, and over the years it's evolved. There is a lot of more positive people recognizing things that they have themselves experienced, but also still some negative, because people who mistakenly consider it a threat to things they already believe.
Have you met any people that have had similar experiences to you?
Yes.
Are any of them people who have public names that you can reference?
Well, I think we already went through this. Are there people that I'm going to vouch for without having investigated their case? And I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do that, because then there's many people, and some of them are friends that, well, why not put me on that list? It's just, it's way too political.
Okay, how about this? What was similar about the experiences and what was different, without divulging who the people were in particular?
Well, I would say the idea of being blasted by some form of energy that may have killed me would be a unique feature. But I've gone to a great deal of time to try to analyze what that was. So much of what made them call it an abduction, rather than the term I now prefer, which is ambulance call, is that this blast of energy was an accident. Took years of research to find out that the area where we were there is one of the highest frequency of lightning strikes of any place in the United States. And that the presence of this craft, or the field it generates, may have triggered a discharge of energy with me as the ground wire. Something kind of unexpected. And that sort of contributes to, what were they doing there? Were they there to take one of us? One of the other crewmen, Alan, Dwayne, Steve? No, I don't think that was part of the deal. I think, and this is pure speculation, that this high frequency of lightning strikes has to do with the fact that when lightning strikes the Earth, crystals are formed that are not formed geologically. They're rare, but quite exotic in terms of the properties that they are, said to have. And it's called fulgurite. So could have been something along the lines of they're prospecting for fulgurite.
So you think the high density of lightning strikes is the precipitator of the UFOs, or that the UFOs induce the high lightning strikes?
I would say the former, that the UFOs may be in that area because of the high frequency of lightning and the creation of these exotic crystals. Speculation, of course. Understand, I'm not saying I know this.
I don't mind speculation, man. I'm a fan of it, personally. So Six Pool says, can Travis describe what the Greys were wearing, if any? What was the material made of? Can he discern any... Well, that's it.
Well, they were wearing coveralls, loose-fitting coveralls of a orangish brown color, soft velour, not shiny. I didn't pick up any details other than that.
Do you happen to know how long the duration is that you remember inside the craft? Like, is it, do you remember only a minute?
That would just
5
be an
minutes or-
estimation. The conscious period was, you could take it off in terms of minutes and hours or that sort of thing, but certainly nothing that fills up 5 days. And that is or was a blank for me for so long.
What was the state of your body? Because I imagine that if you were not eating for 5 days, you would look drastically different. Do you feel like you were fed somehow?
Must have been, but according to medical tests, they say that if your body is feeding on itself, that it generates what's called ketones. And those were absent, although there was evidently quite a bit of dehydration. I was weighed immediately after the incident, as soon as my brother got me back to my mother's house. And then by the time I went into Dr. Candel's office, bringing those same scales with me, there was a recovery of at least 5 pounds. So
just from hydration?
Just probably hydration. I was very thirsty. That was a major point in me describing how I felt.
A 5 pound difference from when you arrived naked, you're weighing yourself, correct?
I wasn't naked, that's Hollywood, but from the time I was recovered from the phone booth to the time I was in the doctor's office following.
5 pounds sounds quite significant, so I'm wondering if any of that difference was because of clothing change. Was there a difference in clothing between your initial measurement and then the subsequent?
No, because I was weighed naked both times.
So you just said that something was Hollywood, that the naked was only an artifact of Hollywood?
Yeah. Yeah, they filmed a bunch of other nudity in that movie that didn't get used, fortunately, but it's just kind of one of those things that Hollywood tends to do. I'm interested in a remake that doesn't resort to such devices.
Okay, so sorry, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So in Hollywood, they falsely presented you as naked on a scale?
Naked on the floor of the phone booth.
I see. Okay. But you were weighed naked.
Yes, when I came back to the house, my brother removed the clothes, sealed them up in a sealed bag, and weighed me, and I changed clothes.
When you were scanned, were there any abnormalities? Someone here is asking if you had an x-ray and there was a device in you or a small piece. You mentioned that there was a grain.
Well, I mentioned the small calcified granuloma, which is no longer there on any x-rays. Also, an actual brainwave scan. Barrows Neurological Institute is where this was done. And this was where Muhammad Ali moved to Phoenix just to be near this hospital. And the technician was not told who I was. He wasn't attaching any significance to description of what happened. I was actually put in there under a false name. So it was a double-blinded examination. And they found what was described, I still have the report, as a bisynchronous alternating wave traveling from front to back. And I have undergone subsequent scans that did not show that. So I'm thinking it could have just been an artifact of recent injury that was in the process of healing.
What's this wave? What is the consequence of it? What does it mean? The bisynchronous alternating? So both hemispheres were...
The technician didn't say this shows that he was hit with electricity. I would love to see scans electroencephalograph done on people who might have been hit by lightning, or maybe an electrician who stood up under a live wire or something like that, at least something of that nature, to see if this kind of a pattern is a feature of certain types of injury or impact with large amounts of energy or force.
Did they tell you anything else about that particular brainwave pattern? Here's an example. There's something called alpha waves, and then there's theta waves. I'm sure you've heard of this. And they correspond to different feelings of consciousness or different modes. Like one is a more meditative mode, another is a more cognitive thinking, creative mode. So what's the significance of this wave that they found on you?
Maybe none, but I'm just telling you that, you know, people say, what did the test reveal? And this is what came out. This technician had no idea what I'd been through and what I was being tested for. It was just something that he observed without being told to look for something of that sort. So it was just something that came up and maybe insignificant. I mean, good grief, I don't know anything about EEGs. What if just being hysterical for 5 days, could make you have an EEG of a certain characteristic? But I don't know. I'm just saying, if there is any significance to that, I'll have to go back and read that EEG again and see if they were referring to theta waves, alpha waves, any of that sort of thing.
Do you have a pen and paper in front of you? Within arm's reach?
Yeah.
Remember I said that I love details? Do you mind showing me some of the lines on the screen? Because as you were describing them, I can't visualize what you're saying. You're saying there are some lines and lines coming off, but there were no markings to indicate certain positions.
Well, I'm no artist, but
this screen, you saw it where within the ship?
It was mounted on the arm of a chair. It's just long lines with short lines, but they didn't have numbers on each of the little short lines. Mm-hmm. And they would move in response to things I did.
Yeah, I see it.
But didn't reveal any information to me. I mean,
so they moved in response to you. You didn't get the sense that that was a map of something else. It actually was congruent with your motion. So when you turned, the signals changed.
Well, that's a possibility too.
What else is common between your experience and some of the other people who you're not going to name, but the ones that you personally find credible? You said that there were some commonalities. So what's another one?
Well, I had an experience when I was a small child. I can't document it. My brothers and sisters remember this. I'm telling them at the time it happened, I was telling them this happened, and they said, no, it was a dream. But I never confused any dream with reality or any such thing. Never anything of this sort. So it was a very real experience in a single being that was like a gray. I didn't call it an alien. I just said it was a little man with a bald head and big eyes. And he was dressed in a black suit. And I thought that was interesting because I found out later that Betty Hill's beings were dressed in black suits.
It was nighttime. Were the lights off?
Yeah, we were all sleeping. It was a huge house, and in Phoenix, cooled by evaporative coolers. So during the hottest part of the year, we would make bedrolls, lay in the hallway where this giant cooler came down the hallway and cooling us all off. And so I woke up because I felt my legs being lifted. Someone had picked up the bottom of the blanket, and that woke me up. It's not like, oh, I'm dreaming an alien is coming to. No, it was a small man, and I didn't know what was lifting me until I looked to see what was lifting me in this little guy. And I started to call out, and he dropped and ran off.
When you were young, you would describe it as a little man. Now, thinking back, is it the same type of entity that you saw on the ship? Or do you not have a great recollection of it?
I'd say it was very similar, if not the same, as the people on the ship. A small man, bald head, very pale, chalky skin, huge eyes, and dressed in black. But I didn't call it an alien, never did. I just was insisting to this description to my brothers and sisters. And to this day, they remember me. The only time I ever said this really happened, and they were saying it was a dream. But see, that's one of those stories that people are going to say, oh, he's just ad-libbing here, you know. No, I don't have 20 witnesses here. It's just something that
I'm not concerned with skeptics. I want to know a bit more about the commonalities we were talking about. So you just talked about your own experience again. Now, when you spoke with other people who have had similar experiences to yourself, what's similar is what I'm curious about.
Is this going to get turned into Travis's endorsement of some cases and rejection of others?
No, you don't have to mention any names.
Well, it's still, you know, it boils down to that eventually, but you know, there's definitely a connection and a style of presentation in them recalling what happened and describing it. Other kinds of subtle sorts of things. And I don't want to give anybody a list of things to add to their next story, but definitely certain things that ring a bell. And not just in the experience itself, but in the way they related it to people and the way people related to them. There seems to be a commonality.
What do you mean? In the way that they relate it is similar. What do you mean?
I don't want to go there. Come on, man. I can't do that to people. I was mercilessly pilloried and criticized and all this stuff. Well, that doesn't match this, doesn't match that, and it all come back to get the facts. You didn't even research my case. You know, people are making criticisms and analyzing what happened, and they don't even know what's been said and what actually happened. Like, you know, a debunker who says, well, Travis was never at that phone booth. He was always in his mother's cabin or something. If they do their research, they know that the operator listened in on the call and notified the sheriff. He sent people over there to take fingerprints. So there's all kinds of things where, oh, those guys were out there hallucinating on drugs. No. A law enforcement entity took samples from my body immediately afterwards, not one trace of any drug whatsoever. So these kinds of, it's easy to just wipe it away with the back of your hand. 7 people don't have the same hallucination, detail, identical. The idea that it was a hallucination induced by earthquake lights, you know, the rim there is a giant fault in the ground. So the theory that people were offering was that earthquake lights are what generated this blast of energy, which actually came out of me and went to a craft. but anyway, it went through my brain and made me hallucinate. Well, the guys in the truck 90 feet away, they weren't touching the ground, and how could a blast of earthquake lights affect them? And more importantly, why would all 7 of us imagine the same thing? people are really reaching when they grab for these ways of trying to explain it away. But there's quite a variety to them, and they were serious.
Juanita Grand wants to know, I recall him talking about the temperature and dryness of the air inside the craft. I would like to know if he's noticed anything else strange. Now, obviously, there's plenty strange, but something else that you haven't spoken much about, if not at all.
Not really. Just I was feeling injured, and so maybe the suffocating feeling came from that. But the human-looking being who took me out of there was wearing a helmet on his head, so that was probably, I would think, to protect him from the atmosphere in there, or maybe to avoid contaminating the interior of the craft. I don't know, but it does suggest that perhaps that was the reason. It did feel immediately cooler and easier to breathe as soon as we got outside.
Outside the initial room, where you could still be inside a larger
Outside the craft into the larger hangar room.
See, to me, when I'm visualizing this, I only think in terms of craft. So I think in terms of, this is a small craft inside a larger craft, but the way you're describing it is it's as if it's a building.
Well, it's or a craft inside of a large building somewhere. It could be just a hangar on the ground somewhere.
If you had to make a guess as to how large it was, how many feet away could you see, or meters, how large would you characterize it?
Well, before I quote a figure, I really ought to meditate on that a bit, figure out what the size would be. It was quite a bit larger, big enough for these things to fly into. I would assume they flew in there. I didn't see them flying.
I know you said you need to think about it some more. More than 4 times the size of the initial place. Is that correct?
Yeah.
More. I'm a man of details, Travis. More than 10 times?
I would say, got to be bigger than 200 feet. If there's a couple of craft in there, 40 feet in diameter, that adds up to 80, but they're spaced by maybe 30. I'm just off the top of my head saying a figure like that.
MJ Jumps wants to know, before you die, will you reveal if you've had any other contact with ETs or UFOs?
Well, that would be like admitting that I had it, so that's a loaded question.
It's a sneaky way around the question. How about this? Is there more to come from Travis Walton?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Someone wants to know about high strangeness. It's this term that keeps coming up over and over, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Have you experienced any high strangeness after your event?
Yeah, but it wasn't witnessed by multiple witnesses, so, well.
Now, see, I sense such reservation on your part, and I imagine that's because you've been excoriated to such a degree that you don't want, that it hurts you to be criticized even a little bit, or at least for people to look at you with skeptical eyes. Is that the main reason that you don't like to talk about what can't be corroborated?
Yeah, I'm interested in making people understand that this is a real phenomenon, that this really happened in anything like what happened to me that one night. Well, no one else but my family knew. To people that want to find a reason to disbelieve, they're going to think of that as an embellishment or some sort of an attention getter. It's something that really happened, and the whole family verifies it. But that's not enough witnesses to qualify in today's world.
What other items did you see on the craft? So you mentioned a rod that was glass that you took and you started swinging.
Well, those other instruments were not anything I would recognize. It didn't look like, I'm familiar with tools and some medical instruments. I was actually eventually certified as an EMT. I took the state test on midwifery, and it was offered by the state of Arizona to bring all of the lay midwives in, many who had been practicing under doctors for years, into an official licensing situation. So the offer was, come in, take this test. And it was just a spur of the moment thing. I didn't plan it. I only heard about it a couple of days before the test. Went in, and I got the second highest score out of the whole group. But maybe it's a genetic thing. I don't know. My father was a doctor, actually an obstetrician.
Can you draw some of what you saw in terms of the devices that you can't recognize or you can't place as
just
common?
A quick glance at what's the biggest thing here? What can I use for a weapon? That's all. There was a thing that looked kind of like I'm sorry. This is that time of day when I get robocalls.
Do you mind turning off the ringer, putting it on silent? Okay, so Cloud in Seattle wants to know, has Travis ever tried CE5 since the incident? And if so, what were his takeaways?
What's that?
I don't know, because people keep mentioning CE5. So if those in the comments can let me know what CE5 is, then I
don't know what
let Travis know. Okay.
I probably didn't try it. Is that a type of hypnosis? Is that a...
The reason why it's taken me a while to come up with questions is because not only am I reading some of the audience questions, but I want to ask you more details about these beings, but I don't want you to be on the defensive, because I'm not a debunker, I'm not a skeptic. I'm on your side, or at least I'm not against you.
I appreciate that, but the audience is huge, and anybody that wants to take something and turn it into something that's not, there's actually few and far between, but there's people like that.
Do you think that these people, the ones with helmets that calmed you, that were there, or at least you think were there to calm you, do you think that they walk among us? Have you seen any strange people?
Yeah, I actually said that they would pass in a crowd. You wouldn't go, wow, there's that kind of odd-looking robotic human or something like that. No, I think that they would pass in a crowd.
Have you seen any people, but you said that they gave you a strange feeling, at least with their eyes. It wasn't, there's something not right about their eyes. Have you encountered any people like that?
And I never could put my finger on exactly what it was. Color, the way the pupil constricts or whatever. I don't know. It's just something a little unusual about that.
So CE5 is a term describing the fifth category of close encounters with extraterrestrial intelligence, characterized by mutual bilateral communication rather than unilateral contact. So, did you communicate with them?
Well, I stick to the stuff I can document, so nothing to report there. I know that's disappointing. People love there's so many people that have had an experience and they'll expound on whatever. But,
how do these alien creatures feed themselves? Have you had any thoughts on that? Now, this question comes from Henry Baum.
Well, that's an interesting question. People would love to know that, but I didn't see their kitchen. We weren't not in any sort of a situation on how I was fed, if I was, or how they feed themselves. Don't know. That's just a complete unknown.
Okay, David Reed says, first of all, Travis, respect you for sticking with your story. I myself have witnessed a UFO in Majorca in September 1995. I've only discussed it with my wife. Question, considering how long it took you to come to terms with your experience, do you think that the human race is ready to accept for some time now that we've been observed by technologically advanced intelligence?
I do think that humans are getting closer and closer to that. This whole big lead up to a big release of information in Congress was sort of a letdown. It wasn't as forthcoming as it was promised, but the fact that it existed at all is a major step forward. And basically, to have official channels acknowledge that there is something there that isn't ours, and whether they just their conscience got to them and they decided to come clean and tell us, I don't think that's the case. It was just a matter of the evidence is piling up too high. To rely on ridicule and dismissing the witnesses was not reducing their credibility. It was reducing the government's credibility. So they, finally acknowledge, yes, there's things we can't explain in terms of conventional whatever. So that was a step forward. And, it's interesting. It was kind of a social engineering kind of a thing. That when these announcements were made, they came late on a Friday. And that's normally what they do when they want something to be out there, but to get a minimum of attention. It sort of gets ignored until the next news cycle. And by Monday, there'll be a whole pile of other things to divert attention. So it doesn't it's a soft bombshell.
Going back to your childhood, you said that there was this alien, or at least a little man. You weren't sure what it was at the time, and it was wearing black. Now, the ones on the ship were wearing a light blue, if I recall. What's that material? Is it?
No, orangish brown.
Okay, so they're wearing orange/brown. What type of material is it? Could you see that they're wearing clothing? For example, with me, you could see a bit of a shadow from a light, or was it extremely tight fitting, but you were able to tell it was clothing because it was different than their skin color?
It was loose fitting and sort of billowy a little bit, but weaveless. I didn't see grain in a fabric. It was more like velour. But I was riveted on the eyes. I wasn't thinking about, what are these clothes made out of, or that kind of thing, all of us think, wow, if we were in that kind of an opportunity to, learn these things, that's the sort of thing we'd be, I'm sorry. I tried to turn this thing off, but it just,
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Said hello, Moto, which is what it normally does when I turned it on.
Okay, that's all right. Vox Vesper wants to know: did you at any point during your?
Oh, I'm gonna stick this thing under the mattress.
Sure. Did you at any point during your abduction experience have a feeling of ecstasy? So this comes from Vox Vesper.
No, it was terrifying and painful, but I was injured, so it doesn't have anything to do with. Trying to enjoy the experience.
Tim Yusubov wants to know, could you talk more about what the ship lighting was at the other facility? I assume he means when you entered into the larger room.
Well, looking like gentle sunlight. Nothing to describe. It's just normal lighting, the colors of looking at my, self and things around me. There wasn't any unusual cast of things.
Randall Mattel wants to know, do you think the beings you encountered were just another aspect of the craft itself?
I'm not sure what the question means, but I don't understand the question. Were the craft generating beings? Is that what they're saying?
Yes, like projections, or perhaps somehow these beings are integrated within the craft. Was there a difference between... There's obviously a difference between the craft and the beings, but did you get a sense that there was an intimate tie between them?
Well, I didn't get any feeling other than pain and fear. Sorry, I wasn't all tuned in and spiritual, but those kinds of things could exist, but I wasn't experiencing that way.
Jason Brown wants to know, please ask Travis if there was any physical evidence in the area the craft interacted with him. I recall you talked about tree rings, but what else?
Yes, definitely. There was initially magnetic readings that were taken, scanning across the clearing, taking measurements, and charting it all out. And the report was that there was a polarity reversal in the direction the craft had departed. I never got to see this evidence. I would love to. I believe the ufologists that were taking the readings were from something. No, I can't say for sure who it was, but it was recognizable names in ufology. But there was also a report later that under that summer, a volunteer in the Fire Watch reported that there was a government team that came through taking magnetic readings on the ground. And she just found that curious because normally such readings would be taken from an instrument suspended under an airplane, but they were doing it directly on the ground in the area. Maybe no connection at all, but she saw the team and asked them what they were doing. I could go back and ask her more about what they might have told her because she was a reporter for the local paper.
If you still are in contact with her, it'd be great if you could. And then you could just email me. Okay, Dynamite Biz Quits wants to know, ask him if the gravity was the same or different when you woke up. So on the craft, did you notice that you were able to run quicker, slower?
Good question. I felt heavy, like I could barely make myself move. It took the adrenaline of panic to be able to do the things I did, but I mistook or whatever, interpreted that weakness to be something to do with my injury. The improvement in my energy level and everything when I got outside the craft could indicate that there was heavier gravity generated inside that craft for some reason. If the beings in their home planet have a heavier gravity, it would also contribute to a denser atmosphere. More my speculation after 40 years. A denser atmosphere, perhaps cutting down on the amount of light reaching the surface of the planet, which might explain the large eyes. Large eyes have got to mean either some kind of an environment where light is limited, I would think. Are they nocturnal? Maybe that would be the reason. But if they aren't nocturnal, then perhaps the large eyes come from living where the atmosphere is heavy, denser, and less light reaches the surface.
Did you notice any strangeness or anything abnormal about how the aliens walked? So, firstly, did you see the Greys walk?
Yes, and it was just a real quick, light scurrying. They actually, when I was made contact with one of them with the back of my arm, it was a lot lighter than I expected. It fell back very easily.
So they just scurry? I know that some people say that they move, they shuffle like cicada or like some insect. Did you notice any strange movement?
I didn't get any insect-like impressions at all.
Was there a difference between how the Greys moved versus the more human-like beings?
The human-looking ones moved like humans, and the Greys just moved like very light, quick beings.
Considering the UFO radiation could have killed you, have you ever thought that they grabbed you to heal you? This one comes from Benito Sin-Iskshi.
Yeah, definitely, because the evidence of radiation in the trees would suggest that I would myself have been exposed to a large amount, and that could have been part of what the treatment was, and maybe quite a lot of it, I don't know. And one other thing is that the crewman who was sitting to my left, when I got out of the truck, I left the door open, and he did develop skin cancer on his right forearm, which would have been probably the most exposed part of his whole anatomy. But again, it could be a coincidence.
Of all the pieces of evidence that you've seen, that you've heard of, hard pieces of evidence that you can disclose, which one stands out as most extraordinary, and why is it not ordinary?
Well, of the pieces that I've seen, there's the materials that have supposedly been dropped from craft. They're ordinary in some ways, but they're extraordinary from the standpoint if you ask why. Why would somebody, as in the case of the Council Bluffs incident, why would something drop some form of molten metal that has iron and a few other impurities, as opposed to anything? I mean, I suppose I would say that anything that you have, which is, again, allegedly dropped off of some of these objects, is in and of itself extraordinary. Because you have to ask the question, okay, well, what is it about this? Should the event be real, that is somehow linked to the formation of either a power supply or a propulsion or something else? I mean, for all we know, it's the side product of their entertainment system. So when you get something like this, you would perhaps like it to be related to, something extraordinary about the craft or the object's mobility or function, but it might have a completely side use that is unrelated to any of the above. What I find extraordinary, particularly, let's say, about the Council Bluffs, is that I know of at least 3 other events that are similar in terms of material that was dropped. And in case one of them is here in California, where I haven't had a chance to analyze it directly, but at least visually, it's the same. So, when it comes to science, when you have 2 examples of something similar, it's more than a coincidence when you have those kinds of things. The other one that is both extraordinary as well as ordinary is the event in Trinity that Jacques Vallée wrote about, and the object which was supposedly taken, from the craft by these 2 children. That I've had it here at my house several times. With Jacques brings it over, and we talk about it. We don't need it because it's just sort of like a point of reference to have it here as we're talking with a group of other people about it. In that it, for all intents and purposes, and there's pictures of it on the web, for all intents and purposes, it looks very normal, and if anything, crafted in a old style way by a kind of what's called sand casting of molten metal. There's a process, it's called sand casting. And so, either it's something which was, this is speculation on Jacques' part at some point, is that there had been an actual object on the craft, but by the time that had been replaced by this thing for some reason, we don't know why, but that when the children came on board, it had already, whatever was actually there had already been removed, and then this had been put there. It was the only thing that they could grab and pull off, so they ran with it. So it might have, for instance, absolutely nothing to do with the craft itself, or the object itself, and had been something that for some reason, the Department of Defense, who got there first, decided they just needed to put there as a placeholder. I don't know. So, I mean, but it's extraordinary in and of itself that somebody, if they took something off the craft, DOD, let's say, there had been something there, they took something off, they felt they had to replace it with something, if that makes sense. So,
firstly, what do you mean when you said that we don't need it? You said Jack would bring it over, but you don't need it?
Oh, we don't need to have it here every time we have a discussion about it, is what I mean. But, it's just the personalities involved like to have it almost like a reference point sitting in the middle of the table as we talk about it.
Okay, and so for those who are unfamiliar with this story, there were two children who watched a craft crash. Is that correct? And then there were some beings. And then actually when I was speaking to Jacques, actually I called him Jack before, but Jacques, we didn't get into what happened to those aliens. What happened to them?
Well, I mean, if you read the book, there was they were observed over the course of several hours as it was relayed by the children, sort of walking around outside of the craft in a kind of a tizzy, essentially,
like frantically.
Yeah, like,
and they
oh my
weren't
God,
moving ordinarily. They were moving in fits.
Yeah. Yeah, and so that in and of itself was interesting. And then they were no longer there at some point, at least when the Defense Department or the Army people arrived. But there was another event, because the children who took the object hid it in a shed, as I recall, on their father's property, on one of their father's property, under the floorboards. And for some reason, the kids were in there at night. And this is one of the really weird, how do you put this in a materialism or a materialistic kind of context, that they said that the beings, whatever they were, walked through the wall into the shed and pointed towards where the object was. Okay, well, that's strange, right? First of all, because to me, at least, the object looks very ordinary. It looks like it's something was probably, taken from some farm tractor or something. And, I would love it if the people would look online.
I'll be overlaying an image.
But no, I mean, so overlay the image, yeah. And, can anybody identify this? There've been things like said, oh, this is a piece of something from a windmill. Well, that's nice speculation, but show me. And I would love for somebody to show me that that's what it is, because again, to me, it looks ordinary. But if it is ordinary, then why would the children say that later the beings seemed to come and point at it as if it was something important? And it comes back to that thing that both John Keel and Jacques have said, is that after these events occur, there are these reinforcement efforts that seem to go on. Like the men in black show up the day after and tell you not to say something. Well, what's going to make you remember something more than if somebody shows up and tells you not to remember it? So again, it's that kind of strangeness associated with it that, many so-called skeptics, rightfully, and as Jacques has said, because I think, frankly, he's the king of skeptics, said this is absurd. How does it make sense? What do we make from something like this? So anyway, those are the two that I'm most interested in. Then I guess a third one would be the bismuth material that Hal Puthoff talks about a lot around the waveguide. I've looked at it, and I've heard both sides of the argument as to whether it's the byproduct of just a normal human smelting process versus is it something real. I don't know. So I guess only further testing will determine. There's other materials like the one from San Augustine that again I have looked at now, several of them, not all of them, but several of them, and they're completely explainable. And we'll be publishing some papers on those as well. People who think that there's something called alien honeycomb. It's not. It's something from a 1940s process, and that's, if anything, a bit of a news release, if you will. We haven't talked about that publicly, but we know absolutely that the so-called alien honeycomb is not. It's from a 1940s standard aeronautics process.
Do you have any biological samples in your possession?
No, I don't. I was offered some biological samples. These are some of the so-called implants. But when I started asking questions about the provenance of these things, and the first one was, well, where's the consent forms from the patient, right? And because you can't just go running willy-nilly with pieces of people's bodies or things out of people's bodies that, first of all, don't have consent forms. Second of all, and that's for both HIPAA as well as other reasons I'm about to tell you, which is that, let's say that somebody takes a nodule out of somebody's arm. Well, who's to say it's not cancer? Did you send it to a pathologist for review? None of these things were done with most of these things. And I realized that the person who took out some of these things was themselves a doctor, but they probably should have known better, because if these days something goes wrong and that person gets cancer, even if that thing wasn't cancer, somebody could quite rightly ask you, did you test that? How do you know that wasn't a initiating cancer and that the person died of a metastasis? So you're at fault. So the materials that I was sent at one point after I asked that question, within a few days I sent it right back and said no. I mean, would I love to be able to get a handle on biological materials? Absolutely, because I can go through all of the testing that I know how to do. In fact, I'm probably better at biological materials than I am at metals.
Are you able to test if it's cancer? Are you able to test now, even though it's been years later?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if
But
it's as long as it's been preserved, I sent it back. But the other thing is that you can't, if I don't have a consent form from the patient, and in some cases, some of these, let's say, objects are so old, if you will, that there is no consent form. And then you'd have to go to the family members to get consent, because the people are public and the names are public, and the families might not want to be besmirched. So you just got to be very careful with all of this stuff. And I think I learned it. I learned this most through the Atacama exercise. That even though I didn't think it was, I thought that it was probably like a monkey or something like that. When we found out conclusively that Atacama was human, well, that's when the ethicists descended en masse to say, well, you should have known. Well, you didn't know, first of all. But secondly, there were no consents from family, which was, that's right. But, I didn't take the thing, and I didn't know what it was at the beginning, but now people know conclusively, and they can do what they want with that data. And I think give the young girl a proper resting, but that's a whole other issue altogether. But I mean, it does tell you that, you can walk into areas thinking you're doing good. And, when you find out the truth, if you will, then people will decide based on the truth what you should have done even before you knew it.
That's an interesting point. Walking into an area thinking that you're doing good and then realizing the truth and then realizing you perhaps shouldn't have walked into that to begin with. There's this question I have about when someone's encountering the phenomenon. Well, let's imagine this occurs to one of the people watching. Do you have advice given from all that you know and all of the people you've spoken to, like Lou, for example? Should someone approach it, stay away, run away? Should
I
they
would
contact
not.
someone directly afterwards? Should they not wash their clothing because there's residual evidence on it?
I see. Like a crime scene. Well, first thing is I wouldn't approach it, right? Because you don't know what it is. Just because you see a glowing ball of something doesn't mean it's an alien. It could be ball lightning, rare as it is, and that could be, it's a purely terrestrially explainable phenomenon at some level, and you might hurt yourself. So, and then I just wouldn't approach it, and I would save everything that you can. And I think writing down your thoughts at the moment is probably the most important thing, because remembering things years later, you fill in the gaps. So, write it down. But also, I would also say, don't believe everything you see, right? Just because you see something doesn't mean it's actually there. There are enough stories about people who feel that these things are projections, right? That so maybe it's something projected into an individual's mind. Again, this is all conjecture, and I want to warn the various skeptics who love to write little nastygrams about me. I'm not a born and true believer. I am interested in finding out what the truth is about these things. I feel that given that there are enough individuals who seem to report seeing the same things or experiencing the same things, that there's a story here that needs to be explained. It's either mass hysteria, some form of Jungian collective unconscious kind of thing, or it's something real. But then once you get to it's something real, how real or unreal is it? And again, if people are familiar with John Keel and Jacques' primary theses on this, that it's there's an element of irreality to this that has yet to be understood. It drives me crazy, thinking about it. And anybody, especially with Jacques, with the background and knowledge about what it is that Jacques involves himself with, is he's always looking for what's behind the what's behind, right? That what you're presented is, as he often has called it, a form of kabuki theater, right? It's something which is meant to be an intermediary or a stand-in for an objective, right? That these beings or whatever the people claim that is that they see aren't necessarily the beings or the consciousness as you're interested in that's actually driving the process. That there's something put there in the stead of whatever this higher level consciousness is as an intermediary. And I had a long discussion about this, I think, on the Lex Fridman show. People who want to, talk about that, the ants and how do you communicate with ants.
Right. I'll leave a link to that in the description. Many of the skeptics don't understand. Well, maybe they understand, but for this topic, they don't. They don't seem to have a handle that science is contingent on speculation. That it's difficult, in some ways, the ground that one stands on as a scientist, because it's difficult to build up from the atomic rational facts, and that one makes intuitive leaps and they're inspired by logic, but often in contradiction to it and independent from it. And idea generation is throwing plenty at the wall, and no one else will fail, and inventive ideas are generally seen as outlandish, nonsensical initially anyway. One of the goals with the TOE channel, with this channel, is to have these behind-the-door conversations that ordinarily occur in academia to be in front of the monitor. So at some point I'll have on Carl Friston and Michael Evan, who are going to be speculating in real time in front of the audience, just to show what it looks like.
Right. Well, that's absolutely true. And you call out something, and I haven't really ever put it that way, is that the foundation of science is, as you said, pure speculation. But I'd go only a step further. The foundation of science is built on fantasy. Right, that the fantasies of how we think the world is operating, right? I mean, nobody would have even, and all of our science is almost 2,000 to 3,000 years old. If you go back to Plato and the Greeks, and even further back, many other cultures have all contributed. And yet none of them understood that today reality is built up from these quantum waveforms, right, way down at the base level of whatever it is that the universe really is. And yet our ability to talk about it is all built on surrogate knowledge of what is actually really operating, and only as it gets to an observable level do we ever really talk about what reality is. And yet way down deep is this complex math that is still yet unexplainable. And so we're building our picture of the world on a form of a fantasy, and science does that, right? I mean, as a biologist, for instance, we rarely, if ever, see the things in their native form that we talk about inside of cells. Everything is with these surrogate measurements. I attach something to something else, and when it does this, I infer that. And so we make up these ideas about how it is that nature is constructed, but it's rarely having seen what it is that's there. And it was really only, in say the last 50 or so years, with the advent of things like electron microscopy and the determination of protein structures and other things by crystallography, that our fantasies matched a picture of the reality, where we could actually see the proteins that we knew were there. And they had the modules and the pieces on them that we inferred must be operable from other genetics and other kinds of experiments. And so I think science is moving towards a more, let's say, picture-based view of the world. But most of our linguistics around the discussion of science is still using the fantasy language of 100 to 200 years ago. So you have to come up with crazy ideas to explain these. I mean, we see it every day in my lab. You're like, wait, how, what? What's going on here? Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And I always tell people that at least the way that I do it is that you're best at science when you can instantly formulate a whole range of ideas that might explain it. And everything from, things that are potentially real and based on the experiments you do, all the way down to, I jokingly say, micro elves running the universe. But you have to be able to keep all of that in mind at a moment, and then you have to cut kind of two thresholds and then order the most likely chain of probability that one is correct or not, and then come up with a couple of thresholds. One threshold is possible, and then everything below it is, okay, no, there's no micro elves running the universe. But then, and everything above it is possible, and then within that you have to be able to say, above this is testable, and in here is this kind of no man's land of possible, but I don't have the instrumentation yet to test it. And actually that's the area more often that personally I like to work, because we don't have the means to test something, and then that's where, for instance, I've created a number of companies and sold them over the years, and it's always been about shrinking the size of the untestable realm, so that we can basically, when we come up with a hypothesis that's based on materialism of some sort, I can actually see it. And that's moved, I mean, some of the instruments in my lab were spun out as companies, and then everybody in the world in the sciences in my area uses them. But I've been focusing smaller and smaller and smaller down towards subcellular and now atomic imaging. So,
what do you make of the derision from the skeptics and maybe even scientists who say, well, I only follow the data and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? What's your response to those statements?
Well, my response is, well, if that's how you want to operate, stay in the caves. I'm interested in leaving the caves and going out into uncharted territory. And, the derision comes, I think, from people thinking that a conclusion has been made. No conclusion has been made. A potential explanation for the data has been offered. And even when you publish a paper, everybody knows that when you publish a paper and you state the conclusions, you are stating a formulation of the observations at a moment in time, fully well realizing that 10 years from now or 20 years from now, what you thought was X, Y, and Z is actually part of a larger framework and picture that you can look back and say, well, that's not quite the way to look at it. Here's how you would think about how this is operating. So papers are, although people like to think are scientists saying this is how things are, even though it comes across that way often in papers, it really is just a moment in time that you're planting a flag and you're going to say, okay, 10, 20 years from now, we might reformulate because new data has arrived, which allows us to put things into a bigger picture. I mean, you know this from physics, Maxwell's equations on electricity and magnetism. There are formulations of those these days that show that there's a form of quantum physics that actually that Maxwell's equations fall out of, but it's a larger the quantum equations are a larger picture of reality, and that the Maxwell's equations are just a piece of them that fall out of it. And so the critics actually don't bother me. They, if anything, they make themselves out to be, obviously less informed. And it's not my job to convince the critics, in my opinion. My job is just to do the science and get the data out there and say, this data is real. Now, you help me figure out what it is that it means. And when data comes out that shows that something is not what they want it to be, I'll be right there. In fact, if anything, I have disproven more things in this field than I have proven to date. The Atacama, the Starkhouse skull, and a couple of these so-called events.
It sounds like you're saying, look, I haven't come to conclusions. In fact, what you're doing as the quote-unquote skeptic is coming to a non-conclusion by saying so-and-so is not possible. Or then they may modify and say, well, I'm saying so-and-so is not probable. But then the way that I like to view that is, well, not like to view that, there's a problem that I can't solve, which is called the reference class problem, which if anyone studied statistics, this comes up. It's that, how do you know the probability of some events? So, for example, if I was to say, well, what's the probability that you're going to die this year? And then you can say, well, it's actually 100%, it's 99%. And then I say, why? And you say, well, if you look at all the life forms on the planet, most of them are going to die in the next year. Most of them continue. Right. So why are you choosing that as your reference class? So you'd say, okay, I understand. Choose humans. Right. Okay. So then when someone says, well, aliens and so-and-so are not or extraterrestrial beings or so-and-so are not possible, they're choosing from a certain reference class. And that I don't know how one justifies that. So even claims of probability that so-and-so is more probable or less probable, they're dubious to me.
Well, the one that always gets me, that just shows me how some of the skeptics are almost knee-jerk about it, is this notion that, well, if they came from another star system, it would have taken them thousands of years to get here. All right. Well, okay. I have two solutions to that. One, it's a very old universe. Two, and in that, there's plenty of time for somebody to have come here even by simply conventional means. And that doesn't mean that the people who created the craft that got here are the ones that are here. If you're advanced enough to be able to create your own AI, right? I mean, there's the whole concept of the von Neumann machines. You know this one, right? The von Neumann machine idea that, something arrives, makes more copies of itself, sends those copies off elsewhere, and basically there's this exponential reach even across galaxies. And what's to say that when such an object arrives, it doesn't construct from base processes an egg that then is turned into whatever it is that the von Neumann machine is meant to make. And then, you know, I mean, there have been plenty of science fiction stories written about this, that when they get there, the AI then teaches the humans what it is to be a human. Right? There's actually one that's just on Netflix right now, Raised by Wolves. It's a British show, I think. It's pretty good. So, I mean, that's one of them. And then second, it assumes that we know everything about the laws of physics. Right? This notion that, okay, well, they are somehow, as you, in your terminology, they are bound by our reference frame. And that our reference is the current laws of understanding of, you know, E equals MC squared. And, you know, what if somebody else has different math?
Right, and so if one was choosing the reference class to be, well, look, every 60 years or so in physics, our formulation of physics is drastically overturned, or let's say every 80 years or so. Then, and we're assuming these beings, if they're beings, are far greater than 80 years ahead of us. Well,
right.
We impose that they have the same understanding of physics. Yeah. Also, it's false to say that from the nearest star system it takes thousands of years to come to us. They can come to us, or someone can come to us with special relativity almost instantaneously. It's just that thousands of...
As far as they're concerned, yeah.
Right, in their reference frame, right. In a few months ago, December 2021, Diana Pasulka said on Calling All Beings, that it's a podcast, which I'll leave a link to that in the description, that she wanted to create a drug that interfaces with the phenomenon on our terms. What was she referring to?
I think she was referring to some comments I had made about, you know, my frustration listening to experiencers, and actually having some experiencers in my immediate family, who had no control over the events that were occurring to them. And, you know, there's many examples of this in the literature. And if you imagine that whatever this is has to communicate with humans through somehow our sensory apparatus in our brain, whether it's, you know, directly, if it's sound-based, well, then there's no drug for that. But if it's somehow coming inside through the sensory apparatus, I used the term telefactoring before, that if it's interfering with us in some way, why couldn't we make, if we understand enough about how the interference is being generated, maybe there's a drug to stop us or to prevent that from occurring. I mean, there's a lot of science would have to be done around something like that. I'm not saying it's doable tomorrow or anything like that. But the notion is, for the people who feel that they are being inappropriately interacted with, give them the ability to turn it off. You know, it makes you wonder sometimes, again, this is pure speculation, it makes you wonder sometimes whether people who are in mental health facilities today, so-called schizophrenics or what have you, who can't seem to function properly in normal society, how many of them have such, again, speculation, have these continued interactions and they just can't turn them off? It would drive you crazy if you constantly heard something in your head. I just bought a t-shirt, by the way, that's really fun. I found it online. It said, "The voices are back." Excellent.
That's freaky. Well, I had some experience. I won't go into it here, and it's not a phenomenon. Well, maybe I don't think it's a phenomenon experience where I had to send myself to the hospital because I was typing and then I wasn't typing, and something said to me, "Yeah, you thought you were the one that was in control," and it was using my fingers, whatever it was, and I was freaking the heck. And then it said, "Maybe the crazy ones aren't crazy," implying, that.
So that happened to you?
Yeah, and that was, and I like, even talking about it now works me up a bit. So anyway, I called the hospital just to say, "You have to come get me because I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not suicidal in the least, but I don't know, like, why would I?" And anyway, I went downstairs. I remember the police came first, and I told the police officer, I'm not going to try and grab your gun, which already freaks the police officer out. But I'm like,
Right.
"Well, I don't know what I'm like. I'm extremely scared right now. So please just treat me calmly and nicely because I'm in a sensitive state right now." And then they just looked at me like, "Okay, all right, let's just wait until the
Right.
ambulance gets here."
To the paramedics come.
Yeah, and since then, I almost never use the word crazy to refer to someone.
Yeah.
I think that that's a word of condescension, and it also it also implies that one has that their frame is the correct frame, and then it also triggers me. I'm hypersensitive to this to think about what the heck is reality, and for this line of work that I'm doing right now with Toe, that's all I do, and so I've had to actually stop studying consciousness for a little while because it was putting me into an extremely horrible state. And I think that anyone who thinks about consciousness or UFOs even or the phenomena and takes it seriously, that I don't know how they don't send themselves into a spiral of let's just wait until the ambulance gets here.
To the paramedics come.
Yeah, and since then I almost never use the word crazy to refer to someone.
Yeah.
I think that that's a word of condescension, and it also it also implies that one has that their frame is the correct frame, and then it also triggers me. I'm hypersensitive to this to think about what the heck is reality, and for this line of work that I'm doing right now with Toe, that's all I do, and so I've had to actually stop studying consciousness for a little while because it was putting me into an extremely horrible state. And I think that anyone who thinks about consciousness or UFOs even or the phenomena and takes it seriously, that I don't know how they don't send themselves into a spiral of an unhealthy spiral.
Well, I think that's a really interesting point because, you know, I have, again, some friends who get so deeply into this that they do. I worry sometimes if they're not just, you know, creating a mental world for themselves of true fantasy. And so sometimes just get back out into the real world. And again, don't follow it down the rabbit hole because you can very easily, as you say, you can create the problem for yourself that it's only going on in your head. You know, I'll just say this is something I haven't talked about ever publicly before. I had an experience in London once that I still don't understand to this day. It was like, you know, I don't know why this always happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's hilarious, but for a lot of people. And I woke up and my whole body was just pulsing. With like some sort of electric fire, like nothing I'd ever felt before, and feel it, but hear it and feel it from the tip of my toes to my fingers, whole body. And right as I woke up, it wasn't even words; it was more like but it was clear. It was the words, "This is how you connect." And it went on for about 15 seconds. And then I just said, whatever, stop. This has got to stop. And it stopped. So I was clearly awake. I had control over it. But again, where did this voice come from? Maybe it was a dream. You know, the voice was a dream voice of some sort. But the feeling was not. I'd never had any feeling like that before. And interestingly, the next evening, it happened again at about the same time, but only a very fractional sense of it. You know, so I came back and I asked Jacques, I said, what could that have been? And he said, well, maybe it was a Kundalini event or something like that. So I went and read about Kundalini, never heard of it before. It didn't seem to match any of that. But it was an experience, if you will, that I can't explain. Might have a completely normal physiologic basis. I spoke to, my next door neighbor is the chairman of psychiatry at Stanford. And so she sees everything. And I spoke with her. Yes, he's useful. And so she says, no, that doesn't fall into any of the frameworks of things that we hear about.
That's not what you want to hear.
Exactly. I was like, damn, maybe you should have told me I ate too much Indian food or something. which I do when I go to London a lot. First thing I do
right.
is I head to the Indian restaurants in Soho.
You should ask them.
Yeah. Well, they might have a different explanation for it,
Right,
right? I
right,
mean,
right.
you know, the mystics and yogis of India, I think, are at the root of many of these. I don't know, these stories. They're probably the most sophisticated, I would say, of the shamans who have explored consciousness. You know, that in an almost scientific manner.
In 1994, Dr. Ray Bush and, if I'm saying that right, and Linda Moulton Howe heard from two men who showed Dr. Ray Bush identification from the Department of Defense. They claimed that in certain black programs, we were communicating with non-human entities, trying to control them and exploit information provided by said non-human entities on mind control weapons. But these alleged Department of Defense sources instead felt that the non-human entities were controlling and manipulating us, and we were a big issue for humanity. Can you add any of your own information to that? And if any, let us know if any technology related to advanced propulsion and flight was gained from these non-human sources and through any black programs? And do you feel that these non-human entities may be manipulating humanity, and that our black tech is so advanced that we can see things that we can't see with our eyes?
Well, there's a whole bunch of issues all at once. Certainly, there are technologies that we can see that we don't have to have our eyes to see it. The microscope, for example, and the telescope, but also transdimensional systems. We know that my military advisor, one of them was at White Oaks Naval Facility in the 70s, and there was a machine console that was able to extract from what they call the white noise of space-time, anything that happened or is happening at that moment at any point in space, or happened last year or 1,000 years ago or 1,000,000 years ago. And that was almost 50, I think it was 74 or 73, something like that. So we know that those technologies exist. Whether there are these entities that are behind that, it's titillating and salacious, and I have not seen evidence of it, except to the extent that there are definitely non-extraterrestrial. When they say non-human, that doesn't mean extraterrestrial. So this is where there's this whole big confusion. It's like not everything that goes bump in the night is an extraterrestrial. I mean, there's such a thing as poltergeist. You know, I've seen things in the ER that would blow people's minds when someone has died suddenly and violently. So I think that
it sounds like there's a great story there. Would you mind elaborating a little bit?
Oh, it was one of these bizarre things where this man had been can't remember, stabbed or shot. Anyway, he came in code blue and flatline. We tried to save him and we couldn't. And he then was taken. He was in the trauma room 1, and then was taken down to the morgue. And about 3 or 4 in the morning, I'm out in the center with my nurses, and all of a sudden that room is totally empty.
Excuse me.
Cabinets fly open, IV bags are being hurled on the floor, EKG machine is turning on by itself. It was clearly, and this guy, very angry, and was on a rampage in that little room. And of course, the nurses and I looked at each other and says, "We're not going to put this in the chart," but you know, you see things like this periodically. So one of the problems with the whole UFO subculture, and I think this is done deliberately, in my opinion, is this conflation of everything that's not human. It's either human or alien. So I never used the word alien. Alien to me are all kinds of phenomena. Extraterrestrial may be one of them. Non-corporeal entities, or an entity from another dimension that isn't extraterrestrial, meaning an extraterrestrial biological entity from a star system and a physical star system and planet. But there are other dimensions. And so there can be all kinds of phenomena that begin to be observed, and under certain conditions, very physically in this dimension, having an effect that isn't extraterrestrial. And so this is why I keep getting back to this central point that we have to develop a new cosmology. I wrote a paper in the early 90s called ETs and the New Cosmology, where we have to develop this sort of a whole phyla, you know, your biological, you know, the groupings of families of plants and animals. dealing with the cosmos, because it is not just a physical 3D cosmos. There are these other dimensional aspects and beings and intelligences from other dimensions. But where it gets very tricky is that if you are an interstellar civilization, you're not getting from point A to B at the speed of light. You go beyond the speed of light, there's resonance, frequency, you're moving into another dimension. And you're traversing other dimensions. So there from just a phenomenological point of view, what you might observe, a lot of what's extraterrestrial may look very similar to a poltergeist event, and vice versa, and by going the other way. So this is where knowledge is power, and you have to have, I think, a certain amount of knowledge about all these different distinct phenomena, plural, to understand what part of it is man-made, which is very important. I mean, 70 years and trillions of dollars in black funding, they have the ability to do things that would look very much like it's alien. That's what abductions are, and mutilations are.
About cattle mutilations, I'm always interested. Why are they associated with the craft? I don't know. I don't have even a hypothesis on that. So, what do you think about cattle mutilations?
Well, I do it based on the science that Dr. Altshuler, whose stuff was ripped off by the charlatans in the UFO subculture, he did the original Snippy, the horse case in Colorado. He was a hematologist, pathologist, very good friend of mine. He was also, by the way, the nephew of General Jimmy Doolittle, who went over to investigate Foo Fighters for Roosevelt and came back and said, "Sir, those are interplanetary vehicles." But at any rate, he lived in Denver, and he's passed away now. He got cancer and died, but he was one of the very early scientists looking into this. And he concluded it was a highly classified human deceptive, false flag, deceptive indication and warning. And of course, we knew that was the case. And when people see, quote unquote, a UFO around one of these events, well, which UFO? An interstellar one or one out of the Lockheed Skunk Works? I think that there is this, again, everyone assumes that anything going on there with this kind of phenomenon has to be something we don't understand, that's mysterious. It's a little bit like the Wizard of Oz, being behind the curtain, pulling all the levers, scaring the crap out of Dorothy and the Scarecrow. They have the ability to stage things that look very alien that aren't. And as you know, Dr. Vallée has a document from the CIA from 1985 describing the CIA program of, quote unquote, staging alien abductions in Brazil and Argentina for its psychological warfare purpose. Now, I have a number of men on my team who actually have been operationally, tactically involved in those programs. So if you have people with the intention to deceive the public, and particularly the gullible UFO community, then what happens is that they can easily stage mutilations and easily stage abductions and easily stage all kinds of things. And people are going to not be asking the question, is it real or is it staged? So the very first thing when I hear something, now I didn't know this when I first started the project in 1990, but as I've gotten methods and sources and assets who have been involved with this, and in this case now there are documents, that, this is a big problem, because if they can taint how people view the subject and what the database is, by including a lot of staged events that are human for their psychological warfare value, you then have to go back to all your cases and database and start over. You really have to look at everything with a fresh look. And then you throw in one more confusing element, and that is this whole interdimensional question of entities, quote unquote, or intelligences that are neither human nor extraterrestrial. That could be in the play. And so, people don't like this, because people like, simple Hollywood movie type narratives, but it is complex. And I think that, I don't think it's beyond what people can understand, but I just think that it's not usually talked about. You will go to very few conferences on this subject where the whole question of the cosmology and all the different phenomena that could be man-made versus extraterrestrial versus, quote, alien. I use the word alien really to not denote extraterrestrial so much as what's being foisted on the public as extraterrestrial. And I think that's done very deliberately, because if you can misdirect people, there's a guy I worked with years ago who was the right-hand guy for General Odom, who was the director of the National Security Agency. And after he left that position, he worked with me and helped analyze documents and stuff, because he knew what things should look like. It's particularly the documents that would come to me that are not officially declassified, that are still top secret, that we have. And so, but he told me, he says, yes, what we do is called a DDT. I said, oh, that's the poison, the whatever it was, the insecticide. He says, yes, but it's not what it stands for. You set up a decoy, you distract people, and you trash their efforts. DDT. He says, we run DDTs on people all the time. And so if you're sort of like an academic
Have you ever had one
person,
run on you?
Oh, yes, absolutely. More than once. I mean, the night after I met with, I was meeting with the Crown Prince of Liechtenstein, Prince Hans Adam von Liechtenstein, and of course he was trying to convince me of the evil alien narrative so that we could have World War III that would bring Christ back on a flying saucer. I mean, that was this whole end of the world eschatological Armageddon sort of wing.
Speaking of World War III, I want to ask you a Ukrainian UAP question. So I'm just putting that out there. Continue, please.
But so that night, when I didn't buy into it, this was in July of 1994, I was targeted with one of these systems, and it was one that was trying to abduct me out of my hotel room in St. Moritz Hotel. And luckily, I identified it right away as a directional energy weapon that was attempting to do this. But that sort of nonsense has been played on people for decades. Remember,
we talking Havana syndrome, Dr. Williams?
Yes, well, way beyond that. I mean, the Havana syndrome stuff would be the very tip of an iceberg of electromagnetic warfare systems that are more transdimensional and that are dealing with more scalar, longitudinal type energy and so-called psychotronic, radionic, but very advanced versions of it. And those are what are used often and deployed along with other means during abduction sequences by these human criminals. I mean, one of the things I'm saying to these folks here in Washington, I said, you have to understand, you're going to uncover the largest RICO in the world, racketeering influence corrupt organization. And they have technologies and the means to make a lot of trouble. And you have to approach this carefully so the whole system doesn't get blown to pieces. But they have these abilities, and I describe them. I go from the sort of easy to understand anti-gravity device floating over the desert that looks like an alien ship that came out of underground at Dugway that's made by Northrop Grumman or something, versus, these really esoteric transdimensional systems that are man-made and that can stage and deceive people quite easily. And they're very good at this, by the way, and they've been perfecting it from the 50s. In the early days, they used short-statured guys made them up in Hollywood type things on board man-made craft, and then would engage in abductions throw a canister, some knockout chemical, and what have you. But as they developed more and more capabilities in these electronic warfare systems, they then also created these sort of robotic, what look like aliens, the Greys. And, I know a number of guys, but very, very, at the level of almost a nanobio machine type of thing. And those are your typical abduction sequence critters. And we know exactly, where they're being made, who's making them, how they make them, how they're deployed. And by the way, there was an expose on this in the 80s before I got on the scene by a researcher. But of course, he got booed out of the system because it blew up everyone's belief system of the good and the bad aliens. And, they want everyone to be addicted to some other narrative to replace racism and division on the planet. They want the humans to be united, but against an alien threat. It's a very simple narrative, and it's what demagogues have done, for thousands of years to consolidate power. But this is on a much larger scale than just the British staging, and setting up the Maoris fighting against each other in New Zealand so that they could go in the breach and conquer New Zealand. So, this is a much more sophisticated, high-tech version of that. But that's been a strategy that military planners have done for thousands of years. But in this case, you're dealing with some very advanced technologies, quite capable of deceiving almost everyone involved, and that's a problem, because ultimately what that creates is how do you begin to do you have to set up a system where anything that happens goes through a whole analysis of is it this, or this, and there's a whole set of things it might be. And I don't see that people are doing that. It's a little bit, I liken this to a doctor. Someone comes in with chest pain and they're so poorly trained, they have to conclude it's a heart attack and treat them for a heart attack, when it could be a dissecting thoracic aneurysm or pleurisy or pulmonary embolus, or, it could be 100 things, right? It could be all kinds of things. So what we have in this subject right now is a crisis in analytics and knowledge and information, because the truth is the strangest things are real, and many of them are human in origin. Now, there are the high strangeness aspects of the ET events, and there are the high strangeness nature of the interdimensional events, the sort of the Montauk type scenario.
Earlier, when talking about the Havana syndrome, you used the word scalar. That stuck out to me. Do you mind expanding on that?
Well, we look at an electromagnetic signal as it's a wave, right? It's propagating at 186,000 miles per second. And so the speed of light that's what speed of light is, 186,000 miles every second. But it's a waveform. But the scalar and longitudinal are actually a point that goes out longitudinally without the wave. In other words, it's a signal without the wave, and therefore it propagates at significantly greater velocity than the conventional speed of light, but it also can be weaponized. Now, one of the problems, the whole reason this whole modern era of UFO events happened, is that when we began to detonate thermonuclear weapons and atomic weapons, everyone knows about the EMP, the electromagnetic pulse. What they don't know is that attendant to that is usually not, we didn't have the instruments to detect it, is a big pulse that actually disrupts transdimensionally ET communications and transportation and other worlds. In other words, it tears the universe in a way that's very destructive because of that big pulse has attendant to it one of these scalar type frequencies, and it's can be very destructive. So that's why all of a sudden there were all these ET craft around Los Alamos and the Trinity site, the White Sands, and in particular Roswell. People forget that the only place that we had nuclear weapons, atomic weapons, actually at that time in 1947 on Earth was the Roswell Army Air Base. And that's why the ET craft were there. We had hidden in a new radar dome, electromagnetic, one of these directional energy weapons in there that scrambled those craft, and 3 of them crashed from the best our count. 2 of them were recovered right away. One was blown to smithereens, one continued further west, and there was another one that I think was not found till 1950 or 51, more in the northwest mountains of New Mexico. But that all, if you look at the testimony of Colonel Diedrichson, who back in those days in the 60s he was the head of all the Atomic Energy Commission, now Department of Energy, atomic facilities and military. He was an Air Force colonel. And he said, oh yes, every single one of our atomic processing plants, uranium, weapon storage areas, launch missile facilities had been surveilled by these extraterrestrial vehicles because they were of such great concern to not only what they could do to this planet, but when they're detonated, they actually incredibly disruptive. They kind of rip the fabric of the universe.
That makes it very foreboding if the UAP is being seen over Ukraine at the moment. What do you think of that? What do you think? Are they attracted to conflict?
Are they trying to prevent a disaster, a potential World War III event, or
honestly,
encourage it?
I have seen just what you've seen, that picture and information. I don't have any other information. I do know that wherever there's a big risk of that, something like that happening, they're going to be concerned and observing it, because they not only know the damage it can cause on Earth, but they know the damage it can cause elsewhere. Because again, everyone's still living in a straight line Newtonian world. They think what happens on this little planet here has no effect on a distant star system or galaxy. And that's simply not true when you start getting into non-locality and entanglement and the entangled universe, but on a macro scale. So, it's one of these things where we stumbled across this in the 40s and 50s with atomic and thermonuclear weapons, but we didn't know what kind of hornet's nest was getting kicked. So that's a very serious problem. And every military intelligence person I know who's been read into this problem knows what I'm telling you about that. But that would make sense why, you have Putin rattling the saber, saying because we dropped bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there's a precedent for him to use weapons, at least at smaller tactical battlefield size ones, if his country is threatened. And now, since he sort of set up a scam thing to annex part of Ukraine, now anything that happens in that part is an invasion of the motherland of Russia. Therefore, we can use nuclear weapons. It's very dangerous. So it would not surprise me, therefore, that there would be both extraterrestrial and human advanced aircraft in there. Meaning the man-made UFOs as well as the ET ones.
It seems that a lot of the control for the disclosure process is actually in the hands of the others, whoever they may be, the whole range of them. What do you think? Yeah, just, the phenomena at large.
No, that's not true. That is not true.
No, you wouldn't say so? I was just going to ask why you think they wouldn't reveal themselves en masse around the world and kind of end this process,
Well, because it's a little corny. It's like the prime directive. First of all, if they were to do that, it would induce worldwide panic because there'd be no context. It would be portrayed as an alien invasion because everyone the media, every movie, Independence Day, all the invasion, Alien from Ridley Scott, all this is going to kick into people's subconscious to the fore. And they know that this is not how it should happen. It should happen that humans tell the truth about it for once in our lives, tell the truth, deal with it directly, educate each other, and begin to make peaceful contact with them in a rational way. If they were to do that, could they do that? Of course. I mean, they could do something that'd be boom, it'd be over. Could they take out every weapon system we have instantly? Yes. But this is not the way advanced civilizations interact with a primitive one, which is humans. I mean, we're not a level 1 yet. We're a level 0 civilization. So, they're not going to do that because the other problem is if there's that kind of intervention externally, then we don't evolve. We don't learn the lessons. We don't learn what we have to learn to become a more evolved socially, spiritually, and materially as an advanced civilization. Because it's almost like I have raised 4 children. Now we have our 12th grandchild on the way. If every time that child was about to fall when it's learning to walk, you stopped it and held it, it would never learn to walk. So that's a simplistic analogy to sort of a cosmic perspective of a civilization coming from an agrarian, early industrial, and now bang, we hit this threshold of advanced science and physics. But unfortunately, our technologies have gotten ahead of our social and spiritual development, meaning that, we're not socially and spiritually developed enough to have these technologies and not first use them in a war or in a weapon system like a thermonuclear weapon. So this becomes to be a real problem because the extinction level events that wipe out and have wiped out prior civilizations is when the technologies get ahead of the social and spiritual evolution and development of the people of that planet. So that's where this is another theme that keeps recurring, is that there has to be the development of consciousness, the development socially and spiritually. But the problem right now is we're running out of time for it to happen sequentially. It has to all happen kind of at once, because we're headed over this cliff with the biosphere and the environment and a lot of other problems, including the risk of thermonuclear war. So we're at the crux of a huge pivotal inflection point in human evolution. And we really have to figure out how we're going to manage that. So that's why I left my medical career, is to try to see if we could fix it before it's too late.
Given that these beings are said to be able to work through cognitive manipulation and that level of advancement, how can we be sure that what we're presented by them is real, that they don't have ulterior motives? And just to add on to that, do you think that all of the others are benevolent, or that there's a range? And just because we're touched on the CE5 things here, I just wanted to ask if you think there'll ever be a chance for a CE5 peer review.
Well, I mean, people can review what we have done and what we put out already. What I think, in terms of your other question, is if the people who are really addicted to the idea that there is the whole, cowboys and Indians, good and bad aliens, they don't seem to understand that what part of that assessment is coming from staged events that are deceptive indication and warnings or false flag. And I think it's very simple to slip into this, because humans always like to have that drama of us versus them. I mean, look at how divided our country is politically. That is something that people feed on that. So how much of that is sort of an acculturation and a sort of a brainwashing, and how much of it is objectively real? Now, having done thousands of hours with thousands of people doing CE5 all over the world and having all kinds of contact experiences, I see no evidence that any of them are hostile or malevolent in any way, shape, or form. All the things that have happened that have been disturbing in that way have been man-made copycat, sort of copycat alien stuff. So my objective analysis of it is I don't see that that's the case. Another sort of intellectual analysis of it, and that's just empirical, the experience we've had. So, a lot of people sit in their houses Googling the internet, and they think they know what they're doing, but they never go out and try to make contact or observe something in real time. But so in doing that now for decades, I don't see any evidence that any of them are hostile. I do think that there have been a number of staged events that would make people conclude that they were. Like the terrible burn victims in the Cash Landrum case, which was our covert Air Force operations out of Nellis, flying an extraterrestrial vehicle we had captured, and they put a nuclear a reactor on it because they couldn't quite figure out the energy generating part of it, and it was being flown, and it malfunctioned, and radioactive junk was falling on Betty Cash and Landrum, and they were hospitalized, and that whole area, the road had to be dug up twice to get rid of all the radioactivity that was there. But that was a human mishap of a test flight of an extraterrestrial vehicle. But they were happy for the media and the public to say that aliens are poisoning us with radioactivity. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
it was monkeys with microwaves, not extraterrestrials.
Yeah, and so this is one of the real problems, is that you have to have, I tend to take a very skeptical view of a facile, a sort of superficial analysis of that, until you can get to the root information from the people who were there, what actually happened here. And I think there are many cases like that. So things that have led to these grand conspiracy theories and fear-mongering, I think so many of them are staged or misperceptions of human events. And so I think we have to be, before we start jumping into the Will Smith and Independence Day, let's kick alien butt category, I think we need to, be a little more rational and deliberative. And this is why I don't see any evidence that there is a hostile or malevolent extraterrestrial group out there. I think there are some rather troublesome interdimensional beings. This is you get to some of these people who work in these spooky programs that are doing Satan worship and devil worship and all kinds of scary stuff.
So where does love, faith, and goodness enter into this?
It's the heart of it. It's the heart of it. I mean, in my opinion, going forward as a civilization, higher consciousness and love and approaching all of this with a wisdom that it prevents us from getting pulled into these manipulative narratives is really key. But that's the heart in the higher consciousness, being able to discern. I mean, part of it's intellectual, but a lot of it's the heart. And ultimately, this is, I think, these visitors from other star systems are very interested in the human capabilities in that regard, particularly consciousness and feeling and heart. And I think, the breakthrough where they found 30 or 40,000 neurons in the human heart. So there's this resonance between mind and heart, feeling and consciousness that we can develop. And that ultimately gives you the ability to see and know and discern accurately that you can't just intellectually in the intellect and the ego. So I think that's really the guiding star. That's the North Star, is the development of higher consciousness, and also it being connected to the love of the universe, of the planet, and of each other, so that our actions are guided by that, not just by base greed and avarice or hatred or whatever it is. But people who want to maintain control and manipulate the population, love and peace don't cut it. I mean, they need to have ways to get people riled up, like at a football game, in opposing teams. And that's just another dysfunctional power dynamic on Earth that has to get addressed and fixed. But ultimately, that's each of us individually have to fix that.
Yeah, that's a.
I am running. I have another hard meeting. I'm a little bit over.
Well, thank you for spending so much time. It's an honor, and I thank you. Because we went over time, so thank you.
Yeah,
we did. I just saw that. It's almost 4:20. Oh, 4:20.
Okay. Before you go, people keep saying, so what's your opinion on Richard Doty? Do you want to just answer that, and then we can close with a positive message about love, like something practical, like what should everyone watching do? So, what are your opinions on Doty, and then close on love?
Well, I mean, he's a counterintelligence. He's put out a lot of disinformation, but he's also, we were able to get a certain amount of really important information out of him, which you can see on our channel, our YouTube channel. And he was able to confirm that they were doing human abductions, and that he was able to confirm that they were paying off and bribing the media. I think that in his later years, he's been trying to put out some valuable sort of information about that, which I think many people who've been involved in some of these dark arts and nefarious activities, at some point they do kind of want to let some of the truth come out before they get too old. As far as how people can help, I hope you guys will all go to thelostcenturyfilm.com and help us get the crowdfunding in place. We're already in production on this documentary film. We hope it comes out in the spring, maybe April or May. Hard to predict that with Hollywood, but and we really want it to be sort of a big leap forward in terms of human awareness of the kind of beautiful world we can have if we can bring these technologies to peaceful use. Because imagine this: in 20 years, by the time my grandchildren are having their kids, we would have a world without pollution, without power lines, without poverty globally, and with a sustainable planet, and the release of the technologies that would also clean up the oceans and the land that we've already kind of ruined. So that those are all possible. In fact, the very hopeful message I give people is that those sciences and technologies are extant. They're already on the planet, but there has to be a strategy and a groundswell, like a grassroots movement, to bring it forward, because it's not going to come out. The centers of power never are going to shoot themselves in the foot. So if this change is going to happen, it has to come from us little folks like you and me that are doing this outside these centers of power. But if we come together and do it in right action and with courage, I think we're going to have in 20 years of an extremely different planet than we have now. The alternative is extinction, frankly. So I tell people that whether they're a high net worth person or a scientist, this is a very pressing issue. And if we didn't already have the solution, you could be allowed to be despondent. But we do have the solutions, and that's what we want to prove. You'll see the backbone of the whole film on October 25th if you get on the webinar. Unfortunately, the event itself is sold out.
And the links to that will be in the description. So, and then,
great.
Yep. The links to that will be in the description. Again, it's Lost Century.
TheLostCenturyFilm.com.
Great. And Dan has a closing question for you. If you could spend like 2 more minutes or 1 minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Final question, Stephen. You've been so great. Thank you, Dr. Greer. Very enlightening, filling a lot of information gaps. So you briefed CIA Director Woolsey, and he later turned around and said, actually, it wasn't a briefing, it was a dinner party, yada, yada, yada. I wanted to ask you, like a number of people have said, I wasn't really briefed. I wanted to ask you, do you know any reason for that discrepancy?
Because the subject, they don't want to admit that they had an interest in the subject because the subject has such high social opprobrium, social ridicule. And the other part of it is that they don't want to admit that after they were read in, they were pulled in and then betrayed the country. All right. I'll just be real blunt. So yeah, it is, and it's the truth. Luckily, I have the correspondence and the FedEx that set up the meeting and what the purpose of the meeting was. And I always tell people, look, in Washington, how do you know they're lying? Their lips are moving. So I just shrug and go, yeah, what do you expect? I mean, it's spin, it's, dissembling and disingenuous comments and whatnot. It doesn't affect me at all because I'm shocked when it doesn't happen.
That's great.
But, I share the truth. And people may not like the truth. It's the truth as I know it. And I do think there's a responsibility to people who do receive this kind of information to act on it in a way that benefits the human species, but our country. And when they don't, they have failed to fulfill the duties of their office.
Why do you think ETs have not appeared in person? And I'm not talking about UFOs, but revealing themselves to the entirety of humans. Let's say at New York, Los Angeles, but it doesn't matter. We know UFOs exist, but who are in them is not clear. Okay, why haven't UFOs revealed themselves to the entirety of the human race?
In December of 2021, I did an Earth Files report about Chaim Eshod. He is the father of satellite development in Israel. And in the process of wanting to be able to get a full English translation of the epilogue of his memoir that came out then, I contacted a man who had volunteered to do translations for me, Hebrew to English. And I was able to get the entire Chaim Eshod epilogue, which is titled, "We Are Not Alone." That's the title that this longtime satellite historic figure put on his own epilogue. And in there were photographs of strange structures on Mars. He included UFO stories that had happened in various places and were investigated by anthropologists and others. And one of the questions that I said to the Hebrew English translator is, does Chaim Eshod have any insights from all of his work having to do with the development of satellites? Does he have any insights about why all of the other intelligence that he is implying exists in his own memoir? Why are we on a planet that is still living in this strange straitjacket? We are the only intelligent life in the universe. Why? He obviously knows that there is something else, other intelligences. And the answer that came back to me from the Hebrew to English translator is, Chaim Eshod says that the release of the truth is not for a human timeline, It is the timeline of the others. Why? Why would the non-humans want humanity to remain in the dark about their existence, their presence on our planet in this solar system? What is it that the non-humans gain by us being kept dumb and blind for centuries about the fact that we're not alone in this universe? It is allegedly teeming with life, but certainly our government since World War II knows that extraterrestrial biological entities, a phrase that comes from the Truman administration, that is in documents, extraterrestrial biological entities. That isn't made up late in the 21st century. Those words are in documents that have been released or leaked from the 1940s. Our government may have run into information that they found disturbing and that they wanted to understand, just like Chime before they released. Now we are at 2022, decades and decades of animal mutilations, human abductions, military pilots talking to investigative reporters like me, learning about the fact that our nuclear missile sites have had interactions by UFOs that have been able to bring a missile down or 10 down. Complete control. So I stand at 2022 with not a single question or doubt that the Milky Way galaxy is teeming with other life, and our government has known that for a very long time. And we are still being insulated and controlled by them not officially announcing. As long as it is not officially announced by governments, it is still, quote unquote, interpreted. From my point of view, we've had the breakthroughs because we have had physicists and military people and scientists and intel who have said they've been in a room with an extraterrestrial biological entity. They know that animal mutilations are done by extraterrestrial biological entities. There is all of this firsthand testimony. And what the intel agencies have been able to do is still say, until they announce anything formally, it's still speculation. And that's, from my point of view, it's nonsense, because I know what I have done, what I have reported alone, that is forensic. It's evidentiary. And now we're in the straitjacket of, there are so many whistleblowers that are coming from every direction in multiple countries now. And they seem to be overly irritated by the fact they know that there are non-humans. They know about these very advanced craft. And they're frustrated themselves that we're not being told a truth which they thought would have been opened up by now. So why is it being dragged out? And will the new Webb telescope finally be the tool that all of the scientists on the planet, including Chime would agree? Use the Webb. We know it could show our artificial structures on a planet at Alpha Centauri 4.2 light years away. The telescope could be used as, oh, now we can announce. Meanwhile, for centuries, extraterrestrial biological entities of many kinds have interacted with and harvested from our planet, the solar system, and beyond, and our government knows it.
Do you think that some of the reason why it's being concealed / obfuscated by both the government and the aliens themselves, supposedly, do you think that the reason is for our own good, like Tom DeLonge thinks? Or do you think there's a nefarious reason, a selfish reason, one of cupidity or galosity, greed?
Since 2014, and a discussion that I had with a physicist who has firsthand information about certain types of non-humans and their interactions with this planet, our solar system, and beyond. He gave me an insight that I think is absolutely accurate because it has been referenced in other documents that I have seen since 2014. Linda, there really is a threat. It is in the form of a very particular kind of life form that we know is only about 10 light years from the Earth. And it is a threat. But I can also assure you that we are working in collaboration with tall whites and tall Nordics, and they are allies. And they have the ability to fend off the threat. But the government's point of view is that as long as there is a potential threat, it is easier to do the secret work of doing monitoring and interactions with non-humans like the tall whites and the tall Nordics without the world being concerned that there could be a threat from some other direction. And he spoke just like that to me in 2014. Over the last 3 or 4 years, I have heard similar statements from people who work in aerospace as engineers, people who are working in biological sciences, people who are working on what would essentially be the, how are we going to open up the Alcubierre warp drive to the planet as a technology that would get us point to point in the universe before we've even introduced the non-humans who have helped us get that technology. And you begin to realize that it is very complex when you have an entire planet that has been kept in the dark on purpose for centuries, that the uncorking of the truth, that governments and intel have had a lot of information developed since World War II. And when it comes to how do you open up the truth, if you compartmentalize the truth and you leave out that there may be a threat, in the end, you still have another problem. So I understand that what is occurring, they're trying to get all of these various pieces now in place so that there could be a discovery through something like the web, which then it's far away. And then eventually they will be opening up all of these facets that they have had since World War II and learning more and more about. So essentially, I don't know if you could say that the CIA, which was formed in 1947 at the same time as Majestic 12, did they have a control reason that was just because they wanted the CIA and then eventually the NSA and the DIA and all that have evolved, 17, 18 intel agencies? Did they want the control because they wanted to make sure how it would be introduced to the world to keep everybody calm? In that regard, it may be that government denials for decades is because they did want to help humanity get to a point where they could hear the whole truth. There are as many arguments on the other side that it has been corporations, government heads, and power brokers of Earth who have wanted to keep the power that they have in the knowledge of extraterrestrial biological entities to them. If you keep that kind of information bottled up to a small minority, they have the most power because they have the secret knowledge. I think both have been going on, and that we are finally in 2022 out of a huge, horrible pandemic, that it is beginning to be really clear that they can't keep this secret much longer. They have got to open up the truth that we are not alone in this universe, and that why we Homo sapiens sapien exist is because of genetic manipulation on this planet by many different species for many different reasons. But for us to be kept dumb and blind for another century would be such an abuse that I think that the tall Nordics and the tall whites are convinced humanity needs to be told the truth. And if they are told the truth with allyship that could handle a threat, we will grow up fast. But at least the earth would get out of this straitjacket of denials and lies that we are alone in this universe that has at least 3 trillion galaxies.
Okay, this question is related to that. This one comes from Jesus Barabi. Linda and Kurt, I love what you're doing. Please ask a question that pertains to Skinwalker Ranch, and if known, how many different alien species there are, potentially. You mentioned the tall blondes, the half-whites.
I have been told that there are at least 168 different civilizations in our Milky Way galaxy. And there are 3 trillion galaxies. So you might take 168 and multiply it times 3 trillion to get the estimated number of civilizations in this particular universe. The issue of, I just had a thought expression.
Sure.
Give that question to me again.
Yeah, no problem. So please ask a question that pertains to Skinwalker Ranch, and if it's known, how many species there are potentially. And also, just my sub-question, if you can hold this in your mind, I'm curious, are there competing motivations between the different aliens? So that is, and I also don't like to use the word alien, but just for lack of a better word, are there different reasons for certain ones interacting and certain ones not? Are some of them in favor of mankind and others don't like those who are in favor of mankind, etc.?
I have no personal knowledge whatsoever as an investigative reporter and a producer, writer, director, editor about motivations of other intelligences in this universe. The only thing that I know is somebody is doing the bloodless, trackless animal mutilations. Something is doing the abductions of humans and have been doing it since at least the early 1960s, and both of those. Military people testify about their own interactions with UFOs on the ground, in the air, that there are dozens and dozens of firsthand testimonies about the intrusions of ET type craft where we have Minuteman missiles and nuclear sites underground. So it is a huge number of different facets of whistleblowers and testimonies that we now come to in 2022, that there's no doubt from people who have any education whatsoever about what is happening between non-humans on this planet and a variety of phenomena, that we are not alone in this universe. And once you are there, we're not alone. And there is a lot of testimony about the types of civilizations that exist between here and out 12 light years, 20 light years, and so forth. When you hear on TV or in news that there is a ranch like the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, I've been there, and that people who have lived in a ranch house have seen orbs like the size of ping pong balls come in through the walls, orbs that float around in the house, animal mutilations, strange shape-shifting animals, all sorts of strange things. You realize that where the introduction to most people on the planet has always been in kinds of phenomena that are spooky and scary. And that may or may not be a legitimate tool for why our government and other governments have decided that they will just allow the spooky nature of something like Skinwalker Ranch to be a self-perpetuating story, because in a way it deflects from people knowing anything about what's actually happening with the phenomena, with the technology, mutilations, abductions, except in this one place. So I have always thought of Skinwalker Ranch as being one of those where it focuses down, and therefore it seems it's manageable. It's on a ranch. It's been there for centuries. When you read about what the Navajo and the Utes reported 300 years ago, in journals and things that have been passed down and then have been repeated, the Utes and the Navajos always considered the Uinta Basin, which is where the Skinwalker Ranch is, to be a place of what? Shapeshifters. The whole issue of Skinwalker, that is a Native American name that goes back to 300, 200 years in Navajo and Ute stories. What would the shape-shifting be from 200, 300 years ago up to 2022? When you jump over to the human abduction syndrome, there are hundreds of stories of people seeing something that looked like one thing in front of them and it morphs into something else. A lot of descriptions by people in the abduction. I was standing on my bed and I could see through this reptilian next to my bed. I could see the dresser through the being. And then I knew whatever I'm dealing with, it's not flesh and blood. It is a projection, like a hologram. Same type of issue at the Skinwalker Ranch. Projections, lights that might have been like a hologram as well. So whether it's the government, whether it's the non-humans, the entire slice of human witnesses that have reported all of these complex phenomena for so long, the Utes and the Navajo going back 200, 300 years. It is as if there have been locations on this planet where non-humans have based themselves, and where the bases are where there are chronic centuries of phenomena. And I think that that is a true assessment today of planet Earth in 2022, that there are areas where there are non-humans based underground, under oceans on this planet. And those can be areas where there have been phenomena. And then there can be other areas where there's no phenomena and there's no bases. That is another, I think, calculation by the governments. They know where there are non-humans that are based on the planet and out into the solar system. And as long as they know that the general population is not living and being exposed to things like Skinwalker Ranch, they can get away with not explaining anything. But what I'm seeing between Skinwalker Ranch, Ancient Aliens that I've been in for the last 15 years, is that the TV programs that began to develop my own work. There are so many people now. The population of people who have had interactions with non-human beings is really large on this planet. And people have not felt comfortable in the past to ever talk about it. Gnomes, fairies, probably all of it is the same phenomenon. Now the population, the percentages of people listening to any given, whether it's a broadcast or whatever it is, they've had their own experiences, and they are the people that are coming forward to now, for the first time in their lives, speak about what they have experienced. And it is happening faster and more than I have ever seen before. It is like an inertial force that is beginning to come from humans living on the earth. That is the kind of energy that I'm hoping that our government and other governments are finally going to look at all of this and say, it is way past time. There's so many humans who are having the experiences. And we now need to fill in the gaps and tell the truth. And they can say it with an apology. We are sorry we didn't tell you before, but it has taken us this long to understand how complex it is. And then, how many civilizations do we know about? That's where I think this is headed, and that the Webb telescope will be part of it. And that hard data, hard physical data, hard images will be how they will announce we're not alone in this universe. And then maybe we'll be back on a healthy planet, certainly healthier than one that has denied for centuries what is now a clear truth. We're not alone in this universe.
Do you see there being a connection between UFOs and Bigfoot/orbs? Orbs seemed intimately tied to the UFO experience. What about Bigfoot?
Hey, dummy!
In
Are you stupid or
my
something?
two-volume glimpses of other, excuse me, in my two-volume glimpses of other realities books, I have a fascinating chapter with a man who got a hold of me living up in Snohomish, Washington. And Snohomish is one of those areas where if somebody said, where have you had the most Bigfoot, Sasquatch, UFOs, animal mutilations, half cats, everything, Snohomish
Half
is one of
cats?
those areas.
What's a half cat?
It's a variation on mutilations, where the mutilations are an ear, eye,
I see,
tongue, jaw. There are half cats, and there's no blood and no tracks, and a lot of half cats in Snohomish area. And I was working in the 1990s on the two-volume when I got this first a letter and then was able to talk with him on the phone, and he did illustrations. He was on a quite a remote, everything in Snohomish is quite remote. And he and his dad lived in a kind of cabin house, and his father had asked him to go down and pull weeds in a garden. And that's what he was doing, just pulling weeds when he hears a buzzing sound first. And a lot of people say that. It sounded like 1,000 bees. That's the first thing they hear in the sky. And then there were tall ponderosa trees. The ponderosas start moving. There's no breeze. He is in complete still air, but the trees start doing this.
Moving as if there's wind, but he's not feeling any wind?
Yeah, but there's no wind with the trees. And then the buzzing and the trees moving, he's turned to watch in fascination. Here comes this silver disc, clear as can be, settles down right above where the trees are going back and forth. Then he sees what looked like two, as he called them, like air columns. I could see that they were columns that came down from the disc, as if they were air in air, no color. In other words, he could just see cylinders, but it was like the air had made these. And then two beings, one in this column and one in this column, in sparkly leotard-type suits, come down. And he's still standing exactly where he had been weeding, and he watches them come out of these columns, pay no attention to him, and they start walking in a path, and he is, should I go after them? I don't know what to do. I feel afraid. And then he said, he heard a noise and he looked up, and coming down now in another one of these air tubes, it looked like a gorilla. Comes down, this air opens up, and he says it's what he called a Sasquatch. And now he is terrified. He said, I think I stopped breathing, I stopped moving, I don't know what's going to happen, but he said this Sasquatch went right off behind those two beings. That was the story that he came to me about what happened. Then I was able to talk with the deputy sheriff who went out to investigate. And the deputy sheriff said the path where he had watched those beings, the deputy made plaster Paris of 17-inch long feet, which a photograph is in my book. And that at that period of time, from from that point of going out to this farm, they had mutilations, they had Sasquatch reports, they had people calling the sheriff's office saying they were hearing this high-pitched, loopy sound that is associated with
This
Sasquatch.
similar buzzing, or that's different?
The buzzing is different.
Buzzing
That's
is for the
associated with
UFOs.
craft.
Okay.
The high looping voice is what has been recorded by many people as associated with the Sasquatch.
Recorded?
And, oh yeah, I have used recordings of Sasquatch from the Snohomish going all the way back to the early 90s.
Linda, have you ever tried CE5? CE5? Stephen Greer CE5?
No, I don't really.
So, okay, have you ever tried any technique to induce contact?
No.
Have you had any experience with craft on your own, either when, well, perhaps investigating?
The one unusual sky object that I have seen was in Aurora, Colorado. It was a documentary project, and I was in Denver, Colorado, and I had been asked to go to a meeting with people about a new documentary in a bank. And the meeting broke up at around 6 o'clock, and I'm coming out of one side of the bank. Everybody else went the other, had two entrance exits. So I'm alone coming out of the meeting. And when I came through the door and started down the stairs, I was looking at a beautiful slivered moon and thinking how beautiful the sky was, walking toward my car with a briefcase on my right shoulder. And something that I'll never understand made me spin when I got near a car so hard that my briefcase hit the car, and I'm looking up, and there was this huge boomerang shaped craft. And it did not have lights on it, but whatever it was made of, which was sort of like a grayish brown, it seemed metallic. It looked like that there were floors and levels in the front of it, and it tapered, and not a sound. And I stood there watching this move without a sound, but knowing that this is exactly the kind of phenomena that had been being reported in New York State. A book was written about it, and J. Allen Hynek had done the foreword, having to do with boomerangs that moved slowly, that had no sound in New York. While I'm in Colorado, and this was in 1986. So I had done the animal mutilation broadcast was in 1980. May 25th, 1980 was when A Strange Harvest was first broadcast. So by 1986, I had been investigating animal mutilations, human abductions, and all in my TV work, and had heard people describe something like this. But it is the one and only time in my life where I saw something that made no sound. I have no idea, but it matched what was being described in another part of the United States.
Why don't you tell us about the Bethune encounter from 1951?
Right. So that encounter happened in 1951. Graham Bethune was he was a Navy pilot. They were summoned to Iceland, to Reykjavik, because in Iceland they were having problems with a UFO operating in the area. And I think it was operating in maybe near an airport or somewhere sensitive. I don't recall exactly what the difficulty was. And they were summoned there to basically check this out and help them out with this problem. They got there, didn't see anything. The thing was gone by that time, and they were heading back across the Atlantic from Iceland toward Newfoundland. And while they were flying, they saw lights on the surface of the water on the ocean below, and it looked like city lights. And at first they thought they were out of off course, and so they double checked their course and realized no, they're on course. And they thought, well, there must be ships, maybe naval ships operating in the area or something. And as they got closer, these lights were basically was a disc-shaped light, a ring, I guess, and it appeared to be under the water. And as they approached this thing shot up from the sea surface to their altitude in very short period of time, like a matter of a second or two. And this, it was basically a large disc. I think he described it as being 300 feet across. I actually printed out my paper here to remind myself some of these details. There's a lot of cases, and so it was several hundred feet across. The disc was slightly below their altitude, so they could actually see this disc. It had like glowing around the periphery, and as the object moved, the color of the light would change. So, and I think it's been described as looking like a plasma. So this object basically was with them for several minutes. They basically steered one person wanted to steer toward it, so they steered toward it, and eventually the thing took off. But it was seen by pretty much everybody on board. I think there were like on the order of 20 people or so on board who witnessed this thing. So this thing then took off, and they estimated its speed as it left to be about 1,500 miles an hour, which is about what was picked up on radar. They were close enough to Newfoundland that they were able to detect this on radar, and they confirmed that later.
When they say that it changed colors of the lights as it moved,
yeah,
is that akin to the Doppler effect, or is that something different?
It's something different, I think, because it would go from like a red violet to a yellow, and basically within those ranges. And I don't remember which way it went. When it was moving, it was yellow. When it was stationary, it was red. I think that's basically how it was. That detail I might not recall properly.
What do you attribute as the cause of that, or the reason for that?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to figure out. I try to treat these observations as evidence, right? We're basically trying to do some kind of physics detective work to try to figure out what is this thing, how is it operating, how does it fly? These are all the questions. How does it move so fast? These are the questions that come to me as a physicist, and a lot of times the light emitted by these things appears to be a plasma. So it could be that the object is ionizing the air around the craft, and that's what's emitting the light. And then as the object moves, maybe it's changing the electric fields around the object, and then changing the excitation in the gas.
Okay, Professor, how did you get interested in this subject? You're not what someone would think of as the stereotypical person who studies alien encounters or professes that aliens exist, or UFOs, or whatever it may be. How did you get what started you off on this journey?
I'm a physicist, so I'm curious. And I'm often surprised at how uncurious some of my colleagues are. But so I'm curious about these things, and I've always been curious. And when I went to graduate school, it would have been in the fall of 1988. It was probably about our first or second week in graduate school. So it was in September of '88. There was a cattle mutilation. I was at Bozeman, Montana. And there was a cattle mutilation, and I'd never heard of anything like a cattle mutilation. I grew up in Wisconsin, and we have cows in Wisconsin, and I've heard of cow tipping, but who's going to mutilate a cow? That's horrible. So I was pretty shocked by this, and there were a lot of people concerned about this on the news. They didn't know whether it was alien or if there were Satanists involved, and there were lots of theories floating around. So we were discussing this in the hallway. The new graduate students, the ones who basically moved to Montana and had never heard of this before, were discussing this, and it was a very heated discussion, very passionate, and everybody's upset and worried and wondering what the heck's going on. What kind of crazy place did we just move to? And are going to have to spend 4 or 5 years here. So, so this was really our concern. And while we were talking, one of the professors came out of his office and came down the hall to see what was, what we were so excited about. And we told him what we were discussing, and he said, "Yeah, that's interesting." He said, this happens here. We don't really know. They never figure out how the cows were mutilated and why. And there's very often UFOs seen in the area around the time. So it's interesting, but it's never figured out, and we just move on. And, I don't think that helped calm us at all. And he then said, "But what's very strange, what's even more interesting," he said, "I have a number of friends in the Air Force up at Malmstrom Air Force Base, and they have trouble with UFOs flying over the missile sites, shutting down our ICBMs." And
this was in 1988?
This is 1988. I was told this by a professor at Montana State University. And now I'd never heard this before. In fact, I didn't hear about this publicly until I think around 2010, when Robert Hastings had a press conference with people from the Air Force, from Malmstrom Air Force Base. And so, to be honest, when the professor walked away, we laughed about it. I mean, there's UFOs shutting down nuclear missiles, and
he was a professor of what? What was his
specialty? He was a physics professor.
What particular field of physics?
I don't remember who it was, because it was my first week there and I didn't know all the professors.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a guess who it could be, but I don't want to say because
yes,
I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Have you ever tried to reach out to that person afterward?
No, I haven't. It's unfortunately I'm at that age where a lot of my professors have passed away, so I didn't try reaching out. It probably would be a good idea, though.
Okay, continue.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Yeah. So we laughed about it, and then it was kind of a running gag through the whole semester, there are UFOs shutting down our nuclear missiles, and we would always giggle about that, but it really just seemed unthinkable because these are restricted areas. If we have somebody coming in shutting down our nuclear missiles, our military, if a foreign nation did this, we would go to war over it, and probably nuclear war, because the nuclear missiles are involved. And so it's unthinkable that we wouldn't do anything. And so it was really hard to believe. And it just, I just remember the event. It was just something somebody said once and went on. And it wasn't until maybe 2015 or so that I was preparing for an astronomy class. And we were going to talk about astrobiology, and I had some students asking me about the possibilities of aliens visiting Earth and wanted me to talk about that. So I was online looking for papers, anything that I could use to put together a reasonable lecture on the topic. And I stumbled on the Robert Hastings press conference, and where he had, I think, 6 people all working at nuclear missile sites. I think 3 of them were from Malmstrom Air Force Base. And I started watching this, and I was just watching with disbelief, thinking, oh my God, I heard about this in 1988. And the professor who told me then said it was going on then. It was in the present, happening in 1988. And these people in the press conference, Robert Salas was one of the prominent people. he was talking about an event in 1966. And I thought, well, wait a minute, you can't have a crazy story like this. If somebody's making this up in 1966, it's not going to persist until 1988. These are professionals, and they're serious professionals. They have to have, clearance and specialized training, and these are secure areas. They're not nutcases, and they're not going to joke about things like this, and certainly not for 20 years. And I thought, there has to be something to this. Something must be going on. And I thought, this really has to be real. I can't see any other way around it. And I can imagine, and at that point, I could imagine that we don't do anything because the assumption is that it can't be real, so it's not doing anything. and I think that's why there's been a lot of inaction and lack of interest.
I'm going to share my screen, and then you're going to, if you don't mind, please tell me what is going on here. Okay, with this.
Right. So basically, what I'm basically doing here is if you... Let's see. So they were estimating, So Graham Bethune said that it took...
Yeah, this is from 1951. This
right,
is not from Japan or Nimitz.
Right. So here, the panel C, I work from panel C, because they estimated the distance to be about 5 to 7 miles away. So he wasn't exactly sure how far away it was. And so what I did basically is I used a... basically, he's estimating this looking out from the plane. He's looking down at an angle in front of the plane. And so I treated that angle to have some uncertainty. So he's going to be off by, I think I say what it is in the paper. He's off, potentially off by so many degrees. So what I did is I did a Monte Carlo sampling, where I basically randomly sampled angles with a Gaussian distribution about the angle that he would have been looking or thought that he was looking, and that gives you a distribution of distances. So I'm basically doing a Monte Carlo sampling to take into account potential errors. My question, the question I've always asked when pilots are confronted with these stories is the question that comes to my mind is how wrong could they be? These are trained individuals. Millions of dollars go into their training, which doesn't mean they're perfect. But then that begs the question: how imperfect are they? How wrong could they be about some of these facts? And and I can imagine for instance, if they estimate the size of the object as being 300 feet across or something, how wrong could you be with that? Well, maybe it was 100 feet across, but it certainly wouldn't have been 30. I mean, nobody's going to mistake a 30-foot disc for a 300-foot disc.
Well, you wouldn't even be able to see that if you're 5 miles away approximately. So he's 5 miles away and he's looking down and he's able to discern it?
Yeah.
5 miles away, huh? And he was able to see that it looked like city lights?
Yeah, it looked like it was a circular group of lights.
Okay, now let's look at this. Then you estimated the altitude. And also, by the way, just as a technical aside, why are you using Monte Carlo? It seems like, just help edify me here, it seems like you have a Gaussian distribution or some sort of distribution. Why not just use that distribution? Why do you have to then sample it so that it's spiky otherwise?
Oh, I could have used that distribution. The problem is that you then have to, in estimating estimating the speed of the object, I then have to basically use the uncertainties in each of those quantities that go into calculating the speed of that object. And so it requires transforming, all of these probability distributions, which is quite tedious.
Okay.
And so doing it with Monte Carlo, I'm going to get appropriate answers, and it's a faster way to do it. Otherwise, I might have to take approximations and things like this to pull it off analytically, which I didn't want to have to do.
I see. The computer can't do that? It's not as simple as putting it into Wolfram Alpha or Mathematica?
No, not always, because you've got to, I mean, you're taking derivatives and inverses and things like this. You've got, so.
Okay, and if you see me looking off over here, it's that I also have some of the studies on this side as well. So please,
okay.
You're the only thing I'm paying attention to.
No, that's fine.
Then you got times going on here. You have altitude, and you have minimum log 10. Okay. Well, that's the acceleration.
That's the acceleration.
Altitude. Oh, yeah. Okay, altitude and times. And these are referring to, the altitude is referring to what?
The altitude is referring to basically the altitude of the craft. So how far it went up from the sea surface.
Great. And then the time is referring to how long did it take from the sea surface to that altitude?
Yep.
Okay. Simple. Great. Now let's get to Japan Airlines Flight 1628 in 1986.
Right. That's another instance where I knew about that incident in 1986. I remember watching it on NBC News with Tom Brokaw, and I remember him discussing this and then playing some of the audio from the pilot and the air traffic control. And I remembered thinking that this is really pretty amazing. You've got a large jet. What is it? 747, I guess it was, and it's basically they were flying from Paris to Tokyo, bringing Beaujolais Nouveau. So here, now we can all have a giggle, ha ha ha, it's got a plane full of wine, right? But, so
that's what the aliens were after all along.
That's right.
And you were an undergrad at this point?
I was an undergrad at the point, yeah.
Studying math and physics.
Math and physics, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so the and you can actually still find the news reports online, the videos, people put them online, but the so as they're approaching Anchorage, Alaska, and they see some lights in the distance, basically approaching the plane. And so they're concerned, so they call air traffic control to see if they have any traffic for them. And air traffic control says negative. They said, well, we see traffic. There we've got several craft approaching. And so they're very concerned about this. As they're approaching Anchorage, they have 2 craft approaching, and then shortly thereafter, a larger craft approaches, and the thing is walnut-shaped and glowing. And at one point, it's in front of the aircraft, and the pilot described it as so big that they couldn't see out of the windscreen. So, I mean, you're a pilot of a jet, and you've got something in front of you that you can't see beyond. That's a scary prospect. So he's panicked and calling air traffic control, and they're not picking anything up on radar except his plane. And at some point, the military is contacted and gets involved. And on military height-finding radar, they pick up the larger craft on the plane and the airplane. So they pick up both objects. So the military is able to detect this with their radar.
Were you able to estimate the size of the craft?
No. He estimated it to be the size of, I think it was 3 747s. So it's basically the size of an aircraft carrier. So you've got got a flying aircraft carrier shaped like a walnut. Now you have to ask, how wrong can the pilot be? I mean, it's all right. Maybe it wasn't as big as an aircraft carrier. Maybe it was just the size of a destroyer. Still, that's pretty amazing, right?
He said it was glowing.
And glowing, yeah.
And this was at night?
I don't know what time it happened. I don't recall. That's all recorded, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
Is that it with the Japan Airlines flight, or is there more?
No, well, the interesting thing is the object follows him for 40 minutes. So it isn't just like I saw it, it was gone. No, this thing basically kept along with the airplane for 40 minutes, and it basically moved around the airplane as time went by. So it would go, so the military height finding radar, and this radar data exists. You can look at this. The military height finding radar is sweeping every 10 seconds. And the craft is about 7.5 miles away from the airplane. And in one sweep, it'll be at 1 o'clock. In the next sweep, 10 seconds later, the thing could be at 6 o'clock. And so the thing is literally jumping around this airplane, and the pilot's panicked. He actually takes some evasive maneuvers at some point to try to evade the object, and thought that he didn't see it. And the Air Force comes on and goes, no, it's behind you. It's still following you. It's behind you. So the thing basically followed him for 40 minutes. And then he went down and landed.
When you said that the pilot said that he couldn't see beyond the ship, if it's 5 miles away and it's the size of a carrier, why can't you see beyond it? You can see the edges of it, no?
Oh, well, this one was moving around. So at one point it was very close, he had said. And
I see.
It was
Initially,
he
okay.
couldn't see. Initially, he couldn't see beyond it.
So initially, how close do you estimate it was to him?
I have no idea.
Let's say it was the size of a carrier, then it would have to be. I'm sure that's a simple trigonometry. Okay.
Yeah, you could figure out how close it would have to be. For much of the event, it was about 7.5 miles away, according to the radar. And the sweeping, I'm sorry, it wasn't 10 seconds, it was 12 seconds. So it was every 12 seconds.
Great. Okay. This data exists, meaning that it's public.
Yeah. The radar data, yeah.
How does that go online? Does someone leak it or does someone release it?
Right. It was John Callahan, who was FAA Chief of Accidents and Investigations at the time. They basically reenacted the situation in one of their testing centers, and they record and that's where the data comes in, so they can reenact it. And then he recorded that and basically saved that himself. He saved a copy for himself. And he claims that at one point, the President Reagan's scientific advisory team met with him along with CIA officials and FBI and a number of people, and they confiscated all of the data he had. Although he didn't tell them about everything, he had some of it stashed away. But they met with him and they were very excited because they said that this was the longest encounter that they had any data for.
Okay, let's get to the Nimitz encounter. I'm sure many people are familiar because that's David Fravor, if I'm correct.
Right.
Okay, and that's in 2004, I believe?
Right.
Okay, why don't you give a brief rundown for the people who are unacquainted with this?
All right, so in 2004, you had the Nimitz carrier group was off the coast of San Diego, California, about 100 miles, 150 miles off the coast. And Senior Chief Kevin Day was operating the radar for much of this time. And overall, for a period of a couple of weeks, he was picking up anomalous radar targets basically just appearing on his radar at about 80,000 feet, which was really very high altitude. Jet airplanes, passenger jets fly around 35,000 feet. So these radar targets are appearing at about 80,000 feet, and they typically were appearing south of Catalina Island or near San Clemente Island, and then they would track south at about 100, 120 knots down to Guadalupe Island in Mexico, where they would then drop off as radar. And so nobody knows what happened to them after that. So having an aircraft flying at 80,000 feet at only 100 knots is almost impossible. There's not much air up there, so you need to go much faster to have lift. So that's already anomalous. So this is anomalous in the other direction. They're moving too slowly, right? And Kevin Day had observed these, and they weren't they weren't where they were operating, so this wasn't really a big concern at this point. And at one point, he said that there were times when they would drop from, they came in at 80,000 feet when they appeared. They would drop down to 28,000 feet, and that's when they would track south at 100 knots. So even at 28,000 feet, you aren't going to be flying at a plane at 100 knots. But from 28,000 feet, they would periodically drop down to the sea surface, and that amount of time to go from basically at a constant altitude, 28,000 feet, to sea surface, which is 0, they would do that in about 0.78 seconds. So it was less than a second to go from basically rest in the y direction at 28,000 feet to rest in the y direction at 0 feet.
Okay, now to interject, how long would that take if it was free falling?
I'd have to do the calculation, but it would be...
Let's say, estimate it to a significant digit. It's fine. You can be off by a factor of 10.
Right, so the time is going to be basically twice the height divided by the acceleration. The acceleration is about 10 meters per second squared, 28,000 feet. 2 times 8,000 is 16,000, and now I'm going to divide that by 10 meters per second squared, and I'll get, so that's 16,000 divided by 10, which is 1,600, and then we take the square root of that, so that's going to be 40
seconds?
40 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
They did it in 1 second. So that means...
Yeah, less than 1 second, yeah.
Okay.
And they came to a stop.
Let's say our fastest accelerating technology downward, whatever that is, whatever kind of craft that is, how fast approximately do you think we could do it?
Right. If you could dive at 10G acceleration and then slow down for the other 10G, then you're basically you're accelerating halfway, so we can find the time to the halfway point. But if you work this out, it's 1/4. It'll be 1/4 AT squared. So the total time is going to be basically. So we've got 32,000 divided by 100, so that's 320 seconds squared. So then now we have to take the basically the square root of 320. So it's less than 400. The square root of 400 is 20, so it's going to be a little less than 20 seconds.
Okay. Let's take a look at some more. I'm going to share my screen with you. So what are we looking at over here? This is the Nimitz video. And then we got different models. And we have what is log Z, what is log L, what is A, and so on. So
right. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're testing different dynamics, kinematic models. These are basically in this section of the paper we're analyzing the video that was released by the U.S. Navy, and the last few seconds of that video, 32 frames or something, the object is locked on. Begins the targeting system is locked onto the object and loses lock, and the object takes off to the left. Now, it's not a very impressive departure, and none of these videos are nearly as interesting as what the pilots describe these things as doing. So I'm convinced we were given probably the most boring videos they could find, and very possibly videos they didn't expect anything anomalous to come from. So that acceleration doesn't look very dramatic, but So we basically tested several models. One of the models is that it accelerated, just accelerated off the screen, so it's constant acceleration. Another one was it accelerated for a shorter period of time and then just coasted off the screen at constant velocity, and so those are the basic models we were testing. And so,
why do you think it is that they didn't you believe that they have more interesting footage and they chose to release this? They being the U.S. government?
Yeah, I'm just guessing that based on what the pilots have what numerous pilots have said in these types of encounters, these things behave much more amazingly than the footage they released. So David Fravor, when he encountered the Tic Tac object and it finally took off, he said it accelerated like it was shot from a gun, and it was gone in out of sight in 2 seconds. So clearly this acceleration isn't that fast. So that's what I mean by that.
Why do you think it is that they released the video, if you were to speculate at all, the U.S. government?
That I don't know. I know that Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon were working on the inside to try to get some of this information out, because they weren't able to freely discuss this, amongst the intelligence community. So there's probably multiple concerns there. I mean, one is that if you're not able to, the Navy is having problems with these things, right? But they're not able to discuss, these objects and have it taken seriously. So now what do you do? In 2015, for example, they were having nearly daily encounters with UFOs. And so you've got pilots who are not trained for these types of encounters. Some of these were happening in the Persian Gulf area while they were operating, so you've got a military campaign going on. These guys are going on bombing runs in Syria, and they've got to fly through UFOs over the Persian Gulf and then go to Syria and then conduct their military operations and come back. And that's a huge hazard. I mean, you don't need a pilot shaken, from a UFO encounter and then go into a war zone. That's extremely dangerous. And so that's one reason why when people say, oh, they're just drones and the U.S. is just testing them, no, you're not going to test them by putting pilots in danger in a war zone. That's not going to happen.
What are some other arguments against them being drones?
I mean, first, their accelerations that we estimated are way off the charts. People can't handle much more than 10 to 15 Gs for any period of time. 13 Gs, the new F-35 fighter, I think, is rated for 13.5 Gs. And at 13.5 Gs, its wings will rip off. So you can't accelerate an airplane more than about 13, 15 G. Some missile frames can handle higher accelerations. They can maneuver up to about 30 Gs of acceleration, and some can structurally withstand up to about 60 Gs. So most of our equipment can't handle more than 100 Gs. And
that's in one direction, let alone stopping and then turning around.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you stop and turn around because you've got so many Gs here and then so many Gs again. So they're doing it over and over again. It's insane.
And what are the Gs associated with these craft?
Well, the highest one we estimated was about 5,700 Gs. That was the one picked up on radar by Senior Chief Kevin Day while he was on the USS Princeton with the Nimitz carrier group. That's the one that drops from 28,000 feet to sea level in 0.78 seconds. So you're looking at over 5,000 Gs of acceleration in that case. The other situations were a bit lower. I think the lowest ones we had were maybe, I think the video from the 2004 Nimitz video when the targeting computer loses track and the thing takes off to the left, you're looking at about 78 Gs. The object's moving to the left and away from the airplane at that point.
See, what strikes me about this paper is going through it. The mathematics isn't beyond high school or beyond first year, that's for sure. And I'm wondering, why hasn't an analysis like this, which seems like anyone could have done it, why hasn't it been done before? Is it simply
I
the
think-
stigma against analyzing
I think
aliens?
that's the problem. I mean, you've got numerous capable physicists who have commented on these things, and you've got enough information to basically to do a back of the envelope estimation of the acceleration, and they're more willing to say, well, it's probably an atmospheric effect. Who knows? Who knows what it could be? That's usually the response you get from a professional physicist, which is problematic. This is a calculation they ought to be able to do.
Who else in the physics community, professional physics community, is studying this besides you and your co-author?
Well, let's see. My a colleague of mine, Matthew Shadagas at University of Albany, is also studying this. Other physicists, I know of a few people. Let's see. I don't know if they're all physicists. Some are engineers.
Do you know of any physicists who are interested but tell you this behind closed doors?
Yeah, that's basically the situation. You've got a number of people who are interested in studying this, and the problem is there's a paucity of data. We don't have any real data to work with, for the most part. You have, witness testimony, and some of that paper is based on witness testimony, and we did the best we could with it, and I think it gives you a ballpark estimate of what was observed. But you really want radar data. You really want to be able to triangulate positions with multiple cameras. You want to do all sorts of things like this. That would be ideal.
Are these spacecraft getting faster with time? What I mean by that is, let's say someone was analyzing Earth's crafts. I imagine that what they would see is our top speed would increase over the decades, because it has. However, with these crafts, do you see them as being predominantly the same since the 60s or since the 50s, since you guys...
That's a good question. I mean, I don't think that we have that information. You'd have to look at them for a very long period of time, and there have been sightings of objects like this, and if they are alien spacecraft, which we really haven't proven that that's the case yet, if they are alien spacecraft, then we wouldn't know, from some of the Roman reports of flying shields, we aren't able to estimate speeds and accelerations in those cases. We don't have that detailed information. So,
what's the Romans' report of flying shields?
There's several reports in Roman history of Orbis Clypeus, I think they're called, but they're flying shields basically. And so I can send you references for this. There's a couple of papers, one on UFOs in classical antiquity, and another paper on the same topic.
Yes. Do you mind making a note to send that to me later?
Yeah, certainly.
You're only sending me about Romans, or are you sending me... Is there a list of UFO sightings or potential UFO sightings across history?
There's a book by Jacques Vallée.
I keep hearing about this person.
Called Wonders in the Sky, and he has a compilation of curious accounts, basically, that could be interpreted as, maybe the same type of phenomena.
Jacques Vallée, huh? Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah, he lives in the Bay Area.
Okay. I know that this is... as a physicist, you want to stay within what you know. But if you don't mind speculating, why do you think they're shutting down our nuclear devices? Do you think that that's just a side effect? It's inadvertent? Like maybe when they accelerate that happens for whatever reason? Or do you think it's purposeful? Why do they selectively shut it down in this area and only at certain times?
That's a good question. I don't know the manner in which they were shut down. This stuff is still, I don't think the military has admitted that that's actually happened. You have people who worked at these sites who claim that it happened. The most detail I've heard was from Robert Salas, and he said that, I believe it was him, and he said that it was a failure of the, basically a failure of the navigation and guidance systems, and that then led to a shutdown. So that's curious, because now if you have the inertial navigation systems failing, could that be due to how the craft operates? So maybe it's just a side effect. I mean, at this point, this is extremely hypothetical, so I am just making up stories here. But I mean, if you have a craft that basically is somehow warping space-time or affecting space-time, and you've got an inertial navigation system sitting nearby, that could affect it. So, and then if their systems are set up so that they shut down whenever one of these things goes haywire, then the UFO flying over it could be enough to trigger that to shut down. Is it on purpose? Is it an accident? These things have to be studied, and we have just gotten to the point where people are admitting that they're real. I mean, after 80 years, I think that's a little, to me, I find that a little scary. And we've had this going on for about 80 years, and it took us 80 years to decide that they're real. But we still don't know what they are, or know what they're doing here.
80 years, you're referring to the 50s?
From the 40s, yeah, late 40s,
yes.
yeah.
There aren't any reports from the U.S. government of UFOs prior to the 40s?
I don't know about from the U.S. government. There are reports of the UFOs prior to that. Easily into the 1800s, numerous ones, yeah. By ship captains and things like this. These things have been seen for a long time, which is another argument against them being American or Russian, Chinese drones. They've been observed well before people could fly, so...
There's someone who came out recently, I believe they're Israeli, talking about UFO. I don't know, I forgot the person's name, I don't know the story. Do you mind edifying me as well as the audience?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was an interesting story. I don't remember his position, and I don't remember his name, but he was high up in the Israeli military, and he claimed
Ham Eshed, or Haim Eshed.
Yeah, is he the one who
Israeli
claimed...
director of the space program, it said.
Right, so is he the one that claimed that they were in contact with alien civilizations?
I have a question here for Avi Loeb from earlier today that talks about this. So the question was, okay, I would like to hear Avi Loeb's opinion on the claims of former Israeli director of the space program, Haim Eshed, brought forward